media conference. We've got Andre Esterhuizen, Dion Davids, and Martin Ori. Fire away. Can we do Afrikaans toward the end, please, if that's all right with you guys? So just raise your hand so that everybody can get a chance, and then we can fire away. Annemie?
Hi Dion, can you give us an injury update? Is there any new injuries? How's everyone doing?
I think the injury, there's nothing extra confirmed other than last week. At this point in time, we know that Sia's injured and Andre is injured, so the status quo is still exactly the same.
Dion, what about Jaden? Well, I don't think he was, unless I didn't see him, at that session today.
Yeah, Jaden missed the training session today. Unfortunately, he's got a personal issue that he needs to address. But I think in due time, from SA Rugby side, from the camp side, there will be an official statement in terms of that.
Andre, start of the season, and it's quite an ambitious strategy that you guys are employing with different squads, and the players have just grouped together now. Is everyone on the same page? Are you guys clear into what your objectives are? What's it like? What's the communication in the team like?
Yeah, obviously it's open communication throughout between the coaches and the players. We've had a good 3 weeks together. Everyone's on the same page. We know what's the goal and the plan for the next 3 weeks, four games. And everyone looks to be happy. We've got a happy squad at the moment, and like I said, communication is open, so everyone knows where they stand.
As a player in a World Cup year, what do you feel like when the season's beginning? Because obviously what's in front of you is not the end goal, is it?
Yeah, exactly. But the thing is, this is also, it's a stepping stone. You need to move in the right direction. You need to get things right now for the end goal. But at the moment, we take it step by step. This is our main goal now, the Rugby Championship, and all our focus is on this. And obviously, you build through the. Everyone's very excited. Excited to play again.
Andre, you remember Eddie Jones well from his days with England. It's his first game in charge of Australia for 17 years. Are you expecting the Aussies to make a statement? What are you expecting from Eddie and his Wallabies?
I think the Aussies always come to South Africa trying to make a statement. So you can always expect a hard match, a good match, especially with them taking the reins again. I think they're going to have a few things up their sleeve, and they are going to come with a lot of motivation, because he knows how to get a team fired up for a game. So yes.
Marvin, the Wallaby pack, what are your thoughts on that? We see they've got a lot of high-profile locks, a lot of leaders in their pack.
Of course. I think like what you mentioned, some really good players from number 1 to number 8, and they will come out guns blazing. But we've had a good few weeks, mainly focusing on ourselves, and this week, of course, a lot of not focus, but looking at the opposition. So we would have, by the weekend, have studied the strengths and weakness of the opposition, and hopefully we can exploit that, etc.
Dion, how tricky does a week like this become, where you've got this test match to prepare for, a key one, but also now there are players who need to depart and also keep their mind on next week's New Zealand test?
I think at this stage, all our focus is on our first test match against Australia. We understand the importance of that. The way you start, we want to have a good start, because that's going to determine, or can be a major factor in determining the outcomes of the championship. And all the players, are focused on that. The players, which train in different groups, but the groups understand that each one of them, or they are important in terms of getting or giving good preparation to get a good outcome on Saturday. We've all are zoomed in terms of our training session today. We know tomorrow is our After tomorrow, we will have a good indication in terms of where we are with the squad selection, the team selection, and the players that goes abroad. But up till now, it's all gun blazing and ensuring that everyone understand what is needed to be effective on Saturday, and then we prepare accordingly.
Eddie Jones always tended to be a bit of a mixed bag. I think you would have experienced him from his time as England coach. What are you expecting from his forwards in particular? Because we saw that when coaching England was very forwards orientated. And if there's one thing that came out of the Twickenham test was how badly the back forwards hurt England's forwards.
No, I think Eddie is an experienced coach, and I think he understands the importance of set piece dominance in test match rugby, and I think also in terms of, if you look at his recruitment and his approach over the years, I think we can expect nothing less. I think it's going to be a titanic battle in terms of the set pieces, the scrums, the mauls, and also the defence of that. And then also, obviously, playing in the right areas. It's also key in terms of test match rugby. So having a good kicking game and having awesome defence, I think that is part and parcel. We know that Eddie is having an attack mind approach in terms of that, but I think over the years he has shown that he can find a very good balance between attack and defence and managing what he wants to achieve on the field. And so, yeah, we expect the Australia team to be up for it. I mean, if you look at the pack of forwards, or that on its own, there's a good experience between experience and youngsters coming through, uncapped players. So I think they will be excited coming down here, and yeah, I think Eddie will get them up to be very competitive on Saturday.
Dion, this time last year, you guys took a while to get going in the series against Wales. Have you learned something from how you started then, or is this just a different year because it's a World Cup year, just in terms of getting that strong start you've spoken about?
Yeah, see, it's we've learned. Obviously, you learn out of each lesson and each series. You learn a lot, and you try to apply that, or build on that from one year to the other. Obviously, you can never ask for a good start. Okay, you can always, I think, pitch up with the right mindset and intensity, and hope to do things right from the start. Yeah, but as I said, test match rugby, it's something that you have to build on. You've got to build your innings from the start. It's not going to go all the way from the start, and you've got to learn to adapt. Obviously, this is also going to be tricky for us in the sense that we haven't seen Australia played. So we don't exactly know what they're going to bring. So for us, finding solutions on the run in terms of our execution is going to be very, very important.
John, adding to what Mike asked now, how important will it be for the Boks to start with a good performance in a World Cup year?
No, definitely. I mean, as I said, our focus is from the start that we wanna win every game. And so I think it's important for every Springbok and being part of the squad is that you want to win every game, because that obviously it's about being the passion that you have for the team and what we feel for our country. And then the second thing is obviously in a World Cup year you want to build momentum, from game one going into the next game. We've only got 5 games left and before we into the World Cup. So every game, every competition that we play is important for us, and it's important for us to take the lessons at heart as quickly as possible, and to ensure that we, from what we want to achieve, that we as quickly as possible move in the right direction.
Marvin, just for you, they've signalled their intent quite clearly with some of the selections. A couple of very heavy bodies there, Will Skelton and Richie Arnold. How's that going to play out in the lineouts? What are you guys expecting?
Yeah, of course, Brendan is going to. It will be a challenge. Like every this match will be. Hopefully, the altitude will hit them by the first 15-20 minutes, and it will be easy for us. So, but yeah, of course, we're expecting. We know some of their strengths. We know Arnold and of course Skelton. He's done some really good stuff in cup competition. So, yeah, the set piece, the scrums as well. Like I said earlier, I think the captain is also in the front row. So. Yeah, we're expecting a competitive set piece, but it's also for us good because we love to compete. So yeah, we're looking forward to that, man.
And just in terms of the responsibility that you guys are splitting the squad, the rest of the guys going overseas, how much more responsibility do you feel that responsibility to make sure that you kick this off on a good note?
Yeah, I think for me, I don't know if it's the same for other players. I assume so. For to play for South Africa, I mean, no matter who's the opposition, you always feel that you want to go and make the people proud. There's so many people in our country who support us, and a lot of other players who want to be sitting and being in the position for Springboks. So as a player, you realize that you're one of the lucky few to be involved here, and I mean, like I said again, I think we want to go and make the people proud by showing what we like the passion and the energy that we play with, you know. So hopefully it's going to be like that from me and my teammates.
Andre, the guys starting in this first match, within the team framework, is there opportunity for individuals to put their hands up?
Yes, I think there's always chance for any individual to put their hand up. Obviously, you've got a goal as a team, and you've got a game plan. But a lot of the game plan and plans around the play also revolves around the individual. You need to make something happen for the next person to play off you. So I think there's always, or we know there's always chance for any individual to put their hand up and yeah, to play their best rugby.
Are you looking forward to it this week?
It is going to be a good week, yes. We're all looking forward to this. I mean, everyone's excited that international rugby is starting again. Everyone wants to go out there and play. Yeah, so all the boys are excited and can't wait to get on the pitch.
I mean, Andre, you've been described as an agent of chaos for the Harlequins, and in a good way, that is. How do you want to implement that chaotic agentness of yours from a Bok perspective?
Yeah, obviously, you like I just said, you want to go out every game and express yourself, every skill set and attribute you have. So for me to go out and play the best rugby I can is being abrasive, getting the team over the gain line, being solid in defence, and obviously distribution as well, putting away the guys that we know has a lot of speed and skill on the edges.
Australia have been a team that has centered a lot of its midfield play around Asa Karevi, and once he got injured, it became very clear that they missed him significantly, and I'm not sure what is his time frame from a recovery perspective. But what kind of a different midfield threat that they pose now, regardless of who they play this weekend?
I mean, they've got quite a few exciting players, especially in the midfield at the moment. I mean, they brought in that Breezy that came from Rugby League, now in Rugby Union, very good abrasive player, got a great skill set. And yeah, like a player like Simon Karevi, we don't know who's going to pitch up this weekend, who's going to play, but they've got a strong midfield, whoever they pick. Yeah, like I said, it's going to be a good matchup, whoever they put up.
And how important does your key game become? It's also one of the key components that the Harlequins have used significantly over the past 3 seasons.
My kicking game? Yeah, where I can use my kicking game, I will. Depends on how the game plays out. It might be a running game, it might be a kicking game. Yeah, we don't know what they're going to bring. We haven't seen them play under Eddie yet. So it's like Dion said, it's how we adapt in the game and how it pans out.
No other English questions? Afrikaans anyone?
Andre, hoe belangrijk is het voor jou geweest vir die ontwikkeling van jou loopbaan in Engeland gaan speel?
Ja, ek het nie gedink dit gaan so belangrik wees nie. Toe ek aangekom het, dinge het eers bietjie snaaks gelyk, maar vir my om saam met 'n ander tipe span te gaan speel, ander tipe spelers, en die span wat ek weet ons val heel gaan, so ons speel net aanvallende rugby. Dit het net 'n hele ander deel van my spel ontwikkel. Vir my as persoon speel ek 'n ander tipe rugby ook. Ek dink bietjie anders oor die game ook. So ja, dit het my spel ongelooflik baie ontwikkel en was op die einde baie belangrik vir my.
Jy het in 2019 net uitgemis in die wêreldbeker die groep ondergiet. Is dit persoonlik hierdie jaar vir jou motiverend?
Ja, ek het net uitgemis 2019 en enige speler wil sy aan verteenwoordig by 'n World Cup. So vir enigiemand is dit motivering. Vir my is dit baie groot motivering om natuurlik in die span te kom en myself te bewys. Maar soos ek sê, soos elke jaar is belangrik. Maak saak wanneer jy Springbok trui aantrek nie, is altyd 'n eer en voorreg. Jy kry dit nie altyd, jy kan dit nie altyd doen nie, so wanneer ook al jy kans kry, moet jy dit gebruik.
Dion, dit sluit eintlik net soort van aan by die makro slotte, jy weet wat in die Aussie groep is en dinge. Baie mense glo nog steeds die Wallabies het so 'n bietjie van 'n soft underbelly, jy weet, as dit kom by forwards, jy weet net, maar as jy dan soos kyk dat hierdie twee, byvoorbeeld net hierdie twee makro slotte, jy weet, deel van die mix is, jy weet net wys vir jou net eintlik dat dit 'n grootste miskonsepsie eintlik is om te dink dit gaan dalk hulle soft underbelly nog steeds wees in hierdie wedstryd.
Nee, ek dink jy is absoluut reg. Ek dink as jy kyk na die vertoning van Skelton en Richie Arnold in die klubkompetisie te Toulouse, ek dink hulle fisiese geaardheid het baie beteken in terme van vir die span en dit natuurlik ook bygedra dat hulle in die eindronde sou kom het. Ek dink ook oor as jy terugdink na verlede jaar, ek dink Australië se pak is baie fisies onder hulle losvoorspelers, hulle baie goeie fisiese spelers, soos jy sê die slotte, en dan ook natuurlik het hulle baie ondervinding in die voorry met alle Toa en Slipper, hulle kaptein. So nee, ek dink Australië is 'n baie fisiese span, hulle maak dit vir baie moeilik voor en dit gaan belangrik vir ons wees om, ja, ons moet fokus op ons uitvoering, maar dit gaan ook belangrik wees vir ons as Suid-Afrikaners om daai fisiese ingesteldheid tentoon te stel Saterdag en om effektief te wees.
Julle het verlede jaar in Sydney het julle die Wallabies fisiek van die veld af gespeel. Is die uitdaging om dit te herhaal en is dit tot 'n mate die maatstaf wat julle Saterdag nastreef?
Ek dink die Suid-Afrikaanse ons span, ek dink as jy kyk na die samestelling van die span en dan ook in die manier hoe ons wedstryde benader aloor in die verlede, was dit nog altyd 'n belangrike komponent van Suid-Afrikaanse rugby. En ek dink dit is iets wat nie sal weggaan uit ons spel nie. Natuurlik wil ons nie net fisies wees nie, maar ons wil ook ons vaardighede tentoonstel en ook strategies probeer om die opponente uit te oorlê. En ek dink as jy daai balans en kombinasie kry in enige toetswedstryd, dan behoort jy op 'n goeie plek te wees.
Marvin, ek weet nie of dit 'n goeie of 'n slegte ding is nie, maar sien jy uit daarna van die vooruitsig weet dat jy 'n man mountain van 150 kg moet probeer maak?
Ja, natuurlijk, 'n mens moet die oppositie ken en soos wat ons nou die hele tyd sê, ons weet nie net hy nie. Ons weet ook hoe we gaan speel, ons weet hoe gaan die span lyk, maar ons moet al die spelers in die Australiese forwards ons moet hulle erken in terme van ons analysis doen, analysewerk en planne in plek stel en goed, ja, maar gaan ons op ons rug val oor een speler 100% nie. Ons moet al die spelers in die oppositie respekteer deur hulle analise te doen en planne in plek te stel, so ja.
Australië kom hiernatoe ook om geskiedenis te maak. Hulle het in baie jare nie op beloftes gewen nie. En dis 'n rekord wat julle seker sal wil plek hou. Is dit ekstra druk op julle?
Nee, wat ek dink nie, ons is 'n span wat ons baie steur aan geskiedenis nie. Ja, dit is belangrik om aan te presteer en jou beste te doen, maar ek dink ons sal onsself in 'n moeilike posisie plaas as ons 'n rekord wil verdedig. Ek dink die fokus moet wees op ons eie vertoning en ons die verstande dat ons 'n seisoen begin en dat ons elke toets wat ons speel is 'n bousteen vir die volgende een. So ek dink dit is waar ons fokus is. So ons sal uitgaan om ons beste te doen en natuurlik om te probeer om die wedstryd te wen.
I'm going to ask in English, but you can reply in Afrikaans. How is the mood in the squad ahead of the first match? And then when is the second squad leaving for New Zealand? And what do they expect from Eddie Jones in Australia?
Ek dink die gevoel in die span is baie goed. Ek dink ons het 'n uitstekende paar weke agter die rug in terme van ons voorbereiding. Ek dink al die spelers is opgewonde om weer te begin om internasionale rugby te speel. Dan ons sien uit daarna om goed te doen in die rugby kampioenskap en natuurlik dit as 'n bepaalde grondslag te sien in ons opbou na die wêreldbeker. Ek dink elke speler wil goed doen. Elke speler poog daarna om natuurlik die uitsoekgroep te haal. En ek dink dit sal as ekstra motivering dien vir ons wanneer ons in hierdie wedstryde ingaan. Ja, ons is nie 100% seker wat om te verwag van die nuwe Australiese span onder die nuwe afrigting nie. Maar ons weet dat Eddie is 'n uitgeslaapte afrigter met baie ervaring. En hy sal met sy kennis van Australiese rugby dink ek sal hy dit reg kry om die beste uit die spelers uit te haal. Ek dink die groep wat hy saamgestel het is 'n interessante groep met jeug en ervaring en natuurlik dink ek hulle sal baie 'n goeie teenstand vir ons bied in die wedstryde wat voor lê.
Awesome. Thank you very much.
Hello and welcome to Forever Rugby on Forever Sports for today's guide on how to watch the 2023 Rugby Championship live and in HD. Right, so the question we get a lot is how can you watch all the action as the Springboks, All Blacks, Wallabies and Los Pumas go head to head in a abbreviated Rugby Championship because this is a World Cup year. 3 weeks of the Rugby Championship. It all gets underway this weekend. South Africa hosting Australia, Argentina hosting New Zealand. Should be an absolute cracker of a day. And I'm going to show you how you can watch the action. Before I do, please do smash a like on the video. Please do subscribe as well. Right now, at this stage, there are no free-to-air broadcasters. However, there is a way around that, and that's what we're going to do. In terms of the official broadcasters, if you're in South Africa, it is SuperSport. If you are in Australia, it is Stan. If you are in Argentina, I think it's ESPN. If you're in New Zealand, it's Sky. In the UK and stuff like that, also Sky. So if you just go on the Sansa website, you'll be able to see where your broadcasts are for wherever you are in the world. Now, if you are trying to find a way to watch, then the cheapest way is to actually get Stan Sport because you can actually get a 7-day free trial, which means you'll be able to watch all the action for free. However, that is only available if you're located in Australia. So if you're not in Australia, you can still get access to Stan, but through the use of a VPN. There are two options to show you Express VPN. However, we do have Bitdefender as well. They're one of our channel partners, and their VPN works very well as well, and it's actually a bit cheaper. So got both options in the comments below. Go and get either of them, and you can get yourself a Stan free trial and watch all the action. So in terms of Stan, once you've got your VPN set up, what you're going to do is you're going to connect to the server. As you can say, there's a 30-day free trial for Stan itself. However, which has got the live broadcast, that is only a 7-day free trial. So if you get it on Saturday, for example, you'll be able to watch both the Springboks versus Wallabies, as well as the All Blacks versus Pumas. And next weekend, you'll then be able to watch Australia's Argentina and All Blacks Springboks. So you'll be able to watch all 4 of those games within your 7-day free trial. A week later, you can just sign up with another email address. So first things first, can get yourself a VPN to make sure you're connected to Australia, and then you're going to sign up for the free trial. Now, I have signed up for the free trial, and this is what Stan looks like. And as you can see sort of over there, these are all the live and upcoming matches and stuff like that. You can even go last season and watch some of the old matches, sort of the replays and stuff like that. You can go and watch highlights and stuff. So it's got all the stuff, obviously the live match this weekend, and it's literally as easy as that. If you have any questions, put them down in the comments below. Apart from that, smash like on the video, subscribe to the channel as well. Thank you very much for watching. My name is Steven. I'll chat to you soon. Right, we're live. Hello, everybody, and welcome to Forever Rugby on Forever Sports. The Bok team is out. We have got so much to go through, people. So much to go through. We've got a Springbok team. We've got new caps in this team. We have got a bunch of players going to New Zealand tonight. By the way, tonight we've got a player that's going later in the week. We've actually got a little bit of a last minute injury update for you as well. So we've got a lot to get through, far more than just going through the team, because we're getting some live updates from the press conference, which is happening right now. And it's interesting to see exactly what Rassie Erasmus and Jacques Nienaber are going to say about the team. A couple of people saying that, they're disrespecting New Zealand, Australia rather, by naming a B team. Is this in fact a B team? Is the team they're taking on the All Blacks the A team, for example? And what are we going to learn out of the next 2 weeks? So lots to get through. And before we do, I'm going to put a poll out saying, are you happy with the Bok team? Are you happy with the Springbok 23? Yes or no question. Right. Now, what I can tell you right off the bat is that some injury news. Oxenchair is carrying a niggle. So Oxenchair has been named to start. Rutshego Ditswe, to go with his full name. However, he does have a niggle, and there are a bit of doubt about him. As a result, Stephen Kitsoff, who was supposed to go over to New Zealand tonight, will not. He will remain behind and provide cover, because at the moment the only cover that we have is Trevor Nikani in terms of prop cover. And for example, if we were to lose any other props by the end of the week, then we wouldn't have really a team to go with. So yeah, let's go through the team, and then we'll talk about the players who are going over. Right, so let's look at that front row. It's a pretty settled front row, isn't it? We've kind of gotten quite used to it. And Bongi Manambi, I think right now is in a bit of a straight shootout when it comes to sort of that hooker position next to Malcolm Marx. And Malcolm Marx at the moment is playing ridiculously good rugby at the end of the day. And so, I think that Bongi Manambi has a big opportunity for him to try and sort of show that he's still, really capable of starting a test match and not just sort of coming off the bench like we did have in the World Cup back then. Frans Herbert is the starting tight end. No one's going to dethrone him, I don't think. I think that is pretty much guaranteed. I don't think that there's a chance that Frans Herbert will not start for the Boks in the World Cup final in any sort of major game right now. So that's our front row. They're pretty settled. It's a very cool combination. John Klein on debut. Very interesting to see what he can bring to the side. It's the opportunity for him to sort of show whether he can be a genuine understudy for Eben Etzebeth. I'd be surprised if he makes the final Rugby World Cup squad, but I personally think he could be one of the first sort of injury call-ups if we need to, if we can impress in this game. And I think that if he plays well this game, I wouldn't surprise me if you see him start at least another one or two in the games to come. Marvin Orie, I think, is somebody who's really deserved this. He's not a flashy player, but he's just very solid. Marco van Staden, PSF, Dwayne Vermeulen. It's not a bad loose chair. It's quite well rounded, I think. You've got Marco van Staden, who is pretty brutal ball carrier and pretty good on the ground. PSF, the toy, we know what he brings, but interesting that he's starting, not Franco Mostert, who's actually gone over to New Zealand. I'm going to tell you who the players are that have gone to New Zealand. And Dwayne Vermeulen captaining itself is quite interesting, given that Lekanyo is in the side. Apparently a bit of a coin toss between whether they want to go with Dwayne or Lekanyo as captain of the team. Kobus Reinach does genuinely always start when it's not Faf de Klerk. He very rarely finds himself on the bench, but if Faf de Klerk doesn't start, then we often see Kobus Reinach starting. Martin starting. We kind of expected this, didn't we? And especially with that injury to Damien Willemse. I think had Damien Willemse been 100% fit, I think it would have been the other way around. I think we would have seen Mali Liebach starting. I mean, on the bench and Damian Willemse starting. Given the fact that Willemse is coming back from an injury, I think they have gone with this. And again, it's an opportunity for Liebach for them to say, right, are you ready? You know, are you in our World Cup plan? Should you be in our World Cup plans? The two West Coast answer, Kane and Moody. I think both of them vying for one position in the Rugby World Cup squad. Andre Esterhuizen next to Lekanya. It's the brutality of Esterhuizen as well as his boot. And then the genius of Lekanya outside. And Willie Leroux at fullback. I think it's a bit of a no-brainer. It will really help getting that backline going. I think him and Liebach could form a very, very good partnership. And then off the bench, it's a lot of the fringe players, a couple of players coming back, isn't it? Joseph Derber, Thomas Toy, Vincent Koch. Thomas Toy, interestingly, you're getting the nod ahead of Trevor Nyakane. Could that be an early indication that maybe he might get that fifth prop spot? Arthur Snyman making his return. It'll be the first time he's in the green and gold since the World Cup. Evan Rose getting an opportunity, Dion Fourie getting an opportunity, and then Grant Williams and Damian Willemse. So it's a nice team, and I want to ask you some questions about it as soon as I start saying that's not the Springbok team, it's the Springbok team. So as soon as we sort that out. But before I go to some of the comments, I know there's a lot of stuff going on in the comments, and it's very cool to see a lot of people back up here. Let's go through the players who have gone overseas, shall we? They will be traveling out to New Zealand tonight. And they are the following players. So Stephen Kitsov was scheduled to go overseas. He is now being kept back because of the injury to Ox and Chair. And so the players that are going to go over are Malcolm Marx, Evan Etzebeth. Big news that Evan Etzebeth is fit and firing and available. Lourdes de Jager, Franco Mostert, and Jean-Luc Dupré. Interesting that Jean-Luc Dupré is going to be involved against New Zealand. Kwaka Smith, I think, will be our number 6. Faf de Klerk, Chesney Colby, Makazuluma Pimpi, Damien Delendi, JC Creel, and Khaleesi. So, yeah, I think JC Creel going over is quite an interesting one. Jasper Visa is not going to go over tonight, but he will go over this week. He had the birth of his child yesterday, and so he will join them later this week in New Zealand. Yeah, what can we sort of take out of that? Now, basically, apparently what they're saying is that this is basically trial matches. That, you know, we are focusing on the Rugby Championship, but we're looking at the World Cup. You know, I think that, and let's be honest, that was always going to be the case, isn't it? We're a World Cup-driven team. At the end of the day, which would you rather win, the Rugby Championship or the Rugby World Cup? And if sacrificing the Rugby Championship means you are that ahead and that much more prepared for the World Cup, then I think that's exactly what they're going to do, and that's what they have done. So, yeah, apparently it's literally a case of them saying, well, you know, you've got a game each, you know, against 2 good opposition. If you want to go to the World Cup, show us that you deserve to go to the World Cup. That's what you got to do. So it's going to be interesting to see how it goes. And I think it's sink and swim now. You can't afford to stuff it up, if we're being brutally honest. You cannot afford a bad game at this stage. One bad game or a horror game, and I think you put yourself out of World Cup contention if you're one of the fringe players. You know, obviously there are certain players who they've already sorted their visas out, they've booked their flights, you know, they've started learning French, and a lot of those players will know that they're going to the World Cup. But, you know, your players like a Jean Klein, a Marvin Orie, a Mark Clifton-Staden, a Mali Liebach, a Kane Moody, and Andre Esterhuizen to a certain degree. Those are sort of all players that need to prove that they should be in that final 33-man squad when it gets announced in August. So big opportunities now for a couple of these players against Australia's side, which will be good. There will be a good Australia side. It's one of the better squads we've seen. I think it's probably the best squad we've seen in a few years that have come down to South Africa. Eddie Jones is a great coach. You know, a lot of people don't like him, but he is a great coach, and they will be good this weekend. There's no doubt about that. So this team needs to operate. You can't just pitch up. But there's opportunities here for players to put in, like, you know, really big performances. I'm really excited about Jean Clay. You know, I think watching him in the latter stages of the URC for Munster, I thought he was absolutely brilliant. And I think that if he can bring that sort of form to the box, then I think that he could very much put himself in the World Cup mix. Mali Liebach, obviously, the big one they really want to sort of see. And the big question, I think, is looking at that team. I mean, it's a hell of a lot of X-Factor players. Andre Esterhuizen is very confrontational, but and very physical. and pretty sort of, I wouldn't say, he's pretty one direction, and that the direction is forward, and try stopping if you can. But yeah, best man. Everybody else over there are a lot of players with a lot of X factor. You know, Kane and Moody, Kirkley, Arendse, Willie Leroux, you know, Moin Liebach, Lekanya. These are players that like to bring others into the game, that like space, that like to run, that like to have a go. And hopefully, you know, that's a pretty big pack as well. And we're going to have a big pack. And I wonder, you know, that's probably a big reason that, for example, that Peter Steph Toy is starting. And maybe even a Bongi Manambi, you know, Frans Maherbe, is that we've got to really stand up to what's going to be a giant Australian pack. Arnold back in there, Will Skelton, there's some big boys in that Australian pack. And these guys are going to have to front that up so that our backline players, and it is an exciting backline, can have a bit of a go. So, yeah, it's a lot going on. There is a lot going on. A couple of things out of the press conference. They talked about how they've selected the captaincy. They were asked if they're disrespecting Australia. They talked about the fact that why they like to have certain players as captains. And apparently a big goal for them is to communicate better with the referees, which is an interesting thing that they have actually been saying quite often that they do want to get a lot better at. But let's go through some of the comments, shall we? And I've seen a couple of the members here, so I'll go to the members first. Because obviously they come up. If you'd like to send a super chat or something like that and make sure that I get to your comment, then you can do that in the chat there. That's not me begging for money. I'm just saying that I can't go through all these comments. So if you want me to make sure that I read your comment, then that's how you can do it. So Tim Vandenberg earlier was saying, great team, just need to get Frank Van over the starting lineup, and we could. Referring to Frank, who's in around the comments. Tim was saying also having big Andre outside of Liebach gives Quinn's vibes, nothing like 110 kg 12 to get the attacking game running. Wonder also a member says, good team, looks strong. A lot of these guys will most probably be in the match 23 against New Zealand also. Yeah, so I mean, if I'm looking at this team and I'm going, who's going to be in that New Zealand 23? Bongi will be there. Frans Maherbe will be there. Peter Steph Toy, I think, will be there. I'd be surprised Graham Firmino's not there. I think could very well be on the bench. I think Kirkley Arendse could be involved. I think that the Kanya will be involved. I think Billy Leroux will obviously be involved. Off the bench, Arke Salmon will be involved, I think. Damien Willems will be involved. Vincent Koch will probably be involved. So a lot of these players will be involved against New Zealand, I think. Whether they start, whether they come off the bench, we wait and we see, don't we? Big saying, I'm excited about Grant Williams. I hope he gets good 20 minutes. Yeah, I hope he gets some minutes at 9 as well. Because I think, as I said, memory serves me correctly. When he came on last year, it was on the wing. So yeah, hopefully you'll get a proper opportunity this weekend. A couple of other comments is Jordan saying he's looking forward to the game. Anton says winning would be great, but it's a World Cup trial first and foremost. So I see it for what it is. I don't think you're far wrong either. Everyone's saying in the Premiership, Andre Estes is playing a much more dynamic game, playing in space, offloading. Hope brings that with him. Yeah, I mean, I think he will bring that, but at the end of the day, a lot of his game, and he mustn't be apologetic. Same as Damien Delindi. I mean, as they sort of say, they almost Damien Delindi is almost playing these days as an auxiliary flank, and it works. It works for the game plan. And at the end of the day, we're playing to win rugby matches, aren't we? So if that's what we need him to do, then that's what we need him to do. And so, yeah, I'm very excited to sort of see what the plan is and how we're going to get the best out of these sort of different players. Alpha is saying 1, 9, 10, 15 solid. JP says, does this mean Manu will also start 10 against All Blacks, considering Willemse doesn't have much game time? I think Willemse starts against the All Blacks at 10 personally. I think that even potentially why he's coming off the bench. Look, if Manu has a really good game this weekend, then maybe he might be able to change that idea. But I'll tell you right now, I'm pretty sure the coaches have already got their 23 basically sorted for the New Zealand. I think they really know who they want to play and who they want to see. Obviously, injuries and performances might manipulate that slightly, but I do think that they've got a genuinely good idea of what they want to see next weekend. Pat has gone overseas. He's with the group going over tonight. Big thing. I hope players don't hold back to preserve themselves for the World Cup. I don't think you can afford to. I think at the end of the day, and also there's a big thing about, when you start holding yourself back, how sometimes, you actually almost get injured, and you almost sort of, that can be to your detriment. And, sometimes when you're going hardest and stuff like that, you're actually, far less likely to get injured. Welcome, Jordan Chetty, the latest member to the Forever Sports Members Club. Welcome. Appreciate it. If you guys would like to become a member, it is the pinned comment in the chat there. Also, a big shout out to channel partner Bitdefender, who are on board as well. We're going to be announcing another channel partner this week as well, which is going to be very cool. And Bitdefender, very cool about them is that they've also got a VPN. So not only can you get top of the market cybersecurity, but within that you can get a VPN. And if you get a VPN, so if you go and get Bitdefender, link in the comment or in the description, you can actually watch the match this weekend on not a free-to-air broadcast, but you can get a Stan Sport trial for free. 7 days, you can watch both the Rugby Championship match this weekend and another 2 next weekend, which means you can watch the Australia match and you can watch the New Zealand match. So you go and get yourself involved with Bitdefender. Big shout out for them for powering the channel. And I've actually really been enjoying using my Bitdefender subscription. Tim van den Berg saying congrats to Jasper, by the way. I hope all is well with his newly expanded family. Yeah, I hope that he's already gotten his child running into walls, and hopefully he does come out with a full set of teeth eventually. And hopefully we will have another Springbok in the future, whether it's for the Springboks or the Springbok women. I reckon another sort of Visa wrecking ball would go a long way to furthering our cause in about 23 years' time. So hopefully we'll go the rugby route. Frank saying the spine of the team is very experienced besides Moni. Yeah, I think that for me is quite clever. Lekanya Ahmed outside centre, your defensive general, lots of experience. Valilu at fullback, lots of experience. Kubus Reinach at 9, lots of experience. Dwayne Vermeulen at 8, lots of experience. Marvin Ori at 5 is very experienced, and then a front row which are very experienced. So your inexperienced test players are Marco van Staden, Jean Klein, Kubus Reinach, Man Liebach, Arendse, Moody. Estev's actually played quite a few games, to be fair. I think he's played 11 caps. One fewer than Marco van Staden, but has started a lot more and stuff like that. Van Staden's kind of been on the fringes in the last few years. So yeah, hopefully we've gotten that balance right, and I think we have actually. To be fair, I think that they have gotten it quite right. Ryan says Australia will beat South Africa and the mighty All Blacks will beat Argentina over in Argentina. Mark my words. Well, there we go, Ryan. Hopefully you'll see you on the watch along this weekend, so that we can either hopefully, in my case, celebrate the fact that you were wrong. But if you are right, then you can come back and did say that you told us so. Carlos saying 50-50 split for this game and next game regarding who will be World Cup starter. Very exciting time. Sean says Colby needs to replace France staying on the bomb squad. Well, you got starting ahead of Colby then. You're putting Kirkley ahead of Colby. Big shout. I'm going to close the poll. We've been talking about this team for the last 15 minutes and we've had 202 votes. 90% of people are happy with the team. So the 10% of you that aren't happy, let me know why you aren't happy. And put that in the comments and we can debate that. So yeah, let us know why you're not happy, and we can agree or disagree. But yeah, so that is the team. In terms of a couple of milestones and stuff, the Springboks have won all 7 test matches between the teams at Loftus. First one happening in 1963. The Springboks need 2 penalty goals to score 200 penalty goals against the Wallabies, and Dwayne Vermeulen will lead the Springboks for the 3rd time in Saturday's test. He led the team on 2 occasions in 2019 against Argentina and New Zealand, back when Siaklisi was also injured. Fun fact. Going through some of this over here. What else have we got to talk about? The players not going over Alton Yankees, Trevor Nikon and Hirsch Yankees. They're going to stay with the team and they're going to be our backup players for this weekend. Some other sort of stats is the total test caps for the Springboks starting lineup is 448, so it's not the most experienced team. 163 in the back line, 285 in the forwards. Ironically, of the 448, 83 of them coming from Willie Leroux, 65 of them coming from Dwayne Vermeulen, and both Bongi and Francois Herbert contributing 56 apiece. So you take out those guys and Peter Steph Toy, for example, and they're actually very few caps. The average captain player in the back line is 23, in the forwards 35, on the bench just 14. And ironically, of the average of 14 on the bench, Vincent Carter's got 41, Willem's got 27. Apart from that, Joe Stewart was playing just his 5th game. Thomas Toy playing his 16th game. Arke Stan playing his 24th. Ruiz is 4th. Faria is 6th. Grant Williams just his 2nd. So lots of different sort of levels of experience there. Kickoff is at 5 o'clock on Saturday, by the way, if you didn't know. And we'll be going live pretty early. We've got a lot of build-up packages scheduled, a lot of cool content that we're going to be doing throughout the week for you guys. We'll have the Springbok press conference up within the next hour, hopefully. We do have somebody over there. They are at the press conference to give me a couple of live updates whilst I chat some shit with you guys. And speaking of chatting, I want to talk about the Bok jersey. So let me go through a couple of comments and then we'll go to the Bok jersey, shall we? Gerard van Tonda saying Springbok duo Jean Klein and Marvin Orie made more tackles than any other second rows in the 2022-23 season. Well, there we go. Combining for almost 200 apiece. Also saying that Klein had made the most carries of any lock and had the 3rd best tackle success of any second row with 120 plus attempts. Well, that's why he's in the team, isn't he? So there we go. If you want to get excited about Jean Klein, that's why you should be excited about Jean Klein. Sia saying, I'm happy about the team, but I just hope we have enough players with the X factor to change the course of the game if things get difficult. I hope we have enough skillful players to spice up the attack. I think the one thing that we're not short of is skill set. Some worrying update from the press conference, by the way. It looks that the Oxen Chair could actually, first of all, not only be out for this weekend, but could be out, in fact, for a while, which would really throw up our World Cup plans. He's had such a good season. It was actually heartbreaking after he really had to come back. He was part of that Wales loss all those years ago. He really had to work hard to get himself back in the Bok mix. So if he is injured for a while, then that would be a huge blow. What do we think of this? What do we think of this? That's the next poll I want to run. Do you like the Springbok jersey? Yes or no? I've seen some interesting takes on it. I like it. I think that jersey is very nice. Can't afford it, but I think it's very nice. If I could afford it, I'd be buying one on Friday. But they're starting at 1,000 rand. I, for one, should not have 1,000 rand for a new Bok jersey, unfortunately. But I think it's a very nice jersey. I think, you know, they've obviously got this whole sort of ventilation. You know, those are what these dots over here are for. The dots on the chest there, in between the Nike sign. So looks wise, you know, maybe it does detract slightly, but I suppose it's a case of, you know, if it makes the jersey better for them, it makes the jersey better for them. I mean, I don't think the supporters jersey will have that. So that I don't think will be an issue. I like the collar. Quite cool to have all these sort of the mini South African flags in and amongst underneath the collar and underneath the shirt there. Like the sleeves. And personally, a lot of people are saying they don't like the MTN jersey. I think it works quite well. It's the same. It's the same color, you know, at least, and that's the big thing. So I mean, as long as for me they match the colors, I don't really mind it. I think that it could be a lot worse. I mean, we've had some absolute. I mean, I think back when that MTN was filled in, I think that for me was a lot worse. Obviously, as well during the World Cup, if this is going to be the kind of design we're going to see, there will be no MTN sign, and there will be no Springbok. That will be replaced by the Rugby World Cup logo, and that'll move to the side. I personally think we've had much worse sponsors where it hasn't looked as bad. I don't think his MTN logo is that bad at all. I thought the Absol one was quite nice. The Sassel was obviously the OG one back when I was growing up. But we've had some terrible sponsors and stuff like that back in the day where you know we've had different colors and stuff like that. So I don't think it's too bad. I mean, didn't we have? I mean, the Castle Lager was pretty cool. It was also sort of in yellow. As I said, for me, as long as the fact that they keep sort of matching the colors, I don't think it's dreadful. And at the end of the day, a big shout out to MTN who are giving the Springboks a lot of money to keep us going. So yeah, we can't ever complain about our sponsors because if it doesn't, if we don't have them, we don't have Springboks. But yeah, so Vic says the jersey looks amazing. I like the stripes; they remind me of Barcelona back in the day. Coming soon to a flea market near you. So, fun fact: did you guys all see the fake that was being tossed around? And the reason I mentioned it, I'm going to end the poll there because I want to see if it's just me. Where we at here? Okay, so this is the fake. I'm going to bring it onto the screen right now. These were the fakes being done. And ironically, this is a concept that I did for the box last year when when Nike was announced. Now, am I the only one? Somebody tagged me on Twitter. I can't remember who it was. So if you're in the comments, let me know. But tag me in Twitter to say looking pretty similar. So I think that basically my concept that I did on Twitter last year basically became the fake jersey. I mean, that's wild. I couldn't actually believe it. I couldn't believe it. I'm gonna look at the we're gonna look at the away jersey in a moment. I just had to have a laugh with this. Because somebody's taken my jersey and made it into a fake, and now it's not even the right jersey. So I think I should. I mean, if it wasn't so stupidly legal, I think we should be running after. I mean, I'm trying to see. They've even got the little lines I did over here. This really is the jersey. I actually didn't notice that until now. Yeah, the swines. They've literally just created my jersey. I think I should go and start getting some royalties. Let's put these in the comments. What do you reckon? Goodness me. Well, right, Mario Smith, that is phenomenal. Looks like I might have to get a Bok jersey. Well, Chiefers, massive thank you. I mean, Mario Smith has just sent a super chat, and that's basically going to pay for my Bok jersey on Friday. So, well, Marius, if you're still watching, that is first of all incredibly generous, and wow, thank you. Now, yeah, I'm buzzing. He's getting a Bok jersey on Friday. Come on, guys! I haven't had a new Bok jersey in years now. I didn't even get the British and Irish Lions one. Come on, there we go. Brand new on Saturday. Watchalong in the new jersey. I'm gonna have to go queue at a Nike store on Friday. Sorry, I've gotten a bit distracted, but that's a massively generous donation there, Marius. But thank you so much. I'm a little bit blown away actually. So yeah, thank you so much, Marius. And on Friday we'll hopefully see. Hopefully I'll be doing it in the jersey. That'll be cool, wouldn't it? Hopefully it's warm. But so thank you so much. Right, let's talking about the fake one. Thea says your concept and the fake look good though. I wouldn't mind wearing it even if it's fake. Away jersey is dope. Chesney say I wouldn't mind having the jersey though, but damn it's pricey. Rather go to Belleville. Yeah, I think I do need to go find a fake just for the shits and giggles for it because it is. I need to go find. If anybody knows where to get one, I'm gonna get one. I mean, I'm not supporting fakes here, but I just think it's so funny that they've taken my concept and created a fake jersey. But that's not what I'm going to be wearing on Saturday. I'll tell you exactly what I'm going to be wearing on Saturday. This thing. Oh, I'm excited. What do we think about this thing? That's the next thing. What do we think? I did a poll. Hey. Did I do a poll? Are you happy with the Springbok team? Did I do another poll? Yep. And everybody said yes. Do we like... This is the one that I'm very interested in. Do we like the away jersey? Yes or no? What do we think? What do we think of the jersey? interesting. It's interesting. I wasn't going to say anything. I wanted things to get going. But yes seems to be the leading voucher. What are we saying here? Richard was saying he doesn't like it. He said you should get a fake and ask the Springbok to sign it. At least our away jersey looks better than the All Blacks home jersey. Couple of people saying no for the away. Tian's saying bold tape maybe, but I kind of like it. I want to see it in person. I think it's one of those things where I think it's going to look a lot better in person than it is on the design on screen and stuff. A lot of people saying they like it. Tian says someone who had to live through the Camo Bulls jersey. Oh, that Camo Bulls jersey was ridiculous. It was absolutely ridiculous. I remember that. I mean, they had the pink jersey, which they said was for breast cancer. So, I mean, fair enough. And a lot of the women bought it, so it was quite cool. But it was fairly shocking. It was very bright. But that camo jersey was dreadful. I remember that. Sia says, I like the attitude it brings. We're not boring and dull. Dominic says, if it wasn't for the patterns, it would look like the Pumas are running out. Jan HB saying he doesn't like it. Looks too much like the Argentina jersey. Look, I don't think it's a bad thing necessarily because I've always liked the Argentina jersey. So, yeah, I quite like that. It is very Argentina-ish. The problem is you can't go green. You know, it has to be a different color. So, if you know, apart from just going plain white, if you're going to bespoke it in some way, I suppose you could go yellow. But, yeah, I don't think it would look great if it was yellow. Be interested almost, actually. If you almost got black, yeah, there's black, sort of that white and black red jersey. Not sense the jersey is lacquer, but the Springbok jersey not too sure. Yeah, I think that's a lot of people's sort of complaints with it, is that it's like, you know, it's not really sort of traditional. But I suppose I think it's one of those jerseys that could become a bit of a classic in the years to come. But I think, you know, we sometimes, and I always know that you've got to stick to your traditions, and that's why the home jersey is always going to be so traditionally green and gold. But with the away jersey, you know, maybe it is a jersey that we can experiment a bit with, and we won't always get it right. I think it's quite. I almost like it. That's the thing. I want to see it in person because I don't think I'll get it. I'm going to get the home jersey, and guess who is going to get the home jersey? But yeah, I think it's. I don't think it's too bad. I think it could look quite nice in person. We'll see what it looks like on the team as well. But Richard saying the Bulls team was shocking as well. I mean, yeah, well, look, to be fair, if you're playing in a camo jersey, are you really going to be playing your best rugby? Is that what? Is that going to bring out the best in you? You know what I'm saying? My answer is probably no. So yeah, we're gonna wrap it up, people. We have been live for over half an hour, so it has been a very fun chat. We will be live again tomorrow, by the way. We'll be breaking this down a little bit more. We've got a sort of a day to reflect. We will have the Springbok press conference, which I believe should be over by now. So we should have that up in the next hour. And Jacques Nienaber, Rassie Erasmus, and the buggers can explain exactly what the thinking was. In fact, Jacques Nienaber actually wasn't there. No, he was there. I'm looking at the team, yeah. So Jacques Nienaber, Rassie Erasmus, Marco van Staden, and Kirkley Orense. Those are the guys in the press conference. So that'll be up within the next hour. And then I will see you guys on tomorrow, Wednesday. We won't actually have the fan forum tomorrow night, in which case I'll be live for a new show on Thursday, which should be quite cool. First of all, another massive thank you to Mario Smith. I can't wait to get my jersey and I'll show you guys what it's going to look like this weekend. Hopefully pretty good. And I might be doing the Baby Box game tonight. I'm going to see if I can get myself available for it. So I might see you guys then. And then what else? Yeah, I think that's pretty much it, really. Oh, somebody's asking me my thoughts on the All Black jersey. If you want to go and check it out, I'm going to shamelessly cross-promote you. I did actually do a reaction video on my personal YouTube channel, where I called it one of the worst All Black jerseys of all time. So I'll put a link to the video. And if you do go to that channel, please do subscribe to it because you've got some very cool ideas for that, and it'll be cool to sort of share them with you guys. But apart from that, people, have a good week. I might see you later tonight for some Baby Block action. If not, I will see you tomorrow for either the Fan Forum or Rugby News Live. If not, I'll definitely see you on Thursday. And yeah, keep an eye out for all the press conferences. We'll have this press conference up today. We'll have tomorrow's one on Thursday, as well as one on Friday. We'll have all the Australia press conferences as well. Going to go ask Eddie Jones a few questions on Thursday morning, so maybe we'll put out a post and you guys can throw out some questions that we'd like to ask good old EJ on Thursday. And then obviously Friday is Buck Day, and yeah, we've got a lot of big stuff planned for the Watchalong. It's going to be a lot of fun. I think this week's Saturday's coverage is going to be coverage like you haven't seen it before. You're going to be sitting until like 2-3 in the morning just watching all the content we're going to be throwing at you. So really looking forward to that. People, keep well. Smash like on the video. Subscribe to the channel as well. The 68% of you that like the away jersey, go and get one and see what it looks like. I'm going to get my home jersey on Friday, and I will see you guys all hopefully before then. Hello everybody and welcome to Forever Rugby on Forever Sports. For today's guide on how to watch the Springboks take on the Wallabies this weekend. And a couple of different methods we're going to talk about today. Both are free to use if you are in Australia, for example. They are Stansport and 9 Now. If you're outside Australia, you'll still be able to watch with the use of a VPN. If you're in South Africa, SuperSport is the official broadcaster. If you're in New Zealand, it's Sky. Argentina, I think it's ESPN. And Sky across a lot of Europe as well. Now, before I show you exactly how to watch the two different methods to watch this game, please do smash a like on the video. Please do subscribe to the channel as well. Now, the first method I'm going to show you is watching it on a 9 Now, which is the Australia free-to-air broadcaster. They show all the Wallabies matches for free. Now, for this one, I'm going to show you how to use it with ExpressVPN. So first thing first, you're going to download ExpressVPN, link in the description. You're going to install it. You're going to open up ExpressVPN, as you can see there. Those three dots on the right there, that brings up a whole bunch of locations. You're going to click on Australia, and you're going to click on Connected. Now, because we have done that, I'm currently busy watching the Ashes, actually, on 9 Now, which is, as mentioned, a free-to-air broadcaster and is available to anyone in Australia. So this is what a VPN does. It makes it seem as if your device is located within Australia, and as a result, you can access all the sort of 9 Now things. If you try and access it without having this on, then it is not going to work. So it's just busy loading up here. As you can see, we're going around in circles a little bit as we sort of wait to load the screen. But there it is. That's the Ashes at the moment. So that is, I'm currently watching on 9 Now, which is the broadcast there. So it'll take a few minutes for the VPN to sort of kick in and stuff like that. But as you can see, it works. Now, the other method is to watch it on Stansport, which I find actually a little bit more reliable. Now, for this method, I'm going to show you how to use with Bitdefender. Now, Bitdefender are one of our channel partners. You can get world-leading cybersecurity as well as a very good VPN using Bitdefender. So that is what the Bitdefender looks like once you go installed. Once again, link in the description. You're going to turn on the VPN over there, As I said, same sort of thing. We're going to go and search your location, and we are currently connected there. And then we are going to go to Stan Sport, where you can get yourself a free trial. It is a 7-day free trial, so you can watch both this weekend's action as well as next weekend's action, both the Wallabies and the South Africa game, as well as next weekend you'll be able to watch the New Zealand versus South Africa game as well. And there we go. I'm busy watching Wimbledon using Bitdefender. I find this method actually a lot more reliable. All the links you need are in the description. Let me know if you have any questions. Apart from that, we'll see you this weekend for another cracking couple of days of rugby.
English question, please, and then in the last couple of minutes we'll go to Afrikaans. And then just for a even split, because we've got quite a lot of media here today, just raise your hand when you want to ask a question, and then we'll get you. So, by the way.
Jacques, maybe start us off with the way you guys, your thought process in splitting the squad, and why certain guys are here and why certain guys are not busy.
We decided to split the squad because we just, out of experience, know that it's probably impossible. Not impossible, but very difficult if you go and play a test match in New Zealand and you play a test match in South Africa on the Saturday. You have to fly out on the Sunday evening, and you only get there on. If my memory serves me correct, we haven't been there since 2019, but you'll only get there like 12 o'clock on Tuesday, late Tuesday. So you only have one training session, So we decided to do that to give us the best opportunity to do well in both test matches. Obviously, the team that we selected for this one, we believe is good enough to compete with Australia, and then have a couple of guys there that probably will physically get over the jet lag once we get there on a Monday, and so they're ready to go from Monday for the test match against New Zealand. We actually probably feel that that's showing respect both sides. That's why we kept them till as late as possible, so we can give the team that's going to play against Australia the best opposition and preparation time available, and then the other guys are fresh when they get there.
And just a word about John Klein, making his debut.
Yeah, yes, happy for him, obviously for him and his family. Myself and Rassie came a long way with John from Stormers days, and then at Munster. So, happy for him and wishing him all the best.
Maybe just say with two squads split, like you had the team announcement there, just Ox picked up her Indian spec in a training session, so a bit of that rounding, which we'll find out later this afternoon. So as we said last week, we were keeping some flights to Tuesday night and Wednesday night, depending on how already our team prepared for Australia. And obviously with him being there, Kitsy will stay behind until we got 100% clearance. And Ox is out with that back muscle, then Kitsy will move into the team.
Just on that, is it a bump or do you suspect something more serious?
I'm a bit worried about it, to be honest with you, but I mean, Ox is not a guy who stopped training. So he's a guy who normally bite the bullet and go through training. So I'm a bit worried about it, but let the medical team tell us to know seriously.
Jacques, with the 6-2 split, is that an indication of maybe the onslaught that you're expecting from Australia physically?
Yes, listen, I can't give a comment on Australia. I'm not sure what their team is even going to look like. So it's just what we feel, the guys that we keep here, especially if you think with the versatility we have in Damian Willems and with Grant Williams that can cover us on wing and 9, I think it gives us the best opportunity to go with the 6-2 split, and it's something that we've used in the past with success. Obviously, there is no perfect scenario, 5-3, 6-2. There's always a little bit of risk in both. But for us, we feel with the cover that we have on the bench in those two players gives us the luxury of going with the 6-2 split.
And then can I add to that, sorry man? Just the other thing that may be interesting for you guys, ladies, is that when we play World Cup, there's some 5-day turnarounds, there's longer turnarounds when we get to quarterfinals, if we get to quarterfinals. And the way we've structured these 2 weeks is obviously worth week training yesterday and today and not this afternoon and tomorrow. It's obviously a bit different than where we normally train Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday morning, and then Wednesday afternoon and Thursday off, and then Friday is a captain's practice. We also reject that a little bit just to see how it works when we get to those teams in the World Cup pools, and also then gave us the opportunity to get the New Zealand boys when they're there. Well, the bulk of them, as you would count, there wouldn't be a full squad on that side. So it's more them being first. Then we can focus on New Zealand from now on because they've only focused on Australia. And I think sometimes that can happen in this World Cup as well. So definitely eye on the Rugby Championships, but the 1 foot almost trying a few things with this historic squad.
Jacques, if I can ask you, if you look back at last year's test against the Wallabies, those 2 tests, which one did you learn more from?
Probably both. But the loss, probably embeds in your brain the longest. And yeah, probably I would say the loss, because we had to find some solutions into the going into the second test. Yeah, so the loss.
John, just follow up probably Rassie as well on the 6-2 split. When time is right for Pollard to return, Mark should probably be looking at Pollard getting into the number 12 jersey on a similar type of split, depending on the different games.
Well, they would. I think I know we've used Andre many times when he moved in a game 12, which worked really well. But it's far away from being ready now. We're talking end of rugby, definitely after Rugby Championships. You know what? Damien Willems is obviously somebody that can cover that 10, 12, 15 for you have to. And I think just to maybe say, it's never a disrespect or a fear of the opposition as forward back. It's sometimes just you want the best 23 players in the 23. Because if you can use all 23 of them, I think you've got a better chance. So you just always go the traditional route where you sometimes pick somebody in a certain position, but he might not be as good a rugby player as the other players. So we just try always to pick the best 23 players for that specific game with the opposition in mind. So we won't always go with a 6-2 split. We might not go next week, especially after the taxi and then flying over there and the load the guys going to take.
Rassie, Eddie Jones said that he would have loved you guys to pick your best team, which it won't be like that. Can you understand if the Australians will be disappointed or feel a bit disrespected that you haven't picked your best team this week?
No. Well, I can tell you we definitely don't disrespect them. That's why we're only letting the guys fly across tonight, and 1 or 2 might only fly across tomorrow because we want proper preparation. We've been preparing for 3 weeks for Australia. And I think it's more respect for the competition. It's not a lack of respect for Australia, it's respect for the competition. I mean, we would not really have a chance against New Zealand if we arrived there on Tuesday and had 1 training session after we play a quality side like Australia. So no, I'm pretty sure it will be a very competitive match on Saturday. I think Eddie will get that.
Australia are in the same boat. They've got to go back to Australia and play Argentina next week. Are you surprised they brought their best team over here?
No, I can't talk for them, but I do know they've got 2 home games in Australia where we don't. We fly to New Zealand and fly back here. They go home and stay home for 2 weeks, so it's a bit of a difference.
Jacques, second start hero for Wani. You guys looking forward to seeing how he does again, and just a word on pairing him up with Quibus there as the halfback pairing.
Yep. No, looking forward to give Mani a little bit of a go and start him again. Obviously, he was good last time out. And it will be interesting. I think that combination will be quite exciting between Mani and Quibus. Yeah.
And sorry, just one more on you've got Dwayne and Lucanio both starting. Must be tough to pick between them who's going to be captain. What sort of made you switch towards Dwayne rather than
I think in terms of captaincy, it's actually, I wouldn't say it's a tough decision. We know Sia is our captain, and we will have some interim captains leading up to the World Cup. And we are fortunate that we have a lot of good captains within the side. Dwayne is one who's captained the South Africa before. Even there's multiple. I mean, Fukatsi at his franchise level, there's multiple good leaders. Yeah, so I won't say it's a tough decision. We are happy with Dwayne and the leadership that he gives, and we know him, and he's a cool, calm head, lots of experience. So yeah, no, it's not a difficult decision for us, captaincy.
I was just going to say, what team do you think Australia will pick, or what do you see as their big threats? I know they won't name their team till Thursday, but what have you identified there?
Yeah, listen, I think if we go into, we think, I'll only speculate, but obviously they've got a quality squad here, and we expect a very good team, whoever they select, but we will just purely speculate in terms of who they will select. I don't know.
I think that's just to answer your previous question. That's why it's so difficult to prepare for Australia. It's Eddie with all the new coaching staff that he brought in. It's players that he hasn't worked with for a while. You know, we don't even know how long they've been in camp. You can't analyze the previous games that they played for Australia, and you can't go and look at how he coached at England because we've got different players. So we're actually respecting him. I mean, I think it's his 11th game, but his first start. I think it's Mani's first official start. So, and I think that's what we want to learn. And again, to get back to the respect side of things, if we see the players who are starting in this game making it against Australia, it gives us good answers what we can do in a World Cup against big teams.
Jacques, I know that it's out of your control because of COVID and a lot of things, but how weird is it that the Boks are only playing Australia at home for the first time since 2019?
Yeah, no, it is quite weird. I mean, we've been there for 2021 and 2022, so it's nice to have them here with us again. And likely going to New Zealand. You know, it's the first time that we will play in New Zealand since 2019. So it's weird that you have a whole stint as a head coach, and you're only going to play one test match in New Zealand. It doesn't normally happen like that. But yeah, like you rightly say, it's COVID, and just happy it's back to normal. It's nice to have Australia here. It's nice to play them here, and it's going to be awesome for us to play New Zealand again. There's always a lack of vibe.
And has the absence of Super Rugby, for again reasons that are beyond your guys' control, made preparing for these games slightly more different and difficult? Because watching guys in terms of analyzing them and actually playing against them week in, week out are two totally different things.
Yeah, I think obviously we keep a quite close eye on the Super Rugby, but I would say the difference is probably just the fact that in the URC sometimes the weather conditions is a little bit different. Especially if you go and play on a windy, wet day in Connacht. I mean, you can't play the same type of style that they play in Super Rugby. So I would probably say it's fair to say that Super Rugby is probably a little bit quicker sometimes or more regularly. But on the back end of that, you might have a nice dry day on a 4G pitch in the URC where the game is just as quick. So I think that's probably the difference, I would say, between the two competitions. But we're fortunate that we can play in the URC competition and also then compete internationally with the Southern Hemisphere. So you get a little bit of both.
Jock, what's the plan with Eben? Is he ready to play in New Zealand? How far is he with his recovery?
Medically,
Sorry, I spoke to the doctor this morning.
Yeah.
Eben and Sia is also going with from that side. Sia obviously not playing, but with the three management members going across as conditioning coach, physio, and manager, we can give a good treatment, one-on-one treatment with Sia, knowing when his target is, and obviously his captaincy whilst working with the guys on that side is really important. And Eben will definitely be in the mix for that game. We will be ready to play.
Just going back to Dwayne, there's been kind of speculation that in terms of the World Cup, he might be the sort of guy that you look on to come on in the final quarter and just bring a really sort of cool head. You mentioned his experience and all of that. Obviously, starting this weekend though, how much of that was because of your hand being forced a bit with the captaincy, or do you still see Dwayne as being, you know, he can fulfill other roles? He can start for you and play for an hour, or come on at the back end of the game?
No, definitely. I think for definitely both roles, and we will never. Yeah, like I mentioned, the captaincy is not a difficult thing for us. It's not a difficult decision. There's a lot of good leaders and a lot of guys that will do their country proud as a captain. So Dwayne definitely see him as fulfilling both, you know. But there is a Jasper who's playing well. So obviously it's probably going to go on performance in terms of who will probably start or not.
Maybe just the captain is chipping in all the time. But people might not agree with that. But we tend to feel somebody that's close to the referee. Sometimes better suited to be a captain because the referee is never standing in the back line. You know, there's a scrum being formed or line out being formed, and communication, which is one thing, and the respect to want to show the referees. And this year is something, as you all know, we try to rectify and get right. And the closer the captain is to the referee, would obviously be beneficial, not just to communicate, but also understand and listen and hear what he says, and the other way around. So. Loose forward and 9 is always in a nice position to be a captain.
Rusty, you've got a lot of history with Eddie going back to the World Cup final and prior to that. What was your reaction to his appointment? Were you surprised that he's coming at such short notice with Australia? And you know, he's done with England, turning things around quickly, and you've had experience with that too. Do you think it's possible so close to a World Cup to make big changes?
Yeah, definitely. Yes, I can tell you, he can definitely do it. And I said it last week because I think he works with Australians, and he doesn't have to get used to the way they think, the way they operate, what makes them tick, what gets them up, what makes them last longer in the game and be more physical, whatever the case may be, or more tactical or technical. And I think Eddie might have, in my opinion, missed that a little bit when he moved around between countries. He was with us in 2007, just before we went to the World Cup. Me and him swapped, and he went over with the team. I was about 2 or 3 days working with him. And then we've coached against him many a times, you know. I think Eddie has come from losing with the Queensland team, I think 100-something against the Bulls, but turned things around and won big titles and beat with Japan, the Springboks, you know. So he can turn things around, and especially with a country which is his country, you know. So I think he can definitely do it.
Marco, you're back in the Springbok mix after being out for a bit. Are you happy to be back? Looking forward to it. And how tough is it to sort of come in a World Cup year, and now you sort of got to fight with some very established guys for a spot on that flight to France?
Yeah, no, it was a bit time out, but yeah, I'm grateful for the opportunity and to get a chance to play again. Yeah, I think it's a healthy competition. I think everyone is pushing each other, and we have all good relationships, and I think it's to bring the best out of each of us. And I think that there's a bigger picture rather than individuals. So we're representing a country, and if we can bring the best out of each other to get the best guy on the field, I think that will be the goal.
Is it nice being alongside Dwayne and Peter Steff again? You've played with him before, and nice back three there to go into the last match with.
Yeah, no, it gives you confidence playing with Peter Steff and Dwayne. That has obviously a lot of experience, and me playing with Dwayne when he was at the Bulls. So yeah, that definitely helps. Yeah.
Marco, as an open side flanker, are Australia the toughest guys for you to play against? They always seem to put a lot of emphasis on a lot of effort. They go hard at the breakdown, and they've got some really good practitioners there.
Yeah, so they are obviously good poachers, and it's a focus point of them to put our breakdowns under pressure. So yeah, it is obviously a threat, but yeah, I think each team these days have good players that can poach on the ground. So I don't think you focus on it one game and don't focus on the next. I think it's, every team wants to slow that part down because you have over 100 breakdowns a game, and where you only have maybe 8 scrums and a few lineouts. So I think it's a big part of the game, and I think it became a big focus for all teams.
Marco, Loftus will be back on Saturday. A nice home game for you.
It's definitely home. And some of us haven't seen Loftus packed or played in front of a packed Loftus for a long time. Especially franchise level, it doesn't get as full as it can be. I think all of us, and me, Kurtley and Willie, being at home, it means a lot, and it's going to be very special.
Quickly, you've got quite a record. I think it's 7 tries and 6 tests. Looking to actually add one there to Loftus.
I must say I'm grateful for another opportunity, and I'm just looking forward to the game and contribute to the team, and looking forward to it.
And just playing at Loftus, starting a test there, what does that mean to you?
Yeah, like Marcus said, it's going to be special. Playing in front of the home crowd representing the country, it's going to be special.
Any further English questions? Then we can switch off the call. Okay.
Quickly, you're going into your second year of international rugby. Just tell us, what were the names that you learned from your first year at international level? It was obviously hugely successful for you personally.
I must say the first thing I've learned was the coach said if you make a mistake, forget about it and just focus on the next job. And that was one of the big things I've learned, being in the system.
Any vraag herhaal en Afrikaans span wat julle gekies het?
So can you just get the same question as English, please? Just on Ox.
On Ox, okay. Yeah, no, if Ox is a serious one, which I personally got a gut feeling it's a serious one because he's not the kind of guy that will normally not finish a training session. If he's out, I personally think it's a big loss. Ox has really come into his own the last year, I would say, and the way he's contributing, not just on the field and in scrums, it's in sessions and taking ownership of being a Springbok and understanding what we're trying to do and finding solutions and leading in a lot of the departments for us and really pushing guys like Kitsi really hard. There's other guys who can play both sides, Trevor, Thomas, Vincent can play both sides, but I think if we lose Ox, it will, for a long time, hopefully not a World Cup round, that will be really not nice, but yeah.
Teen Australië.
Guys, we've got one last request for an English.
Rassi, you spoke about it a couple of weeks ago, but Derek Howcott's now out of hospital. He seems to be over the worst. Having a test match in Pretoria now, does that add a little bit more to it, make it a little bit more special, to see that he's now over the worst and hopefully on his way back to the full recovery and the Boks playing here this weekend?
Yeah, I just saw one of our friends of Munster's passed away tragically, I think yesterday. When somebody's ill or somebody's lost someone, it's sad, or also want to say to everybody on the Munster side and on the Irish side, like just got this friend of ours that we worked with closely when we were at Munster for his family. I know his son is playing for Ireland in the U20s, and then also we're very happy that Dave is getting better. As I'm saying, saying I'm not on top of that. We don't know all the ins and outs, but his productivity is getting better, and we're playing with North. And he was the leader of Longshore, so hopefully we can do that for him as well.
Guys, you will wrap it up with Walter?
Russ, just on the trainees, I know you touched on it last week. It's surprised how things have seemed quickly changed, not only in senior rugby, but also now seeing junior rugby with the Northern Hemisphere teams showing.
Yeah, I think definitely France and Ireland is doing something fantastic right in the junior rugby. Italy also, Italy just lost to Georgia. So, yeah, I think the junior rugby is really, it's not an excuse. So everybody had it. I think what happened with COVID is a lot of continuity, getting your hands on youngsters, getting them into academies, getting them to under 17 camps, getting them to under 18 training weeks. I think there was always a time where we want to feel a little bit of a dip in that pipeline just because of that vacuum that was there. But then again, the other countries, I don't know if they were, well, Italy was a country went severely through COVID. I remember one of their players was actually an ambulance driver at one stage to help out there. So that can't be an excuse, but no, I think you're right. It's becoming so competitive and professional at all the tiers. But I think, luckily in a way for us, Georgia beat Italy, and I think we just have to beat Argentina to go through. But that will still be a really, really tough one.
It's surprising the pros and cons of the gap.
Yeah, that's what I mean. It's definitely Georgia is a grind, Italy is a grind. The Irish drew and they beat some of the best teams. And if you just look at the amount of players in Ireland, I mean, the country's got 4 million people. There's not a lot of professional rugby players there. So they're really doing things really well. And it's really competitive. You can't say who's going to win. Can't say who's going to win. Can't say who's going to win.
Hello and welcome to Forever Rugby on Forever Sports. For today's guide on how to watch the Springboks take on the Wallabies this weekend. And a couple of different methods we're going to talk about today. Both are free to use if you are in Australia, for example. They are Stan Sport and 9Now. If you're outside Australia, you'll still be able to watch with the use of a VPN. If you're in South Africa, SuperSport is the official broadcaster. If you're in New Zealand, it's Sky. Argentina, I think it's ESPN. And Sky across a lot of Europe as well. Now, before I show you exactly how to watch the two different methods to watch this game, please do smash a like on the video. Please do subscribe to the channel as well. Now, the first method I'm going to show you is watching it on a 9Now, which is the Australia free-to-air broadcaster. They show all the Wallabies matches for free. Now, for this one, I'm going to show you how to use it with ExpressVPN. So first, ExpressVPN, link in the description. You're going to install it. You're going to open up ExpressVPN, as you can see there. Those 3 dots on the right there, that brings up a whole bunch of locations. You're going to click on Australia, and you're going to click on Connected. Now, because we have done that, I'm currently busy watching the Ashes, actually, on 9Now, which is, as mentioned, a free-to-air broadcaster and is available to anyone in Australia. So this is what a VPN does. It makes it seem as if your device is located within Australia, and as a result, you can access all the sort of 9Now things. If you try and access it without having this on, then it is not going to work. So it's just busy loading up here. As you can see, we're going around in circles a little bit as we sort of wait to load the screen. But there it is. That's the Ashes at the moment. So that is, I'm currently watching it on 9Now, which is the broadcaster there. So for the VPN and stuff like that, but as you can see, it works. Now, the other method is to watch it on Stan Sport, which I find actually a little bit more reliable. Now, for this method, I'm going to show you how to use with Bitdefender. Now, Bitdefender are one of our channel partners. You can get world-leading cybersecurity, as well as a very good VPN using Bitdefender. So that is what the Bitdefender looks like once you go installed. Once again, link in the description. You're going to turn on the VPN over there. As I said, same sort of thing. We're going to go and search your location, and we are currently connected there. And then we are going to go to Stan Sport, where you can get yourself a free trial. It is a 7-day free trial, so you can watch both this weekend's action as well as next weekend's action, both the Wallabies and the South Africa game, as well as next weekend you'll be able to watch the New Zealand versus South Africa game as well. And there we go. I'm busy watching Wimbledon using Bitdefender. I find this method actually a lot more reliable. All the links you need are in the description. Let me know if you have any questions. Apart from that, we'll see you this weekend for another cracking couple of days of rugby.
Manny, congrats on your first international start. Do you, I think it's something similar to what I was trying to is, do you feel like you constantly improve yourself in this role, especially being a number 10? And how much more do you think that will, you have to do that now at the international level?
No, I mean, it's obviously for myself, it's a big opportunity for myself. Obviously, obviously my career, previous career, where I began in my career up to now where I am today. Obviously, it wasn't easy for me, but yeah, I'm just grateful for all that. All those tough times that I have to go through to come here in this position today. So yeah, I know it's a massive pressure on me on going into this game. But yeah, I'm just wanted to go out there this weekend, go for the team and with the team to get there today.
Yeah, and maybe I know that you played in and also like the United Rugby Championship and the Storm is last year. I'm actually for what's coming up now.
Yeah, obviously winning it was grabbing the team as well. I took personal confidence out of our last season into the season at the Storm. Yeah, obviously grateful again for chances I got here to play throughout the season, constantly going on each and every game that I play. Yeah, it really helped and prepare for this.
Yeah, you're Damien. It looks flawless on the field. How is it off the field?
Yeah, we're good mates off the field as well as well as on the field. Obviously, we played together since juniors. We played together, so we know each other quite well, and we love playing with each other. Yeah.
Moni, a bit of a full circle for you, having left the Bulls, going down to the Sharks, Stormers. The last couple of years, you've come to Loftus as the visiting team. How much are you looking forward to having that Loftus faithful back behind you now, but in the Rock shirt?
Yeah, it's special. Like you said, it all started for me, and obviously to get a chance to come back to Loftus to represent my country. It's a special feeling, and it's going to be nice to have the Loftus faithful also behind me, and also the whole of South Africa. So yeah, I'm just looking forward to it.
Moni, obviously as a guy who hasn't got naps, you're going to be a target, and Flav is always a target for the opposition teams anyway. How do you plan to handle that pressure that this weekend?
Yeah, like it's, obviously I know they're gonna come for me, but I think I'm just taking a lot of confidence out of the and like I said, for me the focus is just to go out there Saturday and just focusing on my role and what I have to do in order to drive the team around the park and put him in the right, the team in the right and in the best possible position to obviously to get the result at the end of the day.
Reece Hodge was talking yesterday about maybe trying a couple of 50-meter plus kicks at Loftus. What's your range? Do you feel you can do people from inside the half?
Yeah, I think obviously with the altitude, I think at sea level, I slotted one from the. I think I'd be maybe around 53, 54. I think in my range. Yeah. You will see Saturday.
Okay, and then we go to Afrikaans, yeah?
Mani, I know you still only what 25.
25
But
years.
obviously you've travelled a lot in terms of the teams, the franchises you play for in South Africa. Each time, obviously, when you move, it's because
Hello and welcome to Forever Rugby on Forever Sports. And some breaking news. Ox in Chair has been ruled out of the Rugby Championship. Absolutely heartbreaking for a proper player who has worked so hard to not only get himself back into the setup, but make himself a mainstay in that box side. He was absolutely brilliant for the box for the last few years and was, a nailed-down player to probably start at the World Cup later this year. And all of a sudden, his World Cup chances have kind of been thrown into doubt with this injury to his pectoral muscle, ruling him out of the Rugby Championship. And it has been an uncapped prop that has been added to the squad and will be actually flying over to New Zealand with the rest of the players this evening. So it's going to be an interesting sort of few weeks to see exactly what happens and what the diagnosis is going to be for Ox in Chair. Before we look at exactly what his injury is, who's been called up, what the situation, what the changes are to the starting lineup, please do smash a like on the video. Please do subscribe to the channel as well. Right, so yesterday we knew that we heard from Rassie Rasmus that Ox in Chair had picked up a bit of an injury and that he was going for scans yesterday. Now, it has been confirmed that injury is more serious than expected and he has been ruled out of action for several weeks, which takes him out of contention for the Rugby Championship. Now, in terms of a Rugby World Cup deadline, our first match for the Rugby World Cup is, I think, on Saturday the 5th of, Saturday the 9th of September, or I think it actually could be Sunday the 10th, against Scotland. So now we're looking at about just over 2 months until the Rugby World Cup starts. Our final preparation game, if memory serves me correctly, is, I think, on Friday the 18th of August. I think that's the one against the All Blacks. It could be slightly wrong on the dates there, but yeah, either way. So the last opportunity that we have before that sort of first game is about 2 weeks before the World Cup. And so if he's going to be included in the Rugby World Cup, he's going to need to be available by about mid-August so that he can play at least a game going into the World Cup. Otherwise it gets quite dicey. Now, the nice thing about Ox in Chair is he's played a hell of a lot of rugby in the last sort of 12 months, which has probably contributed towards the injury, but in many ways it's a good thing because, you think in terms of getting him back up to speed, he would pretty much be there already. He's not a player that's going to need a lot of game time to sort of get back into the swing of things because he has played so much rugby. But it's very, very worrying because, we always talk about our incredible depth at props. And ironically, where we had a massive shortfall of tight heads a few years ago, all of a sudden we're looking a little bit thin on loose heads. With 2 swing props, Trevor Nyakane, who has not played a lot of rugby recently, and Thomas Toy has played majority of rugby at tight head. So that is the situation with Ox in Chair. As a result, Steven Kitshoff has come into the matchday 23 for this weekend. He will start on Saturday. So he will start, and Thomas Toy will still be the bench option. And Kitshoff will then fly over the weekend for next weekend. Now, Steven Kitshoff, for me, probably plays this weekend, next weekend. After that, wrap him up in cotton wool. Don't play him again until at least maybe one more game before the World Cup. Because if we lose Steven Kitshoff, we've now suddenly lost both our loose heads. And that would be absolutely massive. Our scrum is such an important part of our game. If we were to lose both loose head, we're going to be in very big trouble. In terms of cover, former junior Springbok and currently Vodacom Bulls prop, Gerard Steenekamp, has been drafted into the squad. He had his first training with them on Wednesday morning, and he will travel to New Zealand on Wednesday night, and he will train with the players who've already departed on Tuesday. Now, that's quite an intelligent thing in terms of him going overseas because, chances are he probably won't play next weekend. I don't think it's the plan to play him next weekend, but at the end of the day, coming in on Wednesday, it means he would literally have today and Friday to get to grips with the Springbok structures. And I mean, that's just ludicrous, to try and have 2 training sessions and to try and get into a system which we know takes a while to get used to. So as a result, they've sort of said, no, we're going to play Stephen Kitshoff here, and we're going to send Gerard Steenekamp over to New Zealand, where you'll have the benefit of having 4 training sessions next weekend to kind of get to grips. If we need him to play, if he does play any minutes, I expect him to be against Argentina in that sort of final weekend. It's an interesting decision, though, to call up Gerard Steenekamp. He's 26 years old. He's not been involved before. We've had Instuku Kunu, who made his debut last year and was very much touted as a future, stalwart in the box squad. And I mean, he's so young when he got that call up. I think a lot of people are expecting a lot of big things from Instuku Kunu. So it's interesting that they've gone with Gerard Steenekamp over him. And again, the fact that he's not involved this weekend, it's not just a case of, well, he's based in Pretoria, he can, be at a training session today, he can be a training session on Friday, he can potentially play on Saturday. The fact he's going overseas tonight means that they could have called up Instuku Kunu, because they could have flown him up from Durban today, and he could have been ready to go, to New Zealand tonight. All these players have to have their passports up to date and ready to go and stuff like that. So, he would have been ready to do that. So it's an interesting decision. In terms of speaking on the injury, Jacques Nyamba says it's never ideal to lose a player to injury days before an important test match, but unfortunately it's part of the game. We are particularly sad for Ox because he's been working very hard in the last few months and making a great contribution on and off the field. We wish him a speedy recovery. Nyamba says, on the upside, we have players like Stephen and Trevor to fall back on. With both players having been with us in Pretoria for the last 3.5 weeks, it's an easy switch for the match. We have always emphasised the importance of being adaptable as a team, and that will be particularly important this season with the Castle Rugby Championship, World Cup warm games, and the Global Showpiece itself coming up. We are fortunate to have such depth at our disposal. We've been tracking about 50 and 60 players in the last few seasons with an eye on the World Cup, so we know what talent we have at our disposal. This is also to be a fantastic opportunity for Gerard to experience our systems and to be in the national setup. He's been impressive for the Bulls this season, and he's a former junior Springbok, so we're excited to see what he has to offer at training. Also, to me, quite interesting the fact that Trevor Nyakane is still not coming to the 23. You'd almost sort of thought, well, why not start Thomas Toy, bring Trevor off the bench, have Stephen Kitshoff available if you need to. But, given the fact that he's become such an important player, almost why risk him? So let me know if you think it's a bit of a risk playing Stephen Kitshoff this weekend, or what you think down in the comments below. Please do smash like on the video, subscribe to the channel as well. Thank you very much for watching. My name is Stephen. I'll chat to you soon.
It is test week. But okay, cool guys, just to explain some housekeeping. The Sunday papers are next door with Ricky. That stuff is embargoed for Sunday. And then how it's going to work here is Kanan, Marnie and John. Kanan and John offer exclusive use today, so you can use those today. Marnie's quotes exclusively tomorrow. So nothing of Marnie out today. Okay, cool guys. What we will do is just the usual. We are going to start off with English, and then for the last about 10-15 minutes, depending on how many questions there are, we'll go to Afrikaans. Okay, lekker. Okay, questions?
John, how does Saturday's debut compare to when you made your Irish debut, 2019, 4 years ago?
Yes. It'll always be different, it's your home country, I mean, obviously it was a great honour to play for Ireland as well, but I didn't grow up as a young boy watching, Paul O'Connell play rugby thinking, geez, I want to play in his jersey, I was watching Bakis Buerta run around smashing guys and thinking, one day, so it's very much a, you talk about childhood dreams coming true and that kind of stuff, and here I am, sitting here. I never thought I'd get the opportunity. Things change,
Sean, does the journey, I would suppose, make it worth the while waiting so long? The journey you had from here going over and then coming back, it's sort of a circle.
Yeah, it's a bit of it was a bit of a round trip. Rassie was the one who took me over in the first place to Munster. And 7 years later, Rassie gave me another phone call and here I am back again. So, no, look, listen, it was a massive journey, but it's, I don't regret any part of it. I've, built a family and a home, and got a good community out in Ireland. But you can't pass up an opportunity like this. It's a massive honour.
Sorry, maybe follow up on what they're asking. You say it's been almost like a way around.
Yeah.
You know what I mean, and coming back. I don't know if anyone has asked you this, but why come back? Maybe expand on that. You say your childhood dream was always, watching the Buckies and the likes. But why maybe expand on that? Why the comeback?
Jeez, why not? Why not the comeback? Do you know what I mean? Like, it's not every day you get this chance. There's a very small, select few group of men who've ever played for South Africa, and to be part of such an elite group of rugby players, to have peers, like the guy sitting next to me, world-class rugby players. I mean, we proved in 2019, proved the best team in the world, and hopefully we can replicate that again this year. And we can prove we are again. And I couldn't pass up the opportunity to be part of something that big. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah. Do you feel like then you have something to prove?
Not more than anyone else. I think when you get called up to the Springboks, there's an onus on you. There's a certain responsibility on you to do your country proud and to represent. And I think, especially in South Africa, more than most other countries, I think the Springboks give hope to a lot of people. And being part of that hope is it's an incredible honour, and it's a massive responsibility as well. You have to perform, because it's not just your hopes and dreams that are resting on Saturday's results. It's your country's.
John, were you aware of the rule changing, or was it something that Rassie informed you about when he phoned you? Yeah.
No, do you know what? I was aware of it. Things going.
Will probably be there as well, but Grant Williams has got hopefully a couple of tests to go and say, no, don't just assume that that's going to be your guy. I can be your guy as well. So there's so many things that we, there's so much information we can potentially get out of this weekend, which is what excites me so much. So I asked on the poll earlier, can the Springboks match the Australian pack? And the majority, 73%, have said yes. Not as big of a majority as we usually get in these polls. James saying that's a tough Australian team, experience, size, and technique. It is very much so. So the question is, will we get the result? Well, my official preview will be out today. We'll also have the official preview for New Zealand versus Argentina. Their team should be announced pretty shortly, actually, if they've not been announced already, and I might have missed in the last hour or two. So we'll have the official preview out for them. Yeah, I see All Blacks still have a name their side. We've also got the Eddie Jones press conference out. I really encourage you to go watch it. It was pretty cool. You can see me ask a couple of questions to James Slipper. But yeah, it sort of gives you a bit of an insight as to how they're approaching this weekend. Apart from that, Mike Liebach has got a press conference. We've got a press conference of Mike Liebach up talking about his trials and tribulations with regards to his journey to becoming a Springbok. So he talks about that quite a lot. Apart from that, we're gonna have a how to watch video for both games coming out the next day or two. Tomorrow we will also have some training footage out on Forever Rugby for both teams, which will be quite cool. The player profiles are out for South Africa. The Australian ones will be out later as well. Once again, that'll be on Forever Rugby, so go and check out the Forever Rugby channel. It'll be very cool to sort of see the size and just how big this Australian pack is. And then tomorrow we'll have both captains' press conferences, and then Saturday we'll be live. So if you are new to the channel, make sure you come and hang out with us on Saturday. It's Springbok time. It's time to get into the watch-alongs and to really enjoy and get stuck into some proper international rugby. But yeah, please do smash the like on the video. Please do subscribe to the channel as well. Thank you very much for watching. My name is Steven, and I'll chat to you guys all very soon. Hello everybody and welcome to Forever Rugby on Forever Sports. For today's guide on how to watch the Springboks take on the Wallabies this weekend. And a couple of different methods we're going to talk about today. Both are free to use if you are in Australia, for example. They are Stan Sport and 9 Now. If you're outside Australia, you'll still be able to watch with the use of a VPN. If you're in South Africa, SuperSport is the official broadcaster. If you're in New Zealand, it's Sky. Argentina, I think it's ESPN, and Sky across a lot of Europe as well. Now, before I show you exactly how to watch the two different methods to watch this game, please do smash a like on the video. Please do subscribe to the channel as well. Now, the first method I'm going to show you is watching it on a 9 Now, which is the Australia free-to-air broadcaster. They show all the Wallabies matches for free. Now, for this one, I'm going to show you how to use it with ExpressVPN. So first things first, you're going to download ExpressVPN, link in the description. You're going to install it. You're going to open up ExpressVPN, as you can see there. Those 3 dots on the right there, that brings up a whole bunch of locations. You're going to click on Australia, and you're going to click on Connected. Now, because we have done that, I'm currently busy watching the Ashes, actually, on 9 Now, which is, as mentioned, a free-to-air broadcaster and is available to anyone in Australia. So this is what a VPN does. It makes it seem as if your device is located within Australia, and as a result, you can access all the sort of 9 Now things. If you try and access it without having this on, then it is not going to work. So it's just busy loading up here. As you can see, we're going around in circles a little bit as we sort of wait to load the screen. But there it is. That's the Ashes at the moment. So that is, I'm currently watching on 9 Now, which is the broadcast there. So it'll take a few minutes for the VPN to sort of kick in and stuff like that. But as you can see, it works. Now, the other method is to watch it on Stan Sport, which I find actually a little bit more reliable. Now, for this method, I'm going to show you how to use with Bitdefender. Now, Bitdefender are one of our channel partners. You can get world-leading cybersecurity as well as a very good VPN using Bitdefender. So that is what the Bitdefender looks like once you go installed. Once again, link in the description. You're going to turn on the VPN over there. As I said, same sort of thing. We're going to go and search your location, and we are currently connected there. And then we are going to go to Stan Sport, where you can get yourself a free trial. It is a 7-day free trial, so you can watch both this weekend's action as well as next weekend's action, both the Wallabies and the South Africa game, as well as next weekend you'll be able to watch the New Zealand versus South Africa game as well. And there we go. I'm busy watching Wimbledon using Bitdefender. I find this method actually a lot more reliable. All the links you need are in the description. Let me know if you have any questions. Apart from that, we'll see you this weekend for another cracking couple of days of a rugger.
It's test week. It is test week. But okay, cool guys, just to explain some housekeeping. The Sunday papers are next door with Ricky. That stuff is embargoed for Sunday. And then how it's going to work here is Kanan, Marnie and John. Kanan and John are for exclusive use today, so you can use those today. Marnie's quotes exclusively tomorrow. So nothing of Marnie out today. Okay, cool guys. What we will do is just the usual. We are going to start off with English, and then for the last about 10-15 minutes, depending on how many questions there are, we'll go to Afrikaans. Okay, lekker. Okay, questions?
John, how does Saturday's debut compare to when you made your Irish debut, 2019, 4 years ago?
Yes. It'll always be different, it's your home country, I mean, obviously it was a great honour to play for Ireland as well, but I didn't grow up as a young boy watching, Paul O'Connell play rugby thinking, geez, I want to play in his jersey, I was watching Bakis Buerta run around smashing guys and thinking, one day, so it's very much a, you talk about childhood dreams coming true and that kind of stuff, and here I am sitting here. I never thought I'd get the opportunity. Things change,
Sean, does the journey, I would suppose, make it worth the while waiting so long? The journey you had from here going over and then coming back. It's sort of a circle.
Yeah, it's a bit of a round trip. Rassie was the one who took me over in the first place to Munster, and 7 years later, Rassie gave me another phone call and here I am back again. So no, look, listen, it was a massive journey, but it's I don't regret any part of it. I've built a family and a home, and got a good community out in Ireland. But you can't pass up an opportunity like this. it's a massive honour.
Sorry, maybe to follow up on what they're asking. You say it's been almost like a way around.
Yeah.
You know what I mean, and coming back. I don't know if anyone has asked you this, but why come back? Maybe expand on that. You say your childhood dream was always, watching the Buckies and the likes. But why maybe expand on that? Why the comeback?
Jeez, why not? Why not the comeback? Do you know what I mean? Like, it's not every day you get this chance. There's a very small, select few group of men who've ever played for South Africa, and to be part of such an elite group of rugby players, to have peers, like the guy sitting next to me, world-class rugby players. I mean, we proved in the World 2019, proved the best team in the world, and hopefully we can replicate that again this year. And we can prove we are again. And I couldn't pass up the opportunity to be part of something that big. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah. Do you feel that then you have something to prove?
Not more than anyone else. I think when you get called up to the Springboks, there's an onus on you. There's a certain responsibility on you to do your country proud and to represent. And I think, especially in South Africa, more than most other countries, I think the Springboks give hope to a lot of people. And being part of that hope is it's an incredible honour, and it's a massive responsibility as well. You have to perform, because it's not just your hopes and dreams that are resting on Saturday's results. It's your country's.
John, were you aware of the rule changing, or was it something that Rassie informed you about when you filmed your?
No, do you know what? I was aware of it, because a lot of people had said to me, a lot of my mates had said, "Listen, why don't you declare?" And my stance was always, I'm not gonna, throw my name into the hat. I was never gonna initiate it, because I felt like I'd made my choice. But yeah, look, I wasn't expecting a phone call from Rassie. I was as shocked as I'd say the rest of the world was when Rassie rang me. So I knew of the rule, but like I said, I was never planning on going and saying, "Listen, Rassie, pick me, bro." So I think just when I couldn't say no.
Kenny, just this year, how exciting is it for you, following, just how you personally see last year's international rugby? How exciting is the prospect of this year just really growing in your game and in stature within the box setup?
Yeah, I think for me, coming into this year, the camps and all the trainings we've had, I'm much more aligned than I was last year when I came into test weeks, and I've been to camps. I've learned the core and the values of the Springboks. So I think, and myself as well, grown as a player a lot in this year as well. So excited to get back out there and do the country proud and wear that jersey with honour.
The prospects of this weekend, it's band 3, the Bulls of the Bulls band 3. Just how exciting is that? Playing with Kirtley and then also in that band 3.
Yeah, no, it's very exciting. I've played with Kirtley a lot, so me and him know each other quite well. But now, and the new recruit at the Bulls, Philly, is there at the back of. So yeah, for him, for me as a youngster, to be able to have a guy like that, is vastly experienced, played all around the world, and has bundles of wisdom and knowledge to share with us. So being able to play with him this weekend, and not only this weekend, but going to the union and learning from you as much as I can.
Kanan, it was obviously quite a dreamy season, I always want to say. The previous one, a lot of things happened very quickly. And I don't think ever one could say that it looks like your form faltered and stuff, but just from a personal perspective, how important was it for you as a player to experience a bit of a tougher campaign with the Bulls? Was it just to sort of like bring a bit of balance and experience, you know, that sometimes there are some, you know, difficult times as a team, you know, that you have to work through? Do you think that will help you at international level as well?
Yeah, I think 100%. I mean, all these guys as well as they've gone through a lot of, you know, dips with their various teams or whatever, but I mean, and that just builds your character, you know, and that pulls the team together as well. I mean, going out at the Bulls now speaking, I mean, that only drives us for next season to do much better than what we did. And yeah, I mean, as a player, when we were, me and Kurtley were gone for 2 months, so trying to you know, help as much as we can and contribute positively to getting us out of that, you know, that form we had.
Jean, you've come into camp now, and there's a possibility on Saturday that you might be able to reunite with Archie's name at this time in a Bok jersey. How nice has it been having him around as someone you've played with a lot in the last couple of months to now, then having him around now in the Bok squad?
No, it's been incredible, eh? Yeah, me and Orgy have been fast friends since he arrived at Munster. So, I mean, I don't think there's someone who doesn't consider Orgy a mate. He's just one of the most likable guys in the world. So, no, it's been really good to have him here. Use him as a little bit of a crutch just to get me up to date with all the new systems and stuff. But no, it's been fantastic. And I mean, if things do work out that we can play together on Saturday in the green and gold, you know, all the better. It'll be fantastic. It'll be a great opportunity for us, and you know, a nice memory to create.
Jean, did the Stormers guys in the squad take it a bit hard on you when you stepped in the first time?
No, you know, you've got to let bygones be bygones. No, look, I think it's one of those things where I think once we step into the circle of the Springboks, you know, you sort of forget about all that other stuff, and it all just falls into the wayside, because we're all united here in, you know, one front, and we're all working towards this greater goal. So no, look, I mean, obviously there's a couple of mentions here and there, but you know, you can't let them forget it too quick. But no, look, next season's a new season, and hopefully we'll do it again to them.
John, what are your expectations coming into the group now, keeping in mind that there's a lot of great locks in this group? What are your expectations in the World Cup here?
I don't think I have any expectations. I'm just happy to be here. Like I said, it's not something that I've planned or I've had, you know, massive designs to accomplish over the last few years. So for me, I'm still probably in a little bit of a whirlwind position where I was never expecting to be here. So now that I'm here, I'm just so delighted to be here. I just want to contribute. I want to give as much as I can. And you know, if it happens that I end up in, you know, World Cup squad, fantastic. If not, still fantastic. If I was able to contribute to South Africa and to the Springboks, I'd still be happy with my choice.
John, the conversation with Rassie, what was it in terms of what need within the squad did he say your recruitment was addressing? And I guess the second part is, do you still remember the national anthem?
No, I don't think you can ever forget Nkosi Sikelele if you sung it every Monday of your life for 13 years in school. So no, I don't think I'll have forgotten that one. But Rassie just said, you know, want to bring another lock into the mix. He said I had a good season and he'd like to bring me in if I was interested. So I obviously said, yeah, look, I'd love to do it. So it's just the process of getting all the boxes ticked and jumping through all the hoops with IRFU and then with World Rugby. But yeah, look, the conversation was quite blunt in terms of, listen, we're looking for another lock, especially for this Rugby Championship block. And he offered me the opportunity and I couldn't say no.
Kenan, this time last year the opposition was probably googling you to have a look, you know, who you are. And obviously, you know, that ship has sailed. They now know quite a fair bit about you. have you got it in the back of your mind in terms of what you might need to do differently to obviously gain similar results? And the second question is, obviously this weekend you're going to play right wing, but obviously you've played fullback before. What are you in the squad as? A back three player or back three plus outside centre, even though obviously you haven't played for 13 at Buckland?
No, I think it's a new season, so I know they probably know a bit better now. But like I said, it's a new season, so they probably did an analysis, and you know what we're gonna bring, and we did the same. But yeah, like I said, it's a new season, so excited to get that started. But yeah, for me, I think now I'm just winger, wherever they need me, I'll slot in.
Hello and welcome to Forever Rugby on Forever Sports. For today's guide on how to watch the Springboks take on the Wallabies this weekend. And a couple of different methods we're going to talk about today. Both are free to use if you are in Australia, for example. They are Stan Sport and 9Now. If you're outside Australia, you'll still be able to watch with the use of a VPN. If you're in South Africa, SuperSport is the official broadcaster. If you're in New Zealand, it's Sky. Argentina, I think it's ESPN. And Sky across a lot of Europe as well. Now, before I show you exactly how to watch the two different methods to watch this game, please do smash a like on the video. Please do subscribe to the channel as well. Now, the first method I'm going to show you is watching it on a 9Now, which is the Australia free-to-air broadcaster. They show all the Wallabies matches for free. Now, for this one, I'm going to show you how to use it with ExpressVPN. So first things first, you're going to download ExpressVPN, link in the description. You're going to install it. You're going to open up ExpressVPN, as you can see there. Those three dots on the right there, that brings up a whole bunch of locations. You're going to click on Australia, and you're going to click on Connected. Now, because we have done that, I'm currently busy watching the Ashes, actually, on 9Now, which is, as mentioned, a free-to-air broadcaster and is available to anyone in Australia. So this is what a VPN does. It makes it seem as if your device is located within Australia, and as a result, you can access all the sort of 9Now things. If you try and access it without having this on, then it is not going to work. So it's just busy loading up here. As you can see, we're going around in circles a little bit as we sort of wait to load the screen. But there it is. That's the Ashes at the moment. So that is, I'm currently watching it on 9Now, which is the broadcast there. So it'll take a few minutes for the VPN to sort of kick in and stuff like that. But as you can see, it works. Now, the other method is to watch it on Stan Sport, which I find actually a little bit more reliable. Now, for this method, I'm going to show you how to use with Bitdefender. Now, Bitdefender are one of our channel partners. You can get world-leading cybersecurity as well as a very good VPN using Bitdefender. So that is what the Bitdefender looks like once you go installed. Once again, link in the description. You're going to turn on the VPN over there. As I said, same sort of thing. We're going to go and search your location, and we are currently connected there. And then we are going to go to Stan Sport, where you can get yourself a free trial. It is a 7-day free trial, so you can watch both this weekend's action as well as next weekend's action, both the Wallabies and the South Africa game, as well as next weekend you'll be able to watch the New Zealand versus South Africa game as well. And there we go. I'm busy watching Wimbledon using Bitdefender. I find this method actually a lot more reliable. All the links you need are in the description. Let me know if you have any questions. Apart from that, we'll see you this weekend for another cracking couple of days of a rugger. Right, and we are live. Hello, everybody. Welcome to Forever Rugby on Forever Sports, and the Rugby Fan Forum is back, and it's gonna get controversial in the next few weeks because it's Springbok season, it's international season, and this is the one where we really get to get stuck into a lot of interesting debates. We really get to enjoy a lot of a lot of different opinions, stuff like that. I'm very interested to see what the general feeling is about the Springbok team that has been announced. We usually do it on the Thursday, where we usually have the other teams to talk about. So unfortunately, being a Wednesday means we don't know what Argentina, Australia, New Zealand are going to look like this weekend. Although I must say that I haven't seen an Australian squad that's come to that we look this strong in a while. So I think it's quite an exciting time. And I'm joined today by Cal in the middle there, and Reza, who's in the dark and will hopefully be lit up a little bit. At the moment, he's looking a little bit grey. And that's
Yeah,
not
my
just
bad.
because he's turning 30 tomorrow either.
That's slightly unnecessary, but yeah.
Hey,
I'll,
we've got to throw it in there. We can get some happy birthday reasons. So if you're watching in the comments, feel free to drop a happy birthday, commiserations, whatever you do. It is the big 3-0 for Reza. If you're a rugby player, people would officially be starting to retire you on Twitter, eh?
oh yeah, no, absolutely. Look,
That's me.
to be fair,
That's me next year. So
yeah,
fuck.
yeah, I retired myself about 7 years ago, so you know,
Fair enough.
probably for the best.
It is always wild though that as soon as like a player turns 30, like if you were announced a new signing, everybody would be sitting there saying, "Oh, he's occupying a contract that could have been given to a young player. You know, we can't just keep bringing these old players." Meanwhile, I mean, like Graham Vermeulen's like going to be 37 on Saturday, captaining the Box. But
Yeah, I mean, look, if you want to replace you with someone younger, we'll have to talk about that. But I think for now, I still hold up on camera, okay?
no, well, see, at the end of the day, you know, it becomes like a wage thing. You know, when people get to their 30s, they start looking for their retirement packages. You know, we've got to go try and find some young 19-year-old who you know who's on low wages. You know,
Kenan Moody.
yeah, we probably can't afford his wages though. We have to take the Lion strategy. Either we have to find some 19-year-old nobody, or else we have to find someone who is like close on 40 and literally looking for like any last cent to go into the savings.
Oh yeah, no, just sell me onto the Bulls; they'll take me.
There we go. There we go.
Steve,
yeah,
I'm sure you could convince Andy Good to come out of retirement.
Wow, jeez. Yeah. I'm sure Andy Good wants to come out of retirement. I'm not sure he's physically able to, though. It's two different
He
things.
wasn't physically able to before he retired.
listen. Be respectful. The man's only 43. We can get him back and going.
Yes, wow.
Got another 10 years in him.
Yeah, to be fair, and also I'm glad you mentioned the Bulls. I actually want to chat a bit about them and the fact that if we're being brutally honest, their recruitment this window is wild, and I'm actually very upset about it because they are recruiting lots of players in all the positions where I'm going, that solves a problem for them. That solves another problem for them. So we'll have to start talking about the Bulls a little bit. But for everybody that is watching, put your comments in the chat. The big question that we were asking is, have we named a strong enough side to beat Australia? Is it a B team? Some people saying it's a B team. Well, some Australian journalists were basically trying to sort of imply that it's a bit of a B team. Rusty Russ was taking quite the opposite approach and saying, in fact, the split squad approach actually shows how much they respect Australia and they want to be competitive in both the Australian game and the All Blacks game. And with all the travel arrangement, this is the best way to do it. So, Reza, I'll go to you first for the experienced opinion. Is it the B team, and more importantly though, what did you think of the side, and is the side strong enough to beat Eddie Jones's Australia?
Again, so as you know, at the time of recording this, we don't actually know what squad Eddie is going with on Saturday. So for me, that is a big one. And so part two of your question, I can't actually answer. I think that's a fair assessment. To say that they would beat Australia, no matter what squad they put out, I think is a bit harsh, and I'm definitely not willing to make that call at the moment. I think if Australia puts out their strongest side, I do think that they go into this match as favourites, and I've got no qualms saying that. But at the end of the day, this is Test rugby, and these are players who have been selected going into a World Cup year that should be getting the job done. And so, with that in mind, as I look at this team, none of these names really surprise me. I think we're just so used to having such a consistent side for the last couple of years. And there is a bit of the shock factor that it's been done, in my opinion, a little late in a World Cup year, that we're starting to experiment a little bit. That everyone's going, oh, this is a B team. I don't think it's a B team. I think it is an inexperienced team. And for that reason, I don't think it's disrespectful. I don't think it's as the media is trying to make it out to be. The media have to talk about something. I mean, it's the start of Rugby Championship. It's a World Cup year. They're going to make it a bigger deal than it is. But yeah, it's definitely not the strongest side we have, but it's also exactly what we should be doing. We need to experiment a little bit. We need a little bit of difference here and there. And I don't know, maybe Australia just feel disrespected. That's completely their opinion. I don't think it is. I think we could have thrown in some really Hail Mary names if we were really going down that route.
Yeah, look, I mean, I'm planning on asking Eddie that very question, you know, because it was an Australian journalist which sort of suggested that maybe they are not showing Australia the respect or whatever. I'm pretty sure when I do ask Eddie Jones tomorrow morning whether that's what they think, I'm pretty sure the answer will be, not at all. Because at the end of the day, whilst it might not be the strongest side, any side that has PSF Toy, former player, World Rugby Player of the Year, Dwayne Vermeulen, man of the match in the World Cup final. Lekanya was in line to be one of the nominations for World Player of the Year last year at 13. Now we've got Steven Kitsop in that front row with Bongi Benami and France Maherba, so it's probably our strongest front row. And like the likes of Billy LaRue, they're still world-class players in that side. It's just not the usual suspects. Carl, what was sort of your initial reaction to the squad?
I mean, despite not being, as you say, your first strength side, my initial reaction was thank fuck England's not playing them, because we'd still fucking lose. It's weird. Like I think it's as you say, it's probably a bit late to be testing something so new. I think it's they have to give Mani Libbok a go. Like they've played themselves into a position where they don't have a choice. And so now it's literally, but I think it's actually going to be a shitload of pressure on him, because if he doesn't shine, they're going to be like, okay, fuck, we have to go back to normal. And that might put a lot of pressure on South Africa, because Willemse's probably not an out and out 10. I love him at 15, but
12.
Or 12. But
let him cook.
Esterhuizen being there. I like Esterhuizen being at 12. Another reason why I'm glad England's not playing them, because I'll just be like, oh fuck, we don't have any good 12s. Well, we have one, but we consistently play him at 13 for some reason.
You gotta make way for Faz. Faz just, to be fair, that whole England thing, I don't know what they're gonna do with England, but that's a whole different story. But I get your point.
It's literally a campaign built on hope. That's all we fucking
just
have.
vibes. That's
all we have. No, I look, I'm glad to see Reinach starting, because I mean that's been a long time coming. I think.
Yeah.
You officially have literally the two fastest scrum halves in the fucking world.
Yeah.
So
no, it's mental.
just at worst comes to worst, chuck them on the wing, and you'll score a bunch of tries anyway.
Yeah, that point today, somebody else said, saying that there are teams out there that wish their wings were as fast as the two scrum halves this weekend, and it is very true, because they are frighteningly quick. And Grant Williams always plays himself down, saying no. Kirkley, Kurbis, and Mapimpi are the fastest ones in the squad, and everybody else is like no. Like apparently in training, Grant is just untouchable.
Well, did you see that there was an article that came out a couple of days ago, and it was who's the fastest Springbok, and everyone from all the training and everything, everyone was saying that it was Spu Nkosi.
Yeah, apparently at top speed when he got going, he was superly fast.
Sure. That is surprising, but
he was I think like 0.12 behind ahead of what's his name, Colby.
There we go.
Wow.
There we go.
Yeah, very surprising that.
Look, if there's one thing that the Boks had this weekend is a lot of pace in most places. So it's going to be interesting. But let's talk a little bit about Mani Libbok. And I think that it's an interesting, because at the end of the day, he is the beneficiary of the Alton Yankee situation. This Bok management team do not move away from a norm. They do not change the plan. They had to change the plan because of the situation. I think if we're being brutally honest, that Alton Yankee's not done what he done. I think Libbok might have maybe gotten a one appearance at that Autumn Nations last year. And I don't think that he would have been starting this weekend. I think that Alton Yankees was very much a second choice, and they would have gone said, cool, straight back to him, if not Damien, and I don't think they would have changed it a year out. So it's amazing how something like that can happen, and all of a sudden you've got Mani Libbok, which some people are saying, well, he has to start, which he's not going to when it comes to when Pollard's back, and nor should he. Well, you can debate whether he should or should not. What I will say is that I've been quite critical of Pollard in the past, but the season as England is finally looking like the Andre Pollard that we all know can picture up. And at the end of the day, Test rugby is, suits a really solid flower half, especially with the Boks, the way the Boks play. He is the best solution. But Libbok on Saturday, Reese, what can we look forward to, and how much do you think he'll be restricted by the game plan? The Boks always say that they like players to express themselves, but we all know that it has to be within the overall game plan. How much license do you think he has to do what he wants to do?
I'm not actually more worried about Mani himself as a player, and I think everyone's still got perhaps the URC final in their minds, and I think that's a completely unfair.
Especially when you won it a year ago. Like, everybody seems to have forgotten that part.
Yeah, it's a completely unfair narrative, and he was up there with player of the tournament and all those kind of things, and he is absolute class. Let's be very clear about this. And for me, he is very, very much deserving of his second string spot behind Pollard. What I am concerned about is not that whether he has license or flair or whatever the case is. I think that he is capable of adapting his game. He will fit into the structures perfectly. I think the real issue comes in is that this combination for this particular game is a bit strange. And I don't know how fast he's going to be able to adapt to this. I see this, this Reinach-Liebach partnership must be new. I cannot remember a time where they've come together. The same thing goes for the Esterhuizen-Liebach partnership. And, those are things that it's quite hard. I mean, to be honest, to walk into that and have new players on either side of you, is not an easy thing to do.
I think he might have played a game or two with Esterhuizen at the Sharks. They would have been there at the same time. But it's an interesting idea. I actually didn't even register that part.
This is quite a while ago.
Oh yeah.
When they had, and even then, when he was at the Sharks, he wasn't first string either. At that point. So I really do. I look at these combinations and I go, that's really where the problem is there. And I think that if it is a poor performance, some real analysis needs to go into, or maybe we need to kind of a bit of a break in terms of fitting into a system where the other guys are a bit new to him. Having said that, I really do think that Reinach's very experienced. He'll make any fly off in the world feel comfortable around him. And Andre Esterhuizen has been fantastic for the last couple of years.
The agent of chaos.
He is biting at the bits to get at these guys, and I think that as long as they put him onto the ball, or actually really all Monty needs to do is make sure he feeds it to Esterhuizen and make sure he does exactly what he does best, and that is crash ball, and allow them to get sucked in, and then he can he can use his own flair later on when they're too busy looking at Esterhuizen thinking that he's going to bite their heads off every time he gets the ball.
Yeah, I think having 110 kg inside center next to you is always going to calm your nerves a bit. Especially two things. Obviously, they're going to target him, so whenever he gets the ball, that there's going to be plenty of players who are going to be running in that channel at him, both when he's getting the ball and when he doesn't have the ball. So the nice thing is he does have a decent, if an emergency break glass, just hand the ball to your auxiliary flag next to you, who will flatten a few people. I think what's also quite nice about Esterhuizen is he's developed a very kicking game as well. So we know that we generally will kick off 9 most of the time. So I think that takes a certain amount of pressure away from Liebach. I don't think you'll have to take too much responsibility with regards to tactical kicking. But Reinach will take a lot of responsibility, and he can, if he needs to, go to Esterhuizen outside of him, who just have a big boot. We speak about combinations, and I think for me, I'd like to almost sort of look at almost all the individual combinations. But before we go to the forwards, Esterhuizen and the Kanya, we saw this combination, Carl, for the Sharks, and this will bring you in, ripping it up. A couple of years ago, before COVID and stuff, all sort of brought that season to a close. I think a lot of people were quite surprised that the Kanya was playing this weekend and not JC Creel, and that the Kanya hadn't gone over to New Zealand with the first stringers. But I suppose, 2 Bulls players on the wings, for example, 2 former centers, there are certain combinations that are new, but fairly tried and tested in the midfield. And do you think those two will complement each other quite nicely?
I think they can. Obviously, they've had a fair amount of time playing together. They know each other fairly well because of that. I would suspect that Lukhanyo Am actually went to this match because he's also an option as a captain. And if Milan gets injured, I reckon he'd probably be the second choice captain. But I think Am's been really strange. Like he's always class for the box, yet he's been decisively average for the Sharks this year. but then again, that's just because the Sharks are absolutely shit. And he I don't know, like his form always reminds me of JP Peterson, because JP Peterson was the laziest arsehole I've ever seen playing for the Sharks, but goddamn did he play rugby for the fucking Springboks.
Poor JP, just catching strays.
Hey, JP seemed like, whoa, what did I do? I'm retired.
And to be fair, I love JP Peterson, but God, I've never seen a player run less on the wing
To
than
be
for the
fair,
Sharks.
his legs were so long that, you know, his one stride was everyone's three.
Look, I like it, and obviously, you know, he played for the Sharks. They both have or do, and I was pissed off when we let him go because he was suddenly playing really well, and it was just like, well, I'm off. You know, I'm like, oh, fuck, great, thanks.
Yeah.
Yeah. It'll be interesting. I don't know. Obviously, wait for the other squad to come out, but there's a shitload going on in that back line. Like, as you say, you know, Esterhuizen just run over the top of literally anything that moves, and Adam will either kick it around you or he'll put someone else into space out of the back. So there's a shitload of flair in this Bok team, which is uncharacteristic. And I'm hoping that it's weird. Like, once I actually feel like I'm supporting the Springboks. Like, I've always had a bit of a.
Well, you want to win World Cups, you know where we are, eh?
Just because I lived in South Africa for so long and supported England throughout that time, just trust me, life was pretty shit.
Yeah,
considering we went through fly halves like Shane Garrity.
Tough times.
Sometimes the last thing.
So, but like, for once, I actually feel like I'm actually, obviously I still support England, but I actually feel like supporting South Africa as well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Get that. Just to go on your point there, I mean, that combination you were talking about, I don't think there's really much to worry about there. I mean, Andre Esterhuizen and Dialendi are not too far apart stylistically, and I think, you know, the play you want to feel most comfortable there is and I think since he's got someone on the inside of him who's pretty much doing the same thing, I think he'll flourish.
I wouldn't say that South Africa would do very well with Esterhuizen and Creel partnership. I think it's that lacks total Creel.
I'm about Creel, but
I just don't he wouldn't make sense in that part.
I mean, that makes sense.
I think we would say they're both really good.
They wouldn't be done.
True.
And speaking things and how to bring this into it. There has been a lot of pimpy slander and stuff. People talking about, you know, so we've a problem, you know, finish things and that, which is a big show that Pimpy started as I don't think he's a couple of years. He still does things well, but is who option he had will be banging to starter. It was an injury last year. I went, he's in, so you know, I cap him squad. I don't think he become a stay, and all of a sudden he started again in the squad. We're sitting with. I mean, obviously take things quickly or whatever. I don't think, but you think that Kurt is really pushing for us in to have a World Cup with played of. Or is the Pimpy slander unjustified?
Wow. I assume you're directing this at me first. Well, so if you're asking the question, if a World Cup final were to happen tomorrow, who would start? You know, Kurtley or Mapimpi? I would go Mapimpi at this point in time. I think that there's going to be a lot of change in this, as Kurtley's going to be that guy who's going to start or be heavily involved in the easier games, and Mapimpi will be saved for the harder ones. But I think that a lot rides on how he performs, Kurtley, in those earlier games. And I really do think that they won't really know up until final time, should they get there, who is actually going to be the starting guy. And I think it's going to be quite a form call. I really don't think that Mapimpi has cemented his spot. And don't get me wrong, I don't buy into the slander, and I don't think that he's done anything wrong. It's just that Kurtley has just been that good, that unfortunately can't be ignored, you know. And just because you're operating at 75-80% all the time and someone comes along and is operating at 90%, obviously there's going to be questions asked. But yeah, to say that Mapimpi has lost his spot is yeah, it's just unreasonable.
Carl, you agree with that?
Yeah, I think also like I would certainly base that on who I'm playing against. Obviously, easier, harder game. I'd take it more on what that opposition's game style is. Like if they're a very strong attacking side, Mapimpi's defense is quite good, and he's a bit. I mean, let's be honest, he's not exactly big.
He's
but
bigger.
He's bigger.
Yeah. Look, listen. What I will say is, having spent a lot of time in the squad, there are certain players that you walk past and you go, "Yep, that oak is very scary. Yep, I was not picking a fight with oak." And there's certain people where you're like, "That oak is small." Like not for rugby, he's just small. And Kirtley walks around and you sit there going, "He's small," and he does a great job with the size. I mean, it doesn't impact him, but he is small.
And like there, so many world-class players have shown that doesn't mean anything really, and it's strange. Like, but I also think if when Colby comes back in, then how do you structure it? Because if you don't play him at fullback, which chances are, like against a team like England, you wouldn't, because Stewart is about 3 times his height. But then you have Arnser and Colby on the wings, literally the smallest wings in existence, but they will dance the fuck around you. So it's very strange. It's a tough one.
Yeah,
I don't think that they would start together. I think it would have to be one and Mapimpi.
Yeah, it'll be interesting. I think they might have started together last year against France, if I'm not mistaken. But because they did start together once. But it is an interesting sort of dynamic. And it's, the fullback debate. I mean, everybody keeps talking about Ches and Colby at fullback. I don't think Colby's an option at fullback, to be perfectly honest. For as long as Damien Willemse and Billy Leroux are fit, I think that's your fullback 1 and 2. I don't think we'll move away from that. Yes, Colby's got a lot of it. We all know how devastating he can be on the counter-attack at fullback. But we want a ball-playing fullback. We want someone who can link up with the backline stuff. And whilst Colby's played at 10, he can do that role to a certain degree. Not at the same level that Damien Willemse and Billy Leroux does. And let's be honest, Billy Leroux to this day still is incredibly important to the box. As much as everybody dislikes him and everybody sits there saying how he's still playing Billy, the box are better when he plays. That's just a fact, unfortunately, but that's just the reality. So I think the whole wing dynamic is going to be very interesting. I want to move to the pack. It's a very strange pack because it's a very good front row, especially, I mean, it was already a good front row with Ox and Chair. But now Stephen Kitzel coming in on the back of one of the best seasons I've seen him play in a long time. Then a new block combination. Jean Klein getting a start next to Marvin Ory. Mark of the start and PSF Toy, Dwayne Vermeulen. Some people are worried about the pace or the lack thereof in that loose chair. That they're not the most mobile forwards. It's interesting how a lot of people are saying, there's with no Khaleesi or no Kwagga Smith and no Dion Fourie, it's quite a slow loose trio. And yet 2 years ago nobody wanted Kwagga Smith around because he was too small. So interesting how that all changes. But Riza, talk me through the pack. What are we thinking in terms of the time makeup of it?
So I've got concerns in one particular area, so I'm going to fly through this relatively quickly. But our type 3, I've got no issues with at all. I think that's tried, tested, and any combination at this point is pretty solid. I don't think anybody's really raised too many questions around that area in terms of selection. It is a pity about Ox. I'm sure we'll get out to that in a second about his, World Cup aspirations now following this injury and just how serious it might be. Bongi, of course, still in there and deservedly so. Francois Herber, fine. So interestingly, Jean Klein and Marvin Ory. On top of the fact that Marvin Ory has never been a fan favorite. To be very perfectly honest, everyone rates him as the sturdy, the solid, the non-exceptional. And John Klein, this is an interesting one. It's fascinating. It's nice to see that the box are able to adapt and select someone from outside and perhaps put a bit of pride away in selecting him. But I do stress a little bit about what Australia comes out with for this particular game. Obviously, Will Skelton will likely be one of the other ones. And there was, sorry, I forget his name now. The other starting lock is also an absolute unit.
Richie Arnold.
Richie Arnold.
Yeah.
Richie Arnold. And I saw some media clips as well about that to say that, well, I think they were asked the question, are you going to be intimidated?
Yeah, they asked Marvin.
Yeah, they asked Marvin about it. And I'm sure that Marvin will be revving to go to prove them wrong. But it is a valid concern. They are absolutely frightening human beings to go up against. Marvin is not known, and neither is Jean, to be honest, for their line-out steals. So I'm excited to see what happens in those line-out situations. Of course, we've got Peter Steff, we've got Dwayne going up as well. But that's where my concern lies for this weekend. Marco van Staden, yeah, I'm not really too sold on him. I think that, again, a strong, sturdy player, perhaps need a couple of those in your team. I would have preferred to see like a Quacker there or something, but it is what it is, and he's there now. I'm sure he'll do a solid job. But again, I don't expect him to be exceptional. He's never with a player that at the end of the game you go, wow, he's in consideration for man of the match, in my opinion. Peter Steff du Toit, Dwayne Vermeulen, they speak for themselves. There's really not much more to say about them. They will have a huge part on top of their normal gameplay. They will have a huge part to play in terms of leadership. And so, yeah, the two of them. Steven Kitsoff obviously comes in, but I guess that originally he wasn't supposed to be in. So I guess it was supposed to be Peter Steff, Dwayne, and Lucanio, who were really supposed to be taking the lead here. And Villy, obviously, as the experienced Nat in the background, as he always is.
Yeah, no, it's. I think most of the you spot on. Look, I think Marvin Ori, I think our lineups will be very solid, and I think we'll almost guarantee our ball with him because I think he does pull a line out incredibly well. And I think what's quite important is I'll be surprised in many ways. People talking about the fact that we're gonna have a Jean Claude Arceus name and combination later in the match with Joseph Dweba coming off the bench. I don't think that they'll sub Marvin Ori. I think he'll go the distance because I think that they'll want Marvin calling in the lineouts with Joseph Dweba. Two players, a player who has struggled with lineouts to be able to have the lineouts, with the person he plays with every single week, and their lineouts to get a lot better. So it'll be interesting to see if Arceus Neyman does place Marvin, or if he does go does replace Sean Clay, for example.
Don't you think that might also be situational? Considering if we get to that point in the game and it looks like we're dominating and/or getting thumped, that they may just say, well, we know what Marvin and we know what we ever do together.
Yeah.
Let's try something a little different.
Well, I think the biggest thing is for me, and again, the whole thing, and Carl will bring it to that whole win the game and what can we learn? We know what Marvin Ori is. We know it. And he's not a fan favorite. I think you're quite right in saying that. I used to get very frustrated with him at Lions because, we watched this saying he's a player there, but his discipline was really poor and he used to do a couple of silly things. I think his discipline's improved a lot with the Stormers. I don't think he's ever going to break the door down. He's not an Eben Edsmith. He's not an Arceus Neyman, but he's a proper, solid, hard-working lock. So you know exactly what you're going to get from him every single match. He'll very rarely let you down. He just might not set the world alight. I think for me, the biggest one that we're watching this weekend is, can Jean Klein be a genuine deputy for Eben Edsmith? Because that is the one player. And look, I mean, it's not exactly easy to replace one of the best locks in the modern era, but whenever Eben Edsmith is injured, we are suddenly going, shit, now what? Because we just don't quite necessarily have that number 4, which is the enforcer that can sort of bring that physicality. So I'm very interested to see how Jean Klein goes against what's probably going to be 140 kg, 127 kg. I mean, we could be talking about facing a lock pairing that could be 270 kgs, in total, and both well over 2 meters. So I mean, it is silly how big the Australian locks are. But Carl, how much do you think? As we just sort of talk about sort of that situation, how much do you think, especially with the 6-2 split as well, how much emphasis do you think we should be putting on winning the game versus, we're ahead or we're slightly behind? If we did this, we get a better chance of winning the game. But at the same time, we want to see this combination. We want to see how this player could play in this position.
I think, especially with, as we were talking about, untested partnerships or partnerships that haven't been done with that kind of fly half. I think right now, more experience is going to be far more important than any win. I think they'll learn more from a loss anyway. Not that I'm saying they should go out and lose.
Yeah.
But like talking about the forwards, as you were saying, they're not going to set the world on fire. That actually might be the plan, because at this point, it looks like they are testing a new backline, and So they want the forwards to do a very specific job and set a very solid platform. They're not expecting, right, let's see what you do. And we know you're going to do this amazing crap so the backline can feed off it. I think in a way they're preparing to be matched in the forwards, and it's almost like a bit of pressure on the backline, right? How are you going to deal with it now that our forwards have been matched?
Yeah.
It's an unlikely scenario, but if it happens, South Africa have to have a way of dealing with it.
No, exactly. And at the end of the day, injuries are a thing.
Looking that way.
You know, and we've started to see, and so I want to move to the Oxen chair. And before I do, we'll move to the Oxen chair thing. So this is why we're talking about combinations being so important. Siya Kolisi, for example, touchwood at this stage, is on track, should be back in August, should be good for the World Cup. If he's not, who is our starting number 6? Now, personally, I think all of a sudden, I think Kwagga Smith has found himself, you know, and as the front runner in that conversation right now. But you know, the injuries do happen, and I think we do need to be quite honest. You know, Eben Etzebeth, for example, is only coming back next week, and whilst he is a player that gets going, you know, by the mere sight of a rugby field, if he's injured, you know, all of a sudden, who is your number 4 option? Are we looking at Jean-Luc du Preez, or are we looking at Jean playing? And you know, what are the options there? So it is an interesting thing. Now, on the whole injury thing, Oxen Chair has now been ruled out of the Rugby Championship. Apparently, he's got a pectoral injury and is out for several weeks. So we don't know if several weeks means 3, 4, is going to be back mid-August. But it's funny how we always talk about how our incredible prop there, and yet all of a sudden we're one injury away from not having a single out-and-out loose head prop in the squad, apart from an uncapped Gerard Steenekamp who's come through. Reese, first of all, what's, you know, how, I mean, you know, we all know how important Steven Kitshoff is all of a sudden, but how do we manage this Oxen chair injury with regards to, you want to keep giving Kitshoff game time, keeping him up to the standard. We also can't afford to lose him. And were you surprised that Intuku, for example, was not called up, who played last year, got his capped, and instead they've gone with an uncapped player in Gerard Steenekamp 2 months away from the World Cup?
Yeah, it is interesting. I suppose they weren't quite expecting the Ox injury, but at the same time, the feeling that I got from the camp was that they're not particularly too concerned about this, and they feel quite strongly that even, I think, actually, to be very honest, even if Kitshoff does something tomorrow, touch wood, but I really do think that whoever comes in his place is actually going to be able to be cushioned a little bit by who surrounds him. You know, the hookers and obviously the tight heads are still incredibly stacked, and so to say that, you know, one Lucy is possibly going to bring the whole system down, it is possible, entirely possible, but I think that it's not just about the player base here, it's also about the way that those tight forwards are coached. That whoever comes in should be up to scratch after all the training camps. Although, as you said, he is new, and it is an interesting decision to have brought Steenkamp in. I'm personally not worried about it. I think they're going to handle this depth issue pretty well. And to be honest, I really don't think that anybody else in the entire world has 2, 3, or 4 international standard tighties of the same caliber, and we've been blessed with at least 3. So, you know, this is not a problem unique to us. It might just be our positional issue on the day, but someone else will have no fly-offs available come the World Cup. Someone else is going to have no 8th men. It's going to happen, and unfortunately, in one position there will always be a weak link, so to speak. But again, I'm not too particularly concerned about it.
Yeah, well, fair enough. So yeah, and the nice thing, you got Trevor Nyakane and Thomas Toy, for example, who do cover Lucian. In fact, I'm very surprised we're not seeing Trevor Nyakane this weekend. The fact that we got an injury to Oxen hasn't come into the 23 for me is very surprising, because I think that, I mean, you go back to that British and Irish Lions series and that year, and I thought that Trevor was playing some of the best rugby I've seen. I know he hasn't had the best of seasons, didn't get as much game time as we would have liked him to have at Racing, and didn't play as much for the Boks last year. But I'm still very surprised we haven't seen more of Trevor. Well, we haven't seen the fact that Trevor's going to feature. I'd be interested to see if he does go to New Zealand, whether he might actually, the plan might be actually to unleash him there, or whether he will actually only play maybe against Argentina. Something else I want to talk about is the whole captaincy thing. Now, the Boks management were quite open and said it's not hard picking a captain. We've got a very large leadership group. At the end of the day, we like to have our captain close to the referee, so a loose forward, a scrum half, a fly half, for example, someone who is just literally geographically close to the referee and can communicate with them. They also said that communication with the referee is something that they're very intent on improving this year after the stigma that we have been labelled with. So Dwayne Vermeulen takes over captaincy this weekend. Carl, there probably isn't a safer option anywhere in the world for someone who you just know will do it very well, and will, there just won't be any issues, is there?
Apart from maybe Sam Whitelock, who's also about as old as time. No, I mean, look, Jesus Christ, the guy's been around for a while, and yet I still wouldn't want to see him in a dark alley. But yeah, South Africa's been working with quite a few referees recently. They had Nigel Owens, didn't they?
They wanted Nigel Owens, and then he said no. Apparently, they happened to talk to paper.
Okay, yeah, and I in that scenario, I think it's quite good for them to do that, because what was it, 2011, when Bryce Lawrence ref that shocking semi-final,
correct, or
was it a quarterfinal? I can't remember. But as much as he was let's be honest, an absolutely shit referee, the Springboks didn't adapt to what he was doing, and that's why they lost the game. If they changed how they played to suit that, they might have won. It would have still been shit, and I think they don't want to get caught in that again.
Yeah,
because it can derail your whole World Cup just because that guy doesn't agree with what you do.
Yeah, I think it is something we've been guilty of not being able to do well enough in the past, being able to understand and adapt and say, okay, this is the issue. The referee's doing this. We need to actually adapt our way. And I think also the way you communicate with the referee is also so important. I think it's something that Adam Jones, I thought, always did so well, is he had such a good rapport with the refs, and he could always. And look, everybody hates Johnny Sexton, but he's got that rapport. He's got the thing where he can always add that extra comment. He can toe the line a lot further than other people can. Which is why
I doubt he can anymore.
No, listen, now Sexton's blown it. He's full on done. That ship has flown. But the best captains
I think we must be very clear though about what is rapport and what is almost borderline bullying. But I think a guy like Richie McCaw had great rapport with refs. He always managed to be the out-and-out gentleman and get them to listen in that way. You talk about the Adam Jones and the Johnny Sexton. Not that it's a bad thing. I'm just saying different styles got different results. Quite aggressive, yeah. And it's always seemed a bit forceful. And that's when everyone was saying, oh, it seemed like Sia was getting a bit cowed by opposition captains, and couldn't quite get a word in over them. And it's because, well, Sia's an opposite style. He's not that. And different styles for different refs get different results on different days. And so on another day, as you've seen quite recently, Sia does get results from certain refs in certain situations where that almost gentlemanly passive mannerism seems to actually win the ear of the ref more than likely. And the ref almost seems to stand up for him to the point where he's pushing opposition teams away so you can listen to what Sia's actually got to say.
Yeah.
And that also perhaps a bit of the media playing a role there as well, saying that well, refs are ignoring Sia, and I'm sure that's as much as they try to not listen to that, it must get into their heads. They don't want to be seen to be ignoring the inspirational Springbok captain.
He's like the biggest name in world rugby next to Anton de Pot by like a miles.
Yeah. But yeah.
No, it's an interesting aspect of the game, and I think it is something that's becoming, and I think especially. It's not the ref's fault, it's not the team's fault, but there is so many grey areas at the moment with the laws and the way that they are being judged and the way that they are being implemented. That I think playing the referee has now become a very integral part of any game plan. It's not just, well, this is the law, play to the law. It's right. Well, this guy tends to let this go. He tends to watch this. You do actually have to play the referee quite intelligently, unless you're playing Super Rugby, in which case the laws don't exist and you can do whatever you want. And we only had to go and look
and that's why it's so good.
And you only had to go look at the ridiculous non-red card for Anton Leonard Brown in that Super Rugby final to demonstrate just how the Super Rugby is officiating is just nonsensical. It almost doesn't exist actually. But let's talk a little bit about the Rugby Championship. Now it's an interesting year. It's a 3-week championship. It's pretty short. You win 3 games. You win it. Let's be honest. The Rugby Championship traditionally is about if you can beat New Zealand. That has always kind of tended to be the case. We generally sort of assume these days. I think with Argentina, you're definitely not the Argentina of old. But you always sort of assume, right, well, we'll probably be Argentina. We should beat Australia. The question is, can we beat the All Blacks? Now, for me, this is going to be an interesting Rugby Championship because of the way that the fixtures are structured. The New Zealand only have 1 home game. Australia and South Africa have the two home games, and Argentina are away for 2 as well. And New Zealand have got South Africa at home, so they do have their hardest fixture as their home fixture, which I suppose helps them. But at the end of the day as well, the 2 easy fixtures they have are now away, which makes it more difficult for them. And Australia play the Box away, which is a difficult fixture, but then they have Argentina and New Zealand both at home back-to-back as well. So I think it's going to be a very interesting Rugby Championship from that regard, in that certain sort of advantages have almost been nullified by home ground and travel and stuff like that. Is this genuinely a Rugby Championship that could go to any 4 sides? Are Australia contenders, for example? Argentina are the inspirational Argentina that can beat anybody on their day through just pure passion and often a Pablo Montero, Marcus Kramer masterclass. But Carl, how open is this Rugby Championship, especially with New Zealand maybe not having had their best year last year, and then we just don't even know what to expect from Australia?
The funny thing is, not knowing what to expect from Australia is probably their biggest strength right now, especially with Eddie Jones there. He might actually do something. Who fuck knows? But I do like their players, and for once I'm like, actually, you know what? I can actually watch Australian rugby. For I think a good 10 years of the last Super Rugby years. If it was an Australian derby, fuck me, I'm not watching it because Christ, it's boring.
Yeah.
But now the Brumbies are playing really well. The Reds have their moments, and the Waratahs are not great at the moment, but they have some very good players. I'm very keen to see the loose trio battle against South Africa, because they've got some big names coming out there now. Australia have found some really good players, like what's his name, Fraser McWright. He's class.
Yeah, the Hooper.
And I'm assuming Valentini's going to start most likely.
Yeah,
and they're bloody good. So it'll be interesting. I think it depends who they field. I mean, I think Australia do have a good shout at winning this game. I have a feeling it's not going to be a big point scoring game. I think it'll probably come down to a couple of penalties. New Zealand's a funny one, because I have a feeling they'll probably beat South Africa and Australia and then lose to Argentina. So I don't know.
To be fair, it'll probably be very New Zealand to lose to Argentina first. Everybody go, oh, that's a nightmare, and then go, back to back.
And then they'll beat like South Africa and not Australia by 50 or something like that. Ridiculous. I really hope that Sean Stevenson actually gets some game time, because I can't believe he's not there as a starting player. He's there for injury cover.
Yeah.
And yes, Mark Lear deserves to be there as well. It just shows that how fucking ridiculous their back 3 is.
Yeah. Yeah. That's. I mean, just to give my thoughts on that as well. I think that to start with New Zealand, I think that the southern countries are the only ones who have consistently never underestimated New Zealand. I think you go into kind of Northern Hemisphere rhetoric of the last couple of years when they've been struggling. They're the only ones. I mean, we keep very quiet about New Zealand's struggles because I don't care. They could they could lose two years and
they're still for me one of the World Cup favorites. They still be in that top 4 players teams that could win the World Cup.
Yeah.
They could win 50% of their games in 2 years before World Cup, and I'd still go, yeah, no, I'm pretty terrified, and I think they've earned that right to be considered favourites in pretty much everything they ever go into, and it is interesting. I feel like the dynamic of Super Rugby having obviously changed is a huge one for me, because to be very honest with you, I'm actually not sure what we're coming up against in New Zealand, having not watched a lot of Super Rugby myself now. I mean, if I do URC, I feel like these are entirely strange teams to me, and I'm getting a rude awakening that I might have a Crusaders Lions situation again, and that's kind of how I feel. Like, I'm quietly confident getting into these games, but also just pretty much realizing that we might just get absolutely dumped as well. So I still think that New Zealand are favourites going into this tournament. I think they probably are likely to beat two, if not all of us, other three nations. I think that Australia are the dark horses, and I think that we're likely to have a bungle against Argentina, because that's just what we do in rugby championships. For some reason, only recently have we started to get the upper hand on them. So yeah, we don't necessarily ever do very well in rugby championships. I mean, we have done well, it's because New Zealand have made a mess up somewhere, or Australia have gifted us done us a favour by disrupting them somewhere along the line. But we've never out and out dominated from start to finish. I don't expect anything too different this time around, although I do think that our purpose is, as we talked about earlier, not necessarily going out there to win. But I think it's important that we don't suffer the heavy losses. We go out there and we lose by, I'd say 20 plus points to any of the three nations. I think that's not acceptable.
Yeah, I think it's
Hey,
fair.
guys, the Cheetahs won the Curry Cup, so South Africa's going to win.
Yeah, don't stress. We've been doing all the lucky omens down here. Don't you worry. We've been operating on beauty. Don't you stress. We've been operating down here.
Didn't we recently say that is the Curry Cup just a pointless fixture?
No, not in the World Cup yet. Not in the World Cup yet when the
Not
teams
in
are
the
in it
World
to
Cup.
win it. No.
It counts for superstition and nothing else.
Yeah.
Those Sangomas have been hard at work.
No, we're out to operate. Don't you stress. And Argentina is Argentina. One day they will beat us, the next day they'll lose to anyone. And I think that I think Michael Cheika has made them a much better side. But I still believe that South American passion can turn into ill discipline very, very quickly.
Yeah.
And I think they still have the capacity to implode. I do think they're getting a lot better with it. I think that there are certain players there. I think there's certain sort of figureheads in that squad who are getting quite good at being able to sort of calm people down and sort of reset. But they do have that implosion in them. When they play their best rugby, I tell you what, I'm very keen to watch that game. In Argentina this weekend against New Zealand, they'll give them a good go. So yeah, in wrapping up, people, on the block stuff, score predictions for both games. Carl, we'll put you on the block first.
Thank you.
What do we say?
I don't see Australia scoring a lot of tries, but I do see them winning. So, fuck no. 19-17 to Australia.
Right, close game. And then Argentina, New Zealand?
The thing is, I'm always wrong. I don't think I've ever called the score right.
Correct.
So
that's why I'm not challenging your prediction. I'm quite happy with
I'm going to say New Zealand by 20.
Lovely work. And if those both don't country, I'll be a very, very happy man.
The thing is, you could also say that I'm very good for betting because I'll always tell you what to do. There, just do the opposite.
Exactly.
Yeah, something like that.
And Reese?
I think this is quite actually. I'm going to go the opposite of Kalia for exactly as we said. A high scoring affair. I think, and I think the other factor we haven't taken into account is that it is Loftus.
1,450 meters altitude. It matters.
Yeah, which is where the Boks have been training for the past month as well. So I think this is going to be quite a high scoring. I'm going to go like 30-25 to the Boks.
Okay.
What did you say the altitude was?
I think it's 1,450 or 1,350. Yeah. There's a sign as you run out on at Loftus. There's a sign at the top of the tunnel which says altitude 1,000. I think it's 350.
But how,
It
so how much
matters.
of that is the Australian locks?
Yeah, so whatever it is at 100, that's what Will Skelton's going to be breathing. So good luck to him getting around that.
In the stratosphere.
Yeah, no, he's going to be. I mean, like the people sitting in the top tier will be looking eye to eye with him, going, "What are you doing, dude?"
All right, and then the New Zealand game, I'm gonna say like 27-12 to New Zealand.
Okay, well, I'm going to be a controversial then. I'm going to go Box by 7, and I'm going to go to Argentina by 5. Los Pumas at home. The buggers are there. And the buggers are there. Dude, that Argentina side, when they start playing well, it's impossible not to like them, you know?
Yeah,
Especially,
it's just when they started doing it to us recently, then I was like, nah, I'm out.
That
So
sucks,
thanks for the ride, X.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it
but no.
sucks. And you're like, damn it, you're so cool, but bugger it all. Just stop playing well against us.
Oh my god, have you seen their away kit? Oh my god. The
No,
away
but
kit
the-
Argentina
but
is so nice.
But it's Argentina, guys. Like, when have you ever gone into a World Cup and not looked at an Argentina kid going, might have to invest. Speaking of World Cup kits, what do we make of the Bok kit? Greaser doesn't like it, and I'm just telling him he's wrong.
Yeah, Steve gave me a lot of crap about it, but I'm not a fan of the home kit. I don't think it's terrible. I just think I was expecting more.
Yeah, it's not bad. It's just boring.
And I don't get the nipple braille that it's got. It doesn't make sense to me. As for the away kit, though, very nice. Yeah, I'm a big fan of that. I could see myself getting one of those, but I don't think I don't think I'm investing in the home kits.
Yeah, I think the away kit's quite a controversial one. I think you either love it or hate it. I think there's very few people sitting on the fence. I'm coming around to it a lot. I quite like it. A lot of people saying, it's a really nice kit, but it's just not the box. And I'm going, well, at the end of the day, the away kit's going to be white, or it's going to be white and black, and that, you can't be green, and it can't be. And we've never gone like full yellow, full gold, so we're not going to do that. So I think I don't mind them trying a bit something a bit different with that away kit. I'm actually.
Well, I mean, you're only going to wear. Chances are you're only going to wear the away kit once. If that happens,
it's against
Ireland.
Yeah, then that's basically it.
then
Although, having said that, it'll be interesting to see what happens in the World Cup with regards to the whole color deficiency thing. Yeah, and whether we might see teams having to. So, for example, a lot of people saying that the All Blacks and the Springboks team with the color deficiency thing, and we had that debate earlier. So it'll be interesting to see if that actually is a thing in the World Cup, and whether.
You might have a problem against Tonga as well with red and green.
Well, this is the thing. So and Wales and Portugal, so yeah, that's very cool. But anyway, people, thank you very much for joining us. I will be off to buy my Bok jersey on Friday. So
I like 100,000 rent.
Yeah, no, it's just listen.
Thanks, Nike.
Yeah, and then the annoying thing is I go and design the shirt, the concept that they all use for the fake shirts, and do you think I get one? Do you think these guys go across and said, "Listen, we printed your fake design as the official shirt. Do you want one?" No, nothing. So I'm having to.
It's your own fault for not copywriting, bud.
You can't copyright what's already illegal, can you? That's what people said. I said, no, you should sue them. I'm like, well, I mean, what they're doing is incredibly illegal. I don't really want to put myself in bed with them and take on Nike and the box and yeah. So
they might not like you as a media presenter either.
No. So listen, you're the guy that designs the fakes. Yeah. How's it?
No, not me.
Yeah.
Well, at least they can't confuse us, so I'm in the clear.
What?
And I'm far away.
Yeah. No, I think there's a slight color difference between us, Steve.
Hey, dude, the lights are off at the moment. You know, we could be the same color skin at the moment. We wouldn't know. When your lights come on, then maybe
you're not brothers.
Right now, you're just grey, dude.
Yeah. Having said that, my power should have come on about an hour and a half ago, so I'm quite depressed.
Yeah. So you can go and enjoy that. Go and get invested in the details of the jersey and decide whether you like it or not. Well, it's interesting as well that that's not necessarily the World Cup jerseys. You know, that is just the jerseys for the Rugby Championship, where they go for the same jersey for the World Cup. We wait and we see. People, thank you very much for joining us. It is a day early, but there's still a decent amount of attendance. We didn't get to too many comments, but yeah, good to see a couple of the old people back into the comments, stuff like that. I will be live tomorrow at 1 o'clock. We've got the Daily News show tomorrow. We're going to be at Eddie Jones's press conference as well with Australia, finding out exactly what he's naming and what's going on there. And then in terms of content for the weekend, we'll be live for both Rugby Championship games. We're hoping to do Japan 15 versus the All Black 15, and we're hoping to be live for both the Junior World Cup games on Sunday, where what has been described as one of the worst junior Springboks sides in recent history are actually in the semis and taking on the Ireland, who are the Six Nations champions, for a spot in that final. So it should be quite a cool weekend
Come on, the boys.
of rugby. Chaps, thank you very much. Reza, enjoy the dark. Carl, enjoy whatever a Scottish summer has for you.
Pretty nice.
Is it raining? Is it like more than 10 degrees? I mean, it's Scotland. Does it get more than 10 degrees?
Last summer we hit 32.
That's us. Cancel Christmas.
And it's only getting hotter year on year. We'll probably hit 34 this year.
Oh, well, we've got earthquakes and tornadoes
Not
down
for a
here,
while.
so yeah, things we've set falling apart. So enjoy that while it lasts, because
When is it not then?
Not where. Whoa.
Yeah. All right.
And on that very cheerful note, people, thank you very much. Everybody else, please do subscribe to the channel. Please do smash like the video. If you only get into us now, you can rewind and watch the entire episode. It will be up there. And we will see you guys over the course of the weekend. Thank you very much, and see you guys soon. Hello everybody and welcome to Forever Rugby on Forever Sports. For today's guide on how to watch the Springboks take on the Wallabies this weekend. And a couple of different methods we're going to talk about today. Both are free to use if you are in Australia, for example. They are Stan Sport and 9 Now. If you're outside Australia, you'll still be able to watch with the use of a VPN. If you're in South Africa, SuperSport is the official broadcaster. If you're in New Zealand, it's Sky. Argentina, I think it's ESPN. And Sky across a lot of Europe as well. Now, before I show you exactly how to watch the two different methods to watch this game, please do smash a like on the video. Please do subscribe to the channel as well. Now, the first method I'm going to show you is watching it on a 9 Now, which is the Australia free-to-air broadcaster. They show all the Wallabies matches for free. Now, for this one, I'm going to show you how to use it with ExpressVPN. So first things first, you're going to download ExpressVPN, link in the description. You're going to install it. You're going to open up ExpressVPN, as you can see there. Those three dots on the right there, that brings up a whole bunch of locations. You're going to click on Australia, and you're going to click on Connected. Now, because we have done that, I'm currently busy watching the Ashes, actually, on 9 Now, which is, as mentioned, a free-to-air broadcaster and is available to anyone in Australia. So this is what a VPN does. It makes it seem as if your device is located within Australia, and as a result, you can access all the sort of 9 Now things. If you try and access it without having this on, then it is not going to work. So it's just busy loading up here. As you can see, we're going around in circles a little bit as we sort of wait to load the screen. But there it is. That's the Ashes at the moment. So that is, I'm currently watching on 9 Now, which is the broadcast there. So it'll take a few minutes for the VPN to sort of kick in and stuff like that. But as you can see, it works. Now, the other method is to watch it on Stan Sport, which I find actually a little bit more reliable. Now, for this method, I'm going to show you how to use with Bitdefender. Now, Bitdefender are one of our channel partners. You can get world-leading cybersecurity as well as a very good VPN using Bitdefender. So that is what the Bitdefender looks like once you go install it. Once again, link in the description. You're going to turn on the VPN over there. As I said, same sort of thing. We're going to go and search your location, and we are currently connected there. And then we are going to go to Stan Sport, where you can get yourself a free trial. It is a 7-day free trial, so you can watch both this weekend's action as well as next weekend's action, both the Wallabies and the South Africa game, as well as next weekend you'll be able to watch the New Zealand versus South Africa game as well. And there we go. I'm busy watching Wimbledon using Bitdefender. I find this method actually a lot more reliable. All the links you need are in the description. Let me know if you have any questions. Apart from that, we'll see you this weekend for another cracking couple of days of a rugger.
But you know, we need to see what the guys back home can do, and you know what we can deliver on coming tomorrow.
And with it being a World Cup year, is there a bit more of a geest in the camp, you know, for a lot of quite a few of the guys that are, you know, who are more, let's say, fringe oaks who are maybe trying to push for places on their plane to France, And is there a bit more of a mood in the camp than in normal years?
Yeah, I would think so. I think obviously the big thing is everyone's pushing for a spot. You might look at it in a different way and say there's certain guys who's nailed down their positions, but from our side as players, everyone's still pushing for a spot and pushing for a starting spot, and not just starting spot, but getting selected for the World Cup squad. So I think there's a good mix of what you mentioned, fringe players and guys who's regular starters, but everyone's pushing one another to become better players, and to play together as a whole, and the team together. So I think there's a good vibe in the squad, and everyone's enjoying it.
Dwayne, just talking about that pushing for spots and looking at next week. Obviously, part of the team has already gone to New Zealand, and actually quite a few of the guys in the team are going to be in the starting lineup for the All Blacks test.
You know the team. You know the team.
So anyway, what I'm trying to ask is, you've probably been in those teams where guys kind of almost have their own individual ambitions. How difficult does that make the job for you to try and make sure that everyone's kind of like on the same page in terms of, if we play well together, things might actually work out for everyone?
Yeah, I think our big thing is we can't look too far ahead. I think the main job is tomorrow and playing Australia. That's our focus. We can't focus on anything else that's happening in the future. We can only focus on the now, and as a team and this squad that's playing tomorrow, that's what we set out to do. So whatever happens will happen, but we've got a plan. We need to execute our plan, and if we execute our plan, we'll the players will be happy and the coaches will be happy, and that's the most important thing. And then obviously from there on, it's a knock-on effect, to go into the next game, and the coaches will make their decisions on who to pick, who starts, who's on the bench, who doesn't play. That's all up to them, but it's also up to us on our performance tomorrow.
Dwayne, earlier in the season, just before the test season, there were some articles talking about you as defence coach and maybe writing a obituary or two. Do you feel that you've got a bit of a point to prove tomorrow?
I kind of look 32, don't I? So I'm still keen on playing, man. Brendan, my thing is I want to contribute as much as I can. If it's on the pitch, playing, if it's off the pitch, supporting the guys, if you're helping younger guys coming through, if I can, be a part of this squad, it's obviously the best feeling in the world for me. That's my personal view. Every guy's got a different view about it, but I would love to contribute in any way I can, and wherever they put me, and and also as long as I can. So if I'm a player, if not, that's up to the guys who make the decisions.
Sorry, Dwayne, just following on from that, just how are you feeling physically? How's your conditioning? Where do you feel you're at?
Actually, really good. I had a good 2 years at Ulster. I think, obviously, last year, end of year tour, I didn't go on the tour with the Springboks, but they wanted to give younger players like Ivan and those guys also opportunity to see if they can play. But also, I had a good chat with Jock, and they said that Ulster is really managing me well, and they want to continue with that. And so that was out in the open, and we were very happy with that. And I don't have any strapping on my body anymore. So for the first time in quite a long while, I'm in a good spot, and I'm feeling confident.
Yeah.
Stick, I just want to find out, under 20s in action this weekend. In the grand scheme of things, as in your role, you keep an eye on the under 20s and potential players that are sort of future Springboks, and the importance of that pipeline continuing?
Yeah, see, as from my side, I'm one of the passionate coaches when it comes to the youth and the youngsters. You know. So even when they played the first game against Georgia, I was in Stellenbosch, I went to watch them. And when they also played now the last game against Argentina, we were in our team room and cheering for the boys. And like I said, I got an opportunity to be in their changing room after the first game, you know. And if you look at the manner of the results in the whole competition, you know, where teams are not at their best on a day, you know, even a team like Georgia, for example, they almost took that group, you know. And you look at what Italy has done against us, and you look on the other side also, you know, where the first game, the All Blacks, when they played against Wales, you know, could have went on any side. So from my side, I just like the manner of those boys, the way they're fighting. You know, both games they had to dig deep to win those games against Georgia and also against Argentina. So, but one thing I must be honest about what I see, that there is great potential. I think our future is in a good space, and compliments also must go to their coaches. You know, Bafana, I know he's got a couple of seasons with that team, but I think with what they're doing, you know, and the fact that they're in the semi-final and playing against Ireland on Sunday, is something that is massive, you know, and not to. If you look at other teams like France, you know, probably one of the best teams currently in the Junior World Cup. You know, so I do follow it very well, and I must be honest and say I like what I see there.
Coach Stocker, just in terms of, I mean, obviously there's a lot of detail floating around between every international team, you know, about opponents, about strengths and weaknesses and stuff. But as a coach, have you found the build-up to this week actually exciting from a coaching perspective, just because for once you're playing really against a bit of an unknown quantity? You know the players perhaps in spurts, you know, from their Super Rugby and stuff, you know, but how they're going to play against Eddie, what they're going to do, you know, has that sort of like that unknown factor been exciting, you know, a bit of a variation for you guys?
I think you're spot on when it comes to excitement. You know, you most especially in the World Cup year, you know, as a coach, that's probably one of the best years you can coach, because players, trust me, you never lack energy. They're always in a good space. Even Dwayne next to me hasn't missed any training session for the year so far. So as a coach, you are in a good space, you know, because of, like I said, everyone, like Dwayne said, every player, you know, they're trying to contribute in whatever way they can do, you know, and for us as coaches, you know, I've seen what the likes of Ketley and Moody have done last year, you know, and one thing that I like about the squad that we have selected is the balance of experience with the youth, you know, so I think that's something that we're going to need going forward, you know. And like we always said to people, we're honest about it, that what we've done in 2019 to win the World Cup, we mustn't think that it's the same thing. We need the same thing to win this year, you know. We're going to need to come up with new surprises, you know. And I must be honest and say, even with the youngsters that are in our team, you know, I like what I see. And like Dwayne has said now, you know, some guys, they're getting opportunities. And some guys, it's a matter of some of them are coming back from the injuries, you know. And from my side, I just like the balance in our team. You know, we've got experience. For example, even if you look at 9 and 10, everyone is talking about Mali Lepo, but they don't realize that it's got Kovas, who's been around next to him, who's been around in our system, and they've got Andre also, who's next to Lukai, you know, who's probably one of the best, you know, in the world. And you look at the back three, you've got Vili Leroux, who's also working with the youngsters. So we had a deep thought before we selected that team. And once again, if you look on the other side of the changing room, they've got 4 new caps. Players that are playing their debuts this week, and they've got Vunivalu at wing, who's only got 1 test cap. They've got a couple of players that are still under 10 test matches, you know, and they've also got their own mission. And we don't have control of how they do things on the other side. But once again, a game between the Springboks and Australia, you know, it's always going to be a test match and a proper one, you know, most especially when you play at Loftus. I think that is the area where, as South Africans, we know we take pride of it, and the fact that it's sold out probably a long time ago. I think the boys are excited. You know, it's a great opportunity for them. Once again, like Dwayne said, some of the guys they haven't played in a while. You know, so it's great. We're looking forward to the challenge.
Dwayne, my question was similar to that. You know, Eddie's come in. You know him as a coach, but not necessarily how he's going to play. They've got a playmaker back in Quade Cooper, a big boot, and Hodge. Do you have to be adaptable in terms of how you see the picture in front of you with Australia?
Yeah, I think that's the word. We've got to be adaptable. I think we can only prepare as much as what we know from last year, them playing in the Rugby Championship and then after in the end of year tour. But obviously, like you're saying, Eddie coming in, he selected a couple of new guys, or well, old heads, but guys coming in, which bring a different flavour to the game. Obviously, Quade Cooper has got a lot of skill, has got a lot of flair, and he would like to also, bring his little circus trick and things that makes him a special player. So, I think for us, we've got our plan, how we want to play. Obviously, they've got their plan that how they want to play, and and then you have to adapt and see what unfolds in front of you. Luckily, we've got some decision making or makers on the field that can say, listen, we're going to get together. Let's focus on this. Let's try something like this. He'd say that, defense or attack or things like that. So we've got our plans, and hopefully, like I said earlier, we just need to execute it, and and whatever they bring, we need to stop it.
I was going to ask Stalker something similar, just what you make of the composition of the Australian team. I mean, it's a bit of a mixed bag, where you see the dangers.
Yeah. If you look at, for example, I'm actually going to go closer to my department. If you look at their backline, they've got very powerful backline up there. And with the experience of Nick White and Cooper in the 9 and 10 position. So we know they're going to be key for the game. But once again, like Gwen said earlier on, is that they've got a plan. We've tried to analyze what in the past how Australia plays. But the thing is now, I don't think it's going to be 100% according to what we saw from the previous season, because of now you've got Eddie, and we know Eddie Jones, how is he as a coach. You always go to the dark places to bring the best out of the players. So we are well aware of this is not a game that's going to be like for both teams. And like I said, with the experience they've got in that team, I think if we are not at our best tomorrow, we are going to have a long day. And I also like the fact that also Eddie is giving also some other players an opportunity in that team, because once again, yes, we want to win the game, we want to win the championship, but at the end of the day, it's a World Cup year also. So you don't always want to play same 23 players week in, week out. By the time you get to probably the first game in the World Cup, probably you won't even have half of your squad, So the key thing is that we have to give all our players in our squad a fair opportunity also to prove themselves that they've got what it takes to go and play in the World Cup. I think that's also what I see on the other side, which is we've got massive respect of Australian side, and I have to go to say it's a very powerful side, and they've got good experienced players around.
Coach Stick, obviously you mentioned a bit earlier the combinations. Last year, with the SA team, you experienced exactly how tough it is for a bunch of players to come together who don't really know each other and play together. It's a lot different now with the guys who've been in camp for 4 weeks together, but there are still quite a few unknown combinations. Ori and Jean Clay, Esterhazen, Corbus and Labok. How have those guys been gelling together, and are you guys quite satisfied with the way they're playing at the moment? And do you think that they'll be it will be quite a cohesive team tomorrow? Do you think they'll hit the ground running quite nicely?
Yeah, I think we were in a fortunate position that we could work with them for about 3 weeks, where we were doing conditioning and working on their fundamentals. And to be honest, to me, besides Jean Clay, majority of those players in that team, they've been with us for the past couple of years. Some of them have been tested in and out. Some of them have been outside the camp and they proved themselves to come back into our camp. Like you mentioned, the guys like Marvin Ori, we've got a guy like Van Staden at flank, and which is I'm also very happy now he's also getting an opportunity. Once again, when it comes to the combination that I spoke about earlier on, Dwayne, Peter with Sia Kolisi, they played the World Cup together, and now Sia being out, and then a guy like Marco Fasteri getting a chance now to play amongst the best around him. I think it's something that we didn't take it lightly, so we had to make sure. But unfortunately, when it comes to the combination of Marvin Ore and Jean Clay, it's a matter of we know what they can do. So we don't have we don't have any concern about their partnership, and we know with what they've done in the past 3 weeks with our squad, and they actually complement each other, with the way they play the game. Marvin Ward, who's got a very smart when it comes to his lineouts, and then you've got next to him a guy who doesn't stop, he keeps on grinding on the field, who's very tough, like Sean Klein. So I don't think we are very, very concerned at all when it comes to the partnership, because of, like I said, if you look around, there's experience around our team.
Coach, you just lightly touched on it, but the Australians are coming to Pretoria with this kind of new slate, a lot of emotion, I think, as well, because they want to prove a point. They want to show that under Eddie, they're going to go start an upward trajectory. Does that make the Australians more unpredictable, or is it something that you guys can exploit tomorrow during the game and maybe get them rattled early on? Because they seem to be coming here with this emotional mission to topple you guys.
I think it goes back to the point that I've mentioned earlier on about Eddie Jones. When there's Eddie Jones in the treatment, there's always going to be surprises. So we don't doubt at all they're going to be up for the game. We don't doubt at all that even the players will be motivated to prove the point and to Eddie Jones and the rest of the coaching staff. And we know he's a very smart coach, and he understands the South Africans very well because he was working with Jake White in 2007. But one thing is that we as in our squad, we have moved on from 2007. Try to tweak things around. So, but I know one thing, that Eddie, he understands our strengths. And the fact that with what he has achieved with England, he's got his thing of going to places and manage to turn things around. So we understand that on that side, the players will want to play for him, and the players will be motivated. And we've had in the past couple of weeks, they've been talking about coming to Pretoria, and changing the history, And once again, they're going to play hard. We've also, in our team, we've also changed history, where we lost in the World Cup in the first game, where people were saying there's no team that has won it before, but we've managed to turn things around. So anything is possible also from their side, And I think that's one thing I know Eddie will be pressing the right buttons from his players.
Chaz, I'm just curious, why have we struggled against Australia since becoming world champs? Is it simply because we're playing them away? I know it's a different team.
I'll talk about my experience, is that since I've coached the Springboks, we have never lost to Australia at all. And when we went to play away, because of certain reasons during the COVID, where there was a season where we were playing all the games in Australia. And I know one thing for sure, when they're playing at home, the tails will always go up when they play home. But once again, last year, we managed to beat them away from home. So, like I said to you, if you look at the quality in that team, if you are not at your best on the day, they've got what it takes to punish any team. We've seen even end of their tour, they've probably lost against Ireland, probably in the last 10 minutes of the game. They were always up there, and with the big names they've got in that team, if you look at the guys like Nick White, you've got Rupa, who's one of the best open side flankers in the world, Betty, who's very dangerous. We know how powerful he is. So the thing is, Sinikwe, is that, but at test match level, more especially in the top 16s, I would even go to say top 8. If you are not at your best on the day, you can lose to any side in the top 8. You see, so we've seen Argentina, what they've done in the past, but so when I look back, I don't think we played our best games when we lost against them, but I feel like one of the best games we've ever played away from home was the game we played against them. And I don't doubt at all they're also going to come with the same mentality to want to change things when they come to Loftus. So, but yeah, once again, I think the only thing we can control is control how we play also.
We'll start with Neil. I guess firstly, preparing for a Springboks pack is probably one of the best in the world in terms of how they operate. What's the kind of keys towards trying to nullify them and really play the game you want to play?
Look, I think we set our stall out a few weeks ago in terms of where we know we need to take our set piece. So there's not many places harder in world rugby to come than the Springboks at Loftus. So I think it'll give us a good benchmark of where we are. But I think you have to be aggressive. You have to be competitive at scrum, and at the line out and in the drive. If you come over here and roll over, you'll get murdered. So we got to make sure that we're aggressive, we're combative in all those aspects.
There's a few weeks to try and install that. Where have you seen the biggest areas of growth, particularly around that set piece game? And I guess, do you kind of sense that belief that this team can really match it with the Springboks?
Yeah, I think I sense real belief. As a group, we've been together probably just on 2 weeks. So cohesion is always the biggest thing that you're trying to build. So cohesion, timing. Pete and the guys from the Brumbies came in after obviously their last game. So yeah, look, I think we're in a really good place. I can't fault anybody. The effort's been unbelievable. The attitude, the intent to training's been unbelievable. So for us, we're just going to keep striving to make sure we get more and more cohesive. We just become better as a pack.
That's a fun one for me for now. Just a word on your debutant, Tom Hooper. I guess what did you know of him before coming to this Wallabies camp? What have you kind of made of his sort of work, sort of building into the Super Series and then getting selected to debut?
He's been unbelievable. Obviously, we've watched a lot of the Brumbies players, and Hoops hasn't played that much rugby. He's played. He had one or two little niggles, but he's been outstanding since he's come in. He's come in. He's a big lad. He's really physical. So yeah, we can't wait to see him go tomorrow. Like I said, his attitude has been brilliant. He's really dived into everything.
Moreno, did you have anything for Neil or Pete? If anyone else online wants to put their hand up, we can get to you as well. Anything online, Moreno? Mel, anything?
No, it's okay for me today. I'm leaving you to the Australian guys.
No problem. Mel, did you have anything?
Neil, hi, I'm Mel from AAP. I also had a question about Will Skelton. I just wondered, some would say that perhaps he hasn't performed as well on the international stage as he has for his French club. What have you sort of seen from him, and I guess what are your expectations for him for the game tomorrow?
Look, I mean, he's been immense in all aspects. So his physicality, his size. Over the last 2-3 years, he's probably been one of the standout tight forwards in Europe in their French competition, which is a tough competition, and then in the European competition. So, they've won the European Cup 2 years in a row, and that pack's been built around him. So it's brilliant to have him. He's been great coming in. He's trimmed down a bit, and like I said about Tom Hooper, he's come in and had a huge impact on the group around, because he's a bloke who's been winning over the last 2.5 years. International rugby, it's a fresh start. What he's done previously, it doesn't really count for a lot moving into this sort of run of games now. What I can tell you about is just the impact that he's had since he's been in, which has been phenomenal.
Thanks. And for you, Pete, I guess, what's your experience been like? You guys sort of came into the most recent camp, a week sort of later, but how have you found, getting up to speed, I guess, with Neil and with Eddie, and how things are tracking there in Pretoria?
Yeah, no, it's been good. It's like Hat said, it's been a couple of weeks that we've been together, and there's been a lot of detail thrown at us, but we sort of shift our mindset to the test tomorrow, and making sure we get all our detail ready for tomorrow so we can go out and perform.
And just a final one from me, James Slipper, when he spoke yesterday, said he was confident of playing. I just wondered, I'm guessing you guys have had the captain's run. Is he good to go?
Yes, Slips is good. He trained with us, did the whole session, so you don't play 127, 128 tests if you're not a bloke who can back up. So yeah, he's ready to go.
Thanks very much.
Anything else online, guys?
Yeah, just a couple more from me, if no one else has any more. I was just going to say, just for Pete, as last year's spring tour, there was a bunch of sort of close games, a couple of sort of defeats not going your way. I guess what's been the sort of, how do you go about turning those close defeats into victories and start building momentum ahead of World Cup, which is rapidly approaching?
We haven't really focused on past results. It's a new squad, new staff, and everyone's just really focused on the task at hand, and that's the Springboks tomorrow. So, like Hat said, we're prepping well, and everybody's raring to go. Like Hat said, Hoops, new kid, he's all over his detail, and he's raring to go. So, should be exciting.
I guess on Hoops and the debutants, a couple in that particularly coming off the bench, forwards wise, do they just give sort of natural energy to this squad and really sort of kind of just find that sort of extra level as you try and prepare for what's going to be a pretty hostile environment on Saturday?
I think, again, without sounding like a soundbite, I like guys like Pete, guys like Quade Cooper, you've got people with 70 caps, people like Tom Hooper. I think because it's a fresh start for everybody, I think everybody's had that attitude. There's no real, Zane's come in and been brilliant, Carter Gordon, all of these sort of guys, the debutants, Richie Arnold. Everybody's come in with that same sort of mindset and that same sort of attitude. So it's not a case of the younger guys bringing energy. For me, what I've really been struck by is how much the senior players, guys like Pete, guys like Mike Cooper, Slips, Nick White, these guys, they're all the guys as well, bringing heaps of energy that no one's relying on any of the youngsters or any new caps to bring that. I think everybody's across that.
Anything else online, guys, before we bring back to the room?
I just actually had one more if no one else. Obviously, South Africa will be seeing like a few of their key men, Malcolm Marks for one, from their forward pack. Neil, I just wondered sort of what you make of the the forwards. I guess it's an area that they've got such depth in, so I expect that you still expect them to be, I guess, as strong as ever.
Yeah, they've got some real problems, haven't they? No Malcolm Marks, but Bongi and Benani. So, yeah, look, they've got incredible depth. We know from a tight five point of view, we've seen it before with their bomb squad. We respect the South African pack immensely, South African forward play. That's why for us it's an exciting challenge to start with, to play this team, this pack of forwards, at this ground. It'll be probably the biggest challenge moving forward for us. So, yeah, we're excited about getting there. I don't think missing one or two key players is a big issue for them. Like you alluded to, they've got real depth, in their front five. So it's going to be a great challenge for us, for guys like Zane, for some of the guys who are making the debut, to experience Test rugby at altitude in Pretoria against the Springboks is a hell of a way to start. We can't wait to get going.
Lovely and welcome to Forever Rugby on Forever Sport. For today's preview, Springboks versus the Wallabies this weekend, 5 o'clock South African Standard Time at Loftus Versfeld. Fortress Loftus. The Wallabies looking to be the first Australian team ever to win at Loftus. And that is very much their ambition. And they've named a side which could very well do it. It's a very good Australian side that has been named by Eddie Jones. And it's a very interesting side that has been named by Jacques Nienaber. But the international season firmly does kick off for, first of all, the Southern Hemisphere sides, but also more for sort of the run into the World Cup. From here on in, there's literally not a weekend of where there isn't international rugby between now and the World Cup final. So it's just going to be absolutely mental. I'm going to be taking you through it all. So if you are new to the channel, smash a like on the video, subscribe to the channel as well. And before we look at the two teams, I want to know exactly what you guys think. I want your score predictions down in the comments below. So put in your score predictions whilst I go through the teams. And then we'll see on Saturday how close you guys came. So in terms of the first team, we'll start with the home side, which is, of course, the Springboks. And there was an injury replacement during the week. Stephen Kitsop replacing Reteko Baditswe, rather known as Oxenchair, and in front row. So the front row is Stephen Kitsop, Bongi Benambi, and Fras Moherba. It's a very strong front row, but a very inexperienced lock combination behind them. Jean Klein making his second international debut. Did play for Ireland, but hasn't played there for 4 years and will now play for South Africa thanks to the new eligibility rules, which means that players can now play for the country of their birth or their parents' birth, for example. He is next to Marvin Ori, who will very much be the line-out general and will have to step up against a pretty formidable Australian lock pairing. The loose chair is Marco Mastani, is back from injury, Peter Steph Toy, and Dwayne Vermeulen, who will captain the side as well. A couple of criticisms about the loose chair. They're not maybe necessarily the most mobile or quick across the park, but plenty of physicality there. Kubus Reinach will get a start. He's next to Mike Liebach, who will get his first start in a Springbok jersey. The two remains Kurt Lawrence and Kane Moody will be looking to try and impress, especially Kurt Lawrence, who I think is pretty set on going to the World Cup. The question is, can he push for a starting lineup spot? And then Willie LaRue at fullback. Just signed for the Bulls, actually, so it's an all Bulls back three. And Willie LaRue Bulls announcing that they have signed him on Tuesday. In the centres, Andre Esterhuizen, the bruising, battering agent of chaos, Andre Esterhuizen, in that inside centre position. He will have Lekanya outside him. He does return to the Springbok fold after missing a lot of last year's season through injury. Off the bench, it is Joseph Dweba, Thomas Toy, Vincent Koch. It is a 6-2 split. So Arke Stammen, Evan Lewis, Dion Ferree, all in the forwards. And then the two backline players, Grant Williams, Damien Willems, potentially the fastest two scrum halves ever to be in a 23. And then Damien Willems, what form he was in last year, and hopefully he can just kick on from that. But they have their work cut out for them. This is the Australian side that was named by Eddie Jones, and it's a very, very good side. James Slipper will co-captain the side next to Michael Hooper, assuming that he does get through the rest of the week okay. He is a bit of an injury dart, but they are backing him to recover. Next to James Slipper will be David Parecki and Alan Alatoa. No Alan Alatoa, Etzebeth rematch from last year, because Etzebeth is actually probably landing in New Zealand around now. The two locks though, Nick Frost and Will Skelton, plenty of physicality, not too many caps between them. I think 35 between the two. So, not much more experience internationally than the Springbok pair, but much bigger. If we're being honest, any lock combination with the Will Skelton is going to outweigh the opposite lock combination. And then Tom Hooper, the very exciting young flank, will get a debut next to his captain Michael Hooper, and then Rob Ballatini at the back of the scrum. It's a very good loose trio. In fact, I'm very excited to see how that loose trio does operate. Nick White next to Craig Cooper, a world-class halfback pairing. Nick White, a lot of people don't like him, but you can't doubt his class. Craig Cooper as well. We all know when he turns it up, he can change games. Marika Corbett, number 11. Reece Hodgson and Ikatal, the two centers. Interesting to see Reece Hodgson inside center. You almost expect him to be at fullback simply because of the kicking battle that we were going to see. Tom Wright at fullback is going to have a lot to do there. And then Suliasi Vunivola, an interesting decision to play. And a lot of people sort of questioning that whether he had a good enough Super Rugby to warrant his inclusion. Eddie Jones says he could become one of the best wings in the world. But a big opportunity for him to prove his worth. Then off the bench, three more uncapped players. Jordan Ulesi, Matt Gibbon, Zane Nongo is the first of the uncapped players. Richie Arnold as well, the gigantic lock, will make his debut. Pete Samu, Tate McDermott, Samu Karevi, and then the young Carter Gordon will also make his debut should he come on off the bench. It's a very inexperienced bench. I think there's only two players with plus 30 caps in the likes of Pete Samu and Tate McDermott. and Samu Karevi. Apart from that, everybody else well below that 30 cap threshold. I think Tate McDermott, the only other one who actually has more than 20 caps. So it's a very inexperienced bench, and a bench at altitude is going to be very important. So I think for the Springboks, it's important for them to move this Australian side around, to probably try and pepper them under the high ball. It should be gorgeous conditions. It's been warm during the day, been cold in the mornings, yes, but very dry in this last week up here in the high veld. So expect dry, warm conditions. It will get a bit colder as the sun does go down. But generally, it should be the perfect sort of conditions to play some running ruggers. So it'll be interesting to see the sort of game plan that both these sides go with. Let me know what your score predictions are, as I said earlier, down in the comments below. Smash a like on the video. Subscribe to the channel as well. Thank you very much for watching. My name is Stephen. Hello and welcome to Forever Rugby on Forever Sports. For today's guide on how to watch the Springboks take on the Wallabies this weekend. And a couple of different methods we're going to talk about today. Both are free to use if you are in Australia, for example. They are Stan Sport and 9 Now. If you're outside Australia, you'll still be able to watch with the use of a VPN. If you're in South Africa, SuperSport is the official broadcaster. If you're in New Zealand, it's Sky. Argentina, I think it's ESPN. And Sky across a lot of Europe as well. Now, before I show you exactly how to watch the two different methods to watch this game, please do smash a like on the video. Please do subscribe to the channel as well. Now, the first method I'm going to show you is watching it on a 9 Now, which is the Australia free-to-air broadcaster. They show all the Wallabies matches for free. Now, for this one, I'm going to show you how to use it with ExpressVPN. So first things first, you're going to download ExpressVPN, link in the description. You're going to install it. You're going to open up ExpressVPN, as you can see there. Those three dots on the right there, that brings up a whole bunch of locations. You're going to click on Australia, and you're going to click on Connected. Now, because we have done that, I'm currently busy watching the Ashes actually on 9 Now, which is, as mentioned, a free-to-air broadcaster and is available to anyone in Australia. So this is what a VPN does. It makes it seem as if your device is located within Australia, and as a result, you can access all the sort of 9 Now things. If you try and access it without having this on, then it is not going to work. So it's just busy loading up here. As you can see, we're going around in circles a little bit as we sort of wait to load the screen. But there it is. That's the Ashes at the moment. So that is, I'm currently watching on 9 Now, which is the broadcast there. So it'll take a few minutes for the VPN to sort of kick in and stuff like that. But as you can see, it works. Now, the other method is to watch it on Stan Sport, which I find actually a little bit more reliable. Now, for this method, I'm going to show you how to use with Bitdefender. Now, Bitdefender are one of our channel partners. You can get world-leading cybersecurity as well as a very good VPN using Bitdefender. So that is what the Bitdefender looks like once you go installed. Once again, link in the description. You're going to turn on the VPN over there. As I said, same sort of thing. We're going to go and search your location, and we are currently connected there. And then we are going to go to Stan Sport, where you can get yourself a free trial. It is a 7-day free trial, so you can watch both this weekend's action as well as next weekend's action, both the Wallabies and the South Africa game, as well as next weekend you'll be able to watch the New Zealand versus South Africa game as well. And there we go. I'm busy watching Wimbledon using Bitdefender. I find this method actually a lot more reliable. All the links you need are in the description. Let me know if you have any questions. Apart from that, we'll see you this weekend for another cracking couple of days of a rugger. Hello, everybody, and welcome to Forever Rugby on Forever Sports. And we are just over half an hour away from kickoff. The big international season is back. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the stream. It is Springbok time. It is time to get going. It is time to see if this Springbok side is going to be capable of beating a Wallaby side that is very good. Very good. So welcome to the stream. If you are just getting in, there have been quite a few people that have been on here throughout the day, and I hope you guys have really enjoyed our build and stuff like that. Lots and lots of talk, lots of discussions over the course of the week regarding this match and where the game might be won and lost. So this is what's going to happen. In the next half an hour, we're going to be talking about the game, aren't we? We're going to be looking at the teams. We're going to be previewing some of the battles that we're kind of expecting to see out there, and where the game could be won and lost. What we're also going to be trying to do is try and see if we can get 29,000 subscribers in the next sort of half an hour, maybe. You never know. We've kind of got a Formula 1 stream going over. So whilst there are 2,000 of you guys here, there's actually another 2,000 people over on the Formula 1. So very cool to have both happening at the same time. As you can see, a couple of new elements in the studio and a couple of new partners. So if you are new to the channel, then a big thank you to Bitdefender. They are one of our channel partners. Now, everybody keeps asking me the same question. How can I watch the game? Now, very simple. You're going to check out the description. There is a step-by-step guide on how you can watch this game on a free-to-air broadcaster or on Stan Sport, which has a 7-day free trial. So go and check that out in the description. I recommend getting Bitdefender and using Stan Sport. That was the most reliable method when I was testing it. And Bitdefender is dirt cheap. Dirt cheap. And the nice thing is that you can get a full cybersecurity package. They're making sure that we're not going to be having any issues with our cybersecurity throughout the Rugby Championship and the rest of the year. And they can be doing the same thing for you. So go and check them out. And yeah, we will obviously be doing the watch-along here. So go and get yourself a stream sorted. And then you're going to come and join the community. And yeah, jump on the watch-along with us. And it should be an absolute cracker of a game. We're gonna look at the teams a little bit later, and look at it exactly, what some of the battles that we're looking forward to, and where again, what I was saying, where the game could be won and lost, and some of the players that are maybe a little bit, not necessarily under pressure, but some of the players who've got opportunities to impress today. We've got a new, a second rather, international debut for the likes of a Jean Klein. We've got a first start for both Monivok and Marco van Staden. Both players have played for the Boks before, a couple of times actually, especially in the case of Marco van Staden, but have yet to start. So they're getting their opportunity to do that today, and very interested to sort of see how they managed to go over the course of this match. And so, yeah, if you are new to the channel, please do subscribe. As I said, we are on the journey to 29,000 subscribers, maybe even 30,000 subscribers this weekend. Also, we will be live for the New Zealand and Argentina game after this, so don't go anywhere. Stick around after the game. If you're new to these, what we do after the game is that I'll do a quick review, which goes up on the channel, and then within about 10 minutes of the game actually finishing, we then do a player rating show. And that's an opportunity to literally, as you'd imagine, rate the players on a scale of 1 to 10. We give every single player a rating, and that's a really cool opportunity for us to sort of assess the game, really, and to see who did well, who didn't necessarily do well. That for me is one of my favorite shows to do, because yeah, it's very interesting to see what the different takes are of the game between people, and who might disagree, might agree with certain takes and stuff like that. So I always find that that's very, very entertaining to see exactly what the different opinions are, and the different sort of takes and the views that people have. So yeah, that is some of the coverage that we've got. We're going to have a halftime show today for the first time ever. We've never really done a halftime show. Reza and the lads will be joining us at a halftime, so take you through that half and stuff like that. We also going to have some fan cams tonight coming out, so it's just non-stop, really. And it's gonna be a ridiculously busy evening, and the best place to watch all the action, to keep up to date with all the action, is right here on Forever Sports. So if you're not clicking that subscribe button right now, what are you doing? You know, what are you doing? What are you doing that is so much more important than joining the amazing community that we do have? And well over 2,000 people watching. Just try and see if we can double that by the end of the game. See if we can get to that, 4,000 or 5,000 mark. Got dreams of by the end of the year, during like maybe a World Cup final, maybe hitting like a 10,000 viewers at once type of situation. So yeah, don't be afraid, don't be shy. Get involved. What I want to do right now is we've got a poll running in the comments that's had almost 2,500 votes. So go out and go and cast your vote there. And what I want to do right now is I want to find out where you guys are watching from. We do a little bit of a game where basically we try and tick off. We should actually almost pull up a map and try and sort of see how many continents we can tick off, how many different countries we can tick off, and sort of find out where everybody's watching from and who's supporting who. So we're doing on a bit of a sound out. So I want to know in the comments, let me know where you're watching from, who you're supporting, what are you drinking, for example. We'll do a beverage check a little bit later, as all the old people will know. I've got my beers lined up over here, so I'm going to pour myself a nice cold one, and we're going to get really sort of stuck into the action, which kicks off in just less than half an hour. 5:05 South African Standard Time is the official kickoff time, yeah, not long to go now. So really, the teams are out there, they're warming up, going through the last sort of few stages really of preparation. They've done the hard jobs, they've done all the prep, they've done team meetings, and now it's about putting it all together on the field and making sure that you pitch up. So just making sure that all our various things are ready and going, so that we never have a flawless stream. Well, never have a flawless stream, but hopefully if we can get everything sorted now, then it means that once the game does kick off, we will be able to just focus on that and have a lot of fun, which is the main thing. That's why we're here, isn't it? We're all just fans here trying to enjoy a bit of Springbok rugby, and that's why this channel exists, and why we've got such a cool community. A big thank you to the members earlier. Having a look at it over here, let's see some of the people where everybody is tuning in from. I'm seeing New Zealand over there. Hopefully you'll be joining us for the New Zealand game afterwards as well. I'm seeing Cape Town from Nick. I'm seeing Finland, and I'm seeing Josie over here. I'm seeing Pretoria. I'm seeing USA. I'm seeing Ireland. I'm seeing quite a few South Africa. Hugo's got the Zamalek in hand from Pretoria, and Tinashe there watching from Poland, Ireland. As I said, so we're already across 4 different continents. I lie. We're already on 4 continents. We're already in North America. We're already in Europe. We're already in Australasia, and we're obviously in Africa. So if we can start ticking off Asia, that would be quite cool. And then what else do we have? South America. I'm sure there's a couple of South Americans around here. UAE. Well, there we go. That ticks off Asia. So we just need a couple of South Americans, and we're sorted, and we've ticked off all the continents. or based on the continents. So, yeah, once again, if you're looking to watch the game, check out the description. You can watch it on Stan Sport, which has a 7-day free trial. If you're in if you're in Australia, if you're not in Australia, you can get yourself a VPN. We recommend either Bitdefender, ExpressVPN's also another option down in the subscription, or in the description rather, and that'll show you exactly what you need to do to be able to watch all the action when things do kick off in 25 minutes time. We're going to look at some player profiles in a little bit, and we'll probably start by looking at Wallabies and sort of picking apart that side, and then we'll have a look at the box and see what Libok and the buggers can do. So whilst you guys get yourselves your beverages sorted, and whilst I make sure I'm organized, let's have a look at the Wallabies side that will be taken to the field very, very shortly, because yeah, it's an absolutely power side, and I'm very interested to see what the sort of style of play is going to be, and how Eddie Jones is going to get them playing. So if you have missed any of the action, and I can just see somebody coming from Chile, so there we go. We've ticked off all the continents, and there's somebody from Antarctica is out there. Feel free to let me know if you are. And let's have a look at the Wallaby side, and it's a good Wallaby side, and I want to know what your guys' thoughts are. So keep letting me know where you are watching from, and what you're drinking. I've got a Castle Lager Quart, which is about the size of me. And I'm gonna pour that when we get back. I'm gonna do it on a stream, put a little pressure on myself, you know. But the diamonds are molded under pressure, so I'm backing myself. Until then, have a look at the Wallaby side. Right, so that is the Australian team that will be taken to the park in about 20 minutes now, as we continue to sort of build towards the very exciting first test of the year of for the Springboks. So it's going to be interesting to see how we manage what is a massive Australian pack. Let's be perfectly honest. You know, if there's one thing I think you guys should have taken out of watching that, is that it is enormous. That pack is huge. I mean, Will Skelton is a freak of a human being, and is in very good form as well. So very interested to see exactly how they go about things and what the plan is. Now, for me, it's about, can the box contain that pack, and can we put our backline, which, let's be honest, one of the most exciting backlines that I've ever seen from a Springbok team on paper. You know, can we put them on the front foot and then just, you know, run circles around the Aussies? A couple of interesting decisions from the Aussies. A couple of debutants. Watch out for Tom Hooper. If you've been watching the build-up, I'm sure you would have noticed a lot of it has been surrounding him. And yeah, he's gonna. I think he's in for a big game, to be honest. I think it kind of reminds me a little bit of last year when we had Tommy Reffel coming in for Wales, and you know, he was sort of relatively unknown, and then all of a sudden had an absolute blinder, and we were all kind of sitting there going, "Well, who the hell is this kid?" Tom Hooper could very well have that kind of game today. So he's a very impressive young player, come through very quickly. He's about 22 years old, and yeah, you know, has it all really. Other big players to watch out: Richie Arnold, quite an old player to be making a debut at about 33, but absolutely massive. Zay Nongo as well. Not people won't know too much about him. Carter Gordon, Sulassi Vinavolo, somebody very highly rated by Eddie Jones. The fans are quite sort of a little bit apprehensive. I think some of the fans and pundits are about him being picked, given the fact that he maybe didn't have the best Super Rugby, but Eddie Jones sees something there, and as a result, he has been given the nod. Speaking of the nods, I think it's time for me to pour a beer. So yeah, jump in the comments, people, and let me know. Am I the only one on the beer train? Somebody else was on a Zamalek earlier. Let me open the damn thing. So am I alone? Is everyone on the brandy and Coke? I mean, that's what Eddie Jones even made a reference to young runners and Coke, saying there's no Zen in Pretoria. There's more sort of place of brandy and Coke. So let me know if anybody else is on it, and put some comments in there. So tell me where you're watching from. You know what is the plan for the game? Who are we supporting? How was the week? If you have any questions, put them in there as well. Once again, if you're going to ask me how to watch the game, check out the description, as I said before, because it is a full guide on exactly how you can watch all the action live and in HD. The official broadcaster for South Africa is SuperSport if you are in South Africa. However, if you would like to access StanSport, which has a 7-day free trial, you can do so through the use of a VPN. So get yourself a VPN and get yourself sorted. Now, personally, I think it's a pretty well poured. It's maybe a little bit too much head, but is there ever such a thing as too much head in life? I don't think so. So yeah, I don't think it's a badly poured beer as well at all. And yeah, let's settle in, shall we? I really need to start getting myself comfortable, and you know, start maybe warming up a little bit. You know, getting the neck going here. You know, start doing my vocal exercises. I won't sing for you guys because, you know, at the end of the day, you know, why would I punish you guys for being on here? But keep the subscribers coming, by the way, because we are, yeah, they're coming in thick and fast, and that's what we like to see at the end of the day, because we want to try and see. I said, you know, maybe, you know, up to 29,000 already. You know, maybe 30,000 could be on the cards by the end of the weekend, which would be absolutely mental. So yeah, so in terms of the broadcasters, they're not showing on 9. I've just checked that now. They released a thing to say that they were supposed to be, but it doesn't look like they are doing it there. So check out the description. It is on StanSport though, which has a 7-day free trial. So you can go and do it like that. And right, Armand's watching from Switzerland. Jordan says, Steve, do you believe we can win? Of course I believe we can win. I back my boys. Back the buggers. Yeah, there's a lot of good players in this side. And I think that if we start well, you know, there's no reason why we can't get a job done. But you know, it's a case of certain players going to have to step up. I think our senior players, you know, your Dwayne Vermeulen's, for example, captain of the team, Lakanya, you know, probably the unofficial vice captain. Those are big players that need to really step up today if we are going to get the job done. And then we've got the sort of the aces up our sleeves, you know, your Marnie Leeboks, your Jean Klein, for example, you know, players who are, we've seen them do it on the domestic stage. Jean Klein has played international rugby, but can they make that step up and be as efficient as they were on the domestic level? And on that note, it is time to test the hops and see if we have gotten ourselves a good brew. So this is cheers to you. Cheers to everybody else. Cheers, a big thanks to Marius, by the way, if you missed it this week. A very, very generous subscriber, donated some money, and I actually got myself a Bok jersey. Unfortunately, we are going to work on it. Hopefully next weekend I will be in the Bok jersey, but when you're green screening in a green shirt, I kind of look like Harry Potter in the invisibility cloak. So it's a cool effect, but doesn't really work. So next weekend, Marius, I do promise that we will try and be in the Bok shirt once I can organize a way to do it properly. But to everybody else, cheers, and let's see. What do they always say? It all comes together with a castle, and that's a pretty good castle. That's a very, very nice castle. I'm in on that castle. Right. Shall we have a look at the Bok team? I think that's a very good idea. I think, Steve, you've had some bad ideas in your life, but I think having a look at the Bok team is a very good one. So in case you have missed it, we have sent 14 players, I think it was actually 13 in the end, that went over to New Zealand. Ironically, Erasmus Wies was actually still here yesterday, so I assume he's flying out tonight. He was supposed to fly out by Thursday, was my understanding. They did the birth of his first child earlier this week. So congratulations to the Visas. I think he is married. But yeah, let's have a look at this team, and then I want to know what you guys think of it. Right, so there we go. We've just had 2 planes flying over Loftus, and it is about time for people to start running out for all the action. People, it is time. It is finally time. Springboks season is literally 8 minutes away, and I, for one, as Australia come out, being led by James Slipper, then Michael Hooper, interesting, the whole co-captains thing and whether it's going to work. Be interested to see what the dynamic is going to be. But very, very interesting sort of idea to sort of have those sort of co-captains. So, yeah, people, once again, if you're looking to watch the game, check out the description. Get your beverages sorted. So you can be as refreshed as I am. And let's start settling in here, boys and girls. And those who identify as either. Let's get in. Let's get going. Let's get going. My watch is busy telling me I'm too stressed. Calm down, watch. I've got this. I've got that. That's a packed out Loftus as Australia do come out. And we are going to have the national anthem very, very soon. Before that, we will have kickoff. And people, I want to know who you guys are supporting. I want score predictions in the comments. Let's get them going. Come on, cock on the block stuff. Let's go and tell us who you're backing here. Can't back out here. You can't change your prediction stuff. I want to know your score predictions down in the comments. And let's start cooking. Here come our 3 impies. You guys remember, I'm going to have to say it every single time. We've all probably remembered the time when they came out during the rain. And the one guy went, boom, and then the next guy went running past him, and then zoom, and they both just straight up and onto their asses, unfortunately. And if this is the same 3 as last time, there's one oak who is absolutely massive. And I tell you what, if one of our front rows go down, put him in there, because I reckon he could handle Bongi Benambi in a fight. So we're waiting on them to come out here. And kickoff is in 6 minutes time, people. We're going to move to the watch-along stream. There we go. That's our match tracker over there. Wait. There we go. That's our match tracker over there. And your last opportunity. You've got 5 minutes to get yourself sorted with a stream, with a beverage, with everything. Check out the description. I mean, this guy's huge. He is massive. Like, deep as me. Yeah. I mean, shotgun not having to tackle that guy if he ever ran at me, especially if he had a spear, which would probably be a little bit unfair, the spear part, but I reckon he could probably do a job on me without the spear, to be fair. Right, let's see some of the score predictions. KPMG, welcome to the Members Club, back to the Members Club. He's going 24-18 the box. Sicky's going S34 Oz 0. Mapella's going 36-7, and we're seeing a 50-0. We're seeing a 32-7 to the box. We're seeing 27-19. Bocker, nobody going for Australia just yet. Vernon's going 32-18. Also to the box. Jordan's going 35-22 to the Wallabies. There we go. Sorry, Springboks 35. I thought I saw for the Wallabies. Jordan also backing a Springbok victory. And I was going Stormers 69 Australia. Comedians in the comments. And yeah, you guys are... there's no way to just run out in the Nike hoodies. They're not even branded. Check the fashion here, boys. Right, first national anthem is Australia. Yeah, I can't. We just ran out of Nike like lifestyle hoodies, and I'm not sure about that. I must admit, not sure at all. It's quite a cool anthem. I mean, I can't obviously endorse it, but yeah, 27 to the box is Harry. Gianna saying 32-17 to the box. Going to lines ATA. Shane going 28-12 Boca. So everybody's going. Oh, actually no, Frederick is going for a draw. Very, very ballsy to go for a draw. I like it though. I like that. I like something different here, So yeah, the anthems are underway, which means kickoff is literally within 5 minutes. And I hope you guys are ready for what is going to be an absolutely epic encounter. Loftus, the cauldron that is Loftus Versfeld. Eddie Jones spoke about it, the altitude, the fact that there is a sign that says, 1,350 meters altitude. It matters. It does matter. And if the Boks are going to beat this Australian side, we're going to have to move them around the park here. I think it's going to be our best opportunity to really sort of wear them down. Important for us to start well. We're not a side that generally does start particularly well. So, yeah, hopefully, we can get off to a good start and. Yeah, no, don't look back is the idea, because again, you don't want to put the pressure on New Zealand and Argentina. You want to go out and get a victory and say, right, if New Zealand, if you fumble, we've already got, we're already in New Zealand. You guys have to travel back and then face us. You guys have to go through all the time zone things. We're already in New Zealand. We're busy plotting your downfall. You trip up next week and this rugby championship is ours. That's the plan anyway. Whether it'll happen or not, we wait and we see, don't we? Grant Muir captaining the team for the first time in South Africa, interestingly enough. He has captained the side before, but only overseas. And so that's a nice big moment for him. Oh, I need to go to Loftus sometime. I need to go to a block game. I mean, Fortress Ellis coming up in 3 weeks' time. It's also a phenomenal stadium to watch an international match. Was a phenomenal stadium to watch an international match. I think these days we do probably need to move away from it. But what can you do? What can you do at the end of the day? They're all the VIPs, the executives sitting up there in the comfy seat. Jean Klein. His black eye's looking a little bit better today than it was yesterday. To come together. Right, I'm just trying to make sure that we're all sorted here. We're all ready. We're all ready to go. I think we're all ready to go. I think everything seems to be working. What a rendition. What a rendition. Love your work. Love your work. Right, now we're getting ready, boys and girls and everybody else. We are moving here, boys. It is time. It is literally seconds away. The referee today is Ben O'Keefe in New Zealand. Paul Williams and Andrew Piardi. I like Andrew Piardi, actually, the two touch judge refs there. So Ben O'Keefe. Australia looks like they got a kick-off because Nick White has got ball in hand. He does take the kick-offs. South Africa's favourite scrum off. And here we go. I hope you're ready, because if you're not, it's too late. It's too late if you're not ready, because we're about to kick off. Again, if you're looking to watch the game, check out the description. It's got a whole guide on how to watch all the action. It looks like perfect conditions over at Loftus, and we are ready for what should hopefully be an absolute blind of a test match. It could be one for the ages. One for the ages. Right, so we are playing right to left in the first half. We'll be left to right in the second half. 80 minutes of rugby coming up. The dogs over here. Hello, dogs. There come two more. Another flyover. Fly South getting their money's worth for sponsoring the box by getting a cheeky flyover in here. There's the little bank towards the right. That will signify the fact that we are ready for kickoff. Nick White with ball in hand. Ladies and gentlemen, the 2023 Rugby Championship is finally here. Springboks versus the Wallabies in the first game. Nick White has got ball in hand. John Klein is ready. Stephen Kitsov ready as well. Billy LaRue, big game for him to come. As you wait for the whistle to get us underway. The Kanyam back in green and gold. Kirtley Lawrence on the wing. And there is the whistle. There is kickoff. Nick White going down the center of the park. This will be an early tester for what I imagine should be. That's Moy Lebok actually with the first touch, and a very good touch from him. And we're underway here, ladies and gentlemen. Now Marvin Ory with the first carry of the day. Now back to Willie LaRue in the pocket, taking a bit of time there, then seeing a bit of space, looking for that clearance. He is looking for touch. And it's a pretty good touch find as well. Very good exit. Nice solid start. You know, a solid start, a solid exit is very underrated for me in this game. We are also just over 500 votes away from hitting 5,000 votes on the poll. So if you haven't already, go and vote on the poll. And let's see if we can get 5,000. Getting quite quickly there from Australia. First carry there for Reece Hodge. Now quick ball for Nick White. Then Ikatal, Craig Cooper. Long ball out towards Karevi as they do start to get across here. And Willie LaRue gets nice and low and hangs on. Very nice tackle there from him. And Nick White sees a bit of space in behind. And Moy Lebok is all the way back. He's going to have a bit of time. Brings up that left boot of his. Pretty low kick. Will find touch. Not a bad touch finder either. Started quite nicely here has Moy Lebok. I'll give him a bit of confidence. But a very quick start here. Australia is taking that line out quite quickly. Right, now Australia going for the rolling more. Yeah, they decided to take it out. Nick White popping up to Rob Valentini. Markham Start and PSF the toy getting over. That's a very nice tackle on him. Ball is available there for White. He goes to big Will Skelton. France by Herbert makes the hit and holds down. Marvin Ori assisting it there as well. Markham Starden, look at his hands all over that. Surely a penalty. It is a penalty. Marco van Starden. That's what we like to see. He's a man under pressure. A couple of people sort of raised their eyebrows when he was named in the starting lineup. And it's a nice first start for him. Now, this is on the 50 meters, so it'll be interesting to see if we're going to have a go. They are going to have a go. Yeah, Dwayne Vermeulen does point to the poles, and he wants Mine Liebach to have a crack here. Mine Liebach was saying that he reckons his range is about 54, 55 meters here at altitude. So we're about to find out whether he was right or wrong. Markham starting getting over that ball really well. And you can see as soon as Will Skelton got the ball, Franz by Herbert said, no, I'm taking this one. And PSF the toiling, Marvin Ori as well assisting in there. Now, Mine Liebach's first kick of the match. Opening and saying, Vinny with a try-saving tackle. Yeah, very courageous tackle. Just got himself nice and low and just hung him with dear life. He's taken quite quickly. There's Mine Liebach. It looks like it's got the distance. Hasn't got the direction. Oh, it's under by a half a yard. Just misses it. Now Nick White will clear. Dwayne Vermeulen taking it quickly, throwing it back inside to Billy LaRue. Billy LaRue going to Kubas Reinach. Sees a bit of space, but it's charged down. Oh dear, oh dear. Thankfully, they've just Andre Esten comes away with it. He sees a bit of space. Big tackle coming from James Slipper and very isolated there. Thankfully, good racking there. Kubas Reinach now popping into Marvin Ori. He goes to Mine Liebach. Mine Liebach to Billy LaRue. Billy LaRue tip over the top there for Kurt Lawrence to the chase. And it's just too far, so it'll go back. It's in the full. Bit of a mistake there from Billy LaRue. And yeah, I'll tell you what, it's almost very heart and mouth stuff there from Kubas Reinach there. His kick's being charged down. And yeah, that could have ended very badly. Andre Esterhuizen getting back very well. But Australia do have the line just past the 10-meter line. Take a quickly go to the front of the line. James Slipper goes to Michael Hooper. And now Hodge goes to the boot. It's pretty deep though, and it's swirling in the air there. And Villaroo gets across very well. Does mark it very, very well played. Takes it quickly now. Gets up to 22 and then goes to the left boot of his. Needs to find a good clearance. Very, very nice clearance. Oh, Billy LaRue started here very nicely here, by the way. Made his debut all the way back in 2013. 10 years since his debut, Billy LaRue. Now a World Cup winner, a British and Irish Lions Series winner, a Rugby Championship winner, and also now a Blue Bulls player. Australia not messing around the lines once again. They're looking to try and set up the rolling more here. And it spins towards the right-hand side, or the left-hand side, their left rather. And now it's also becoming a part here. A couple of people need to get involved. It does come down legally, very well defended in the end by the box. Now Nick White wants to go to the boot here. Korobeti, Reese Hodge after it. Lukanya Ahmed underneath it. Oh, it's Caden Moody. He's hammered by Korobeti. Does very well to present the ball, and there's a lot of support that does get back, so the ball is secured. I hope Caden Moody's okay with that. He's absolutely peppered there. Tough nut, though, is Caden Moody, so he won't mind those hits. Now they're going short to Marvin Ori. Bongi Manambi on his shoulder. Right now, up and under there. It's swirling, and Dwayne Vermeulen of all people, he gets underneath it. That's brilliant work from the captain. Good stuff there from Dwayne. Kubas Reinach now going to Marvin Ori. Marvin Ori to Mine Liebach. Running through the hands. Yeah, Billy LaRue now seeing the space in behind. This needs to stay in field. Very, very good kick from Billy LaRue. Now Tom Wright wants to go himself. Curtly Aronson. He does tip the cap of Curtly Aronson, but Andre Esterhuizen getting across, making the tackle. It actually might have come off Andre Esterhuizen, so this could be an Australian line once again. Good cover tackle there. Just getting around Curtly Aronson. Not his best attempt, but yeah. And then he's using the touchline very well. Did Andre Esterhuizen making that tackle. Right, South Africa's first line of the day, it looks like. No, it is an Australian line-out, so still no set pieces yet for the home side. Right, they go to the front of the line-out. It's Tom Hooper that goes up and comes down. Take quickly notice Michael, though. His namesake now, Nick White. Kicks it pretty deep. Curtly Lawrence underneath it. Curtly Lawrence pops it up to Willie Leroux. Willie Leroux's got quite a nice angle to work with. And it's a very good kick out. Straight back. In fact, they've lost a bit of advantage. I tell you what, Philly's kicking for touch so far has been pretty on point. No possession really yet to speak of from the box, but so far what we've seen when they've needed to, they've scrambled quite well, but Australia got all the ball so far. So a lot of defending early on for the box. And then I steal the ball. John Klein goes up, but it falls the way of Alan Alatoa. So Australia on the front foot. He pops up to Nick White. Moyne Liebach shoots out. Craig Cooper fires it out towards Nick Ekatau. They've got an overlap here. Tom Wright brings in Billy LaRue. Corey Betty. Can Andreas doesn't get across there? No, he can't. And they're over. No, man. No, man. That's annoying. That's so annoying. He turned over the line on it and it actually ended up playing straight into the Australians' hands, and Australia hit first. You could just see when Caden Moody came up and wasn't up there quick enough, and by the time they just created a 2-on-1 situation, Corey Betty just puts his hand down. Andre Estes is desperately trying to get across, doesn't have the pace. Corey Betty is over. Not the start we would have liked. Oh, no, man. That's so frustrating. To have won the line-out, so John Klein to go up brilliantly and win the line-out there, and then to fall straight back to the hands of Alan Alatoa is annoying. It's very annoying. On the front foot, he pops up to Nick White. Moyne Liebach shoots on the front foot. He pops up to Nick White. Moyne Liebach shoots up Craig Cooper. Fires out towards Reese Hodge with the kicking duties. He turns immediately, but the Fags do stay down. So just the 5-point advantage. Ah, right, reset, boys, reset. It actually wasn't a bad start from us. As I said, that's a bit of fortune for the Aussies. Pretty good restart there. Pretty good chase as well. Looking to try and hold him up. Have they turned this over? I think they might have, you know. I think Jean Klein's got his mitts around there. Yeah, turnover ball. Well played. Well played. Yes, man. That's what I'd like to see. Right, good. That's it's all about the response, isn't it? I mean, from Eddie Jones, he'd be absolutely doing his nuts the fact that they've just scored and then gone and conceded a scrum. But really good work. And our first set piece of the day, we'll see what we can conjure up here. Right, it's Frans Malherbe versus James Slipper. James Slipper did admit when I asked him in the week that Frans Malherbe did get the better of him a couple of times. And another tour against Stephen Kitsoff and then David Parecki and Bongi Imbanambi. The loose trio, I think, is heavier for South Africa. I think I saw there. The tight 5, though, for Australia. I think it was heavier when I saw it there. Now, here we go. First scrum. Pretty good shove there on Stephen Kitsoff. Pretty good forward ball here. That's good work here. It's available for Kubus Radok. No penalty advantage, though. Front foot ball there for Andre Estes. He's going to go himself. Reese Hodge is up to the task. Looking for a quick ball here. As Rana pops it up to Steph the toy. Big hit from him. Sends Hooper fly. Now, Mark van Staden. Escom is his nickname. Looking to blow the lights out here. Oh, that's a pretty poor offload there from Peter Steph Toy and Billy LaRue. A little bit isolated. Dwayne Vermeulen getting across to add a support. Good work there from the captain. Box still with possession. Just outside the 22. Now Stephen Kitsoff goes himself. Drops his shoulder there. Reinach now going to Marvin. Or inside ball there to John Klein. Looks like a high tackle as well. Going to our 6th phase. Now Moyne Liebach. Going himself, I'm not sure that's the right option. It's slightly isolated. James Slipper is around there. Ball is available there for Koos Reinach. He goes to Malcolm Staden. Penalty advantage, I think, for offside. Now Villaroo goes to Marvin Ori. Kubas Reno wants to go down the left, then starts to go down the right. Fires through to Billy LaRue. And everybody's just running in. Yeah, I mean, they're just nowhere here. Right, Andre Estes, no. Go to Kane Moody. Kane Moody wants to try and go around Reece Hodge. Reece Hodge comes across, makes the tackle. Corey Beatty does jump on him in the ground. And we'll go back for, yeah, I'm not, if I was Dwayne, I'd be having a word about the hit on the ground there. He's on the ground there. There's no, I mean, come on, there's no need for that. I'm not convinced, you know. He's on the ground and Corey Beatty comes flying down here and dives on Kane and Moody. And it's a high tackle. We'll go back for the penalty. Interesting to see what we do. Yeah, take the points is what I was saying. It's test match rugby, yeah. Yeah, we are going to go for the points right in front. So Mondi Box should have no issue now. Yeah, and it's Michael Hooper. And I think Will Scout to do. You're well offside. Right, Mondi Box missed his first one. This one's far more straightforward. It's right in front of the pole, so this should be 5 points to 3. Girls would say pretty much always take the points, 100%. It's test match rugby at the end of the day. We're here to win games. So we take the points when they're on offer. And they're on offer. So it would be silly not to. Right, Mondi Box, come on, let's get going. Let's get going here. I'm not mad at the start. I'm frustrated at that try, but it did kind of feel against the run of play. Whilst they did have a lot of possession, you know, that rush defense, getting it wrong, yes, but it was turnover ball. So, and Australia were very quick to go across. At the end of the day, straight open for my Liebach and Boxer on the board. That's the main thing. That is the main thing as the Green Army stands to salute their number 10 for the day, Moni Liebach. Right, now the restart going pretty deep towards Moni Liebach once again. He goes straight to his right boot. Don't think he'll find touch though. Right, Craig Cooper. Craig Cooper lifts it pretty high. It should be uncontested though. It's pretty deep. He is chasing himself. Billy LaRue's got a couple of options there. He's got Lukanya on his inside. He does go to Lukanya. Lukanya's weighing up his options. Slips in front of Alatoa. And Malcolm Stard has to get back to him. But he does well. There's Lukanya. And he puts it down. Pops it up to Mongi and Banambi. Good hands there from Lukanya. Good work there. Now Kubas Reinhoff to Moni Liebach. Fires a long pass out wide towards Kelly Aronson. First hit carry. Comes inside. Good work there from the Bulls winger. Now Marvin Ori. Oh, a little bit of a shimmy. Almost a step back inside on him. Kubas Reinhoff here to Moni Liebach. LaRue. Lukanya looking to run the hands here. Running the hands here. Good hands. Marco Maston. Give you offload, man, and Marco. Or just go yourself. It's not bad. He's carried up towards the 10-meter line. Available there. Kubas Reinhoff goes to Billy LaRue. Then he throws it out to Kane Moody. Kane Moody's got space on the inside. Or the outside, rather. He goes on the inside. Tom Wright eventually brings him down. Good carry there from Kane and Moody. Ball's available for Kubas Reinhoff. Goes Stephen Kitsoff. He's got Jean Clayton in support. The Boxer just 10 meters out here. Reinhoff now to Bongi Manamri. And Liebach's left it behind. Backwards though is the course. Romano picks it up. Andre Estes and goes to Kurt Lawrence. Kurt Lawrence's got nobody ahead of him. Kurt Lawrence is over. Come on. Let's go. Let's go. Curtly Orange, I mean, that man knows where the try line is. I mean, that's his 8th international try. A year ago, he wasn't even a Springbok. He wasn't even a Springbok a year ago. He's now got 8 international tries at Kane and Moody. It's a great carry from him. But the hands. Yeah, Andreas Moon was there as well, but brilliant hands, and the hands from left and right. Andre Estesen with a little offload game there, a couple of big carries there. Overall, just a very well-worked try. Happy with that. And interesting to see the Box not going to the boot a lot so far in the early stage here. So, very much keeping the ball in hand. We do have the lead, though. 8 points to 5 is where we stand at the moment. Right, Monie Liebach this to make it a 5-point lead after 17 minutes. Good start here. I said I was happy with the start. The try did feel against the run of play. Now Monie Liebach head down. I think that's snuck in, has it? It has snuck in. Monie Liebach adds the extra 2. I mean, 8 international tries in a year. With no one in front, even you could have scored that. Okay, whoa. I mean, even I could have scored that. They could have been kept more. Betty could have been in front of there, and I backed myself there. Just bang, sit him down, go over. The restart once again going down the middle there. Very good take there from Peter Steph, the toy. And Jean-Claire looking to at the more here. Ball is available though for Kuba's radar. A couple of players looking for the more here. We're going to keep it in actually. Kuba's radar because a setting. Use it once as the call. Now we're getting a bit of a go forward ball. No, I think we need to use this here, lads. Let's not muck around. Now Kuba's radar decides to break down the side. Goes to Monie Liebach. Sees a bit of space. Monie Liebach straight through. He needs options. Just go yourself. He's up to 22. That's a brilliant run from Monie Liebach. Advantage knock on though. He's dropped the ball now. Australia looking to counter. They go to the boot. It's skewed off the side as Kirkley Orange does retreat. And that is going to run back into touch. Oh, what a brilliant run though from Monie Liebach though. And he was so busy looking for options and looking for the offload. Should have just gone himself. And then just, knocked off on the ground there with a tackle from Corey Betty. Right, so it will be a Springboks line. I think it's our first line of the day, actually. 70% possession, apparently, so far. And that's will come pretty much in the last sort of 10 minutes. And they've got all straight over the top of Bongi Manambi. And Marvin Ori's eventually managed to pick it up, but it has gone forward in the process. A bit poor. Yeah, Bongi Manambi, that's not his best throw at all. Wasn't particularly good jump either. They got that timing wrong. So it'll be a scrum here for Australia, just inside Springbok half on the right-hand side there. Right, I'm not even at the 20-minute mark here, and I'm out of breath here. Right, here we go. Big scrum here, lads. Big scrum. Go straight down. Free kick for Australia. Well, they're going to take it quickly. They're going to have another scrum. I reckon they're going to take another scrum, yo. And the Mexican wave has started around Loftus. It does look like a cracking atmosphere. Right, so we're gonna have a reset scrum. Yeah, Australia gonna go once again. I don't actually mind that. I think genuinely I back us to actually have the ascendancy come the scrums. I think our front row are better scrummages. But let's find out, shall we? Pretty solid. It's gonna be available there for Nick White. Goes on the right hand side. Puts in the kick behind, and that looks, that is absolutely inch perfect from Nick White. 5-meter line out on the back of just losing a line out is not exactly what we would have wanted. It's exactly what Australia would have wanted to have done to us. And that is Nick White. So he also made his debut back in 2013 against the Springboks. I say also because Billy LaRue also made his debut back in 13 as well. Right, now defensive line out. 4-man line out, 3-man line out here for the box. Mongi Manambi cannot miss this. Actually, I wonder if it's going to go over the top. We're going to go straight to... He goes to John Klein. He pops it to Kibble Straylock, and he goes short to Graham Familiar. Go door! Big tackle on him. Decent carry, though. And then bang, goes back to Monie Liebach. Oh, that's not a good kick for Monie Liebach at all. We've only progressed about 15 meters maybe, and it'll be an Australian line out. So Australia with an attacking line out. Yeah, it's not a great kick. You can see from Liebach is the frustration of that. Right, so 21-minute mark, all of a sudden Australia with an attacking line out here, halfway between the 22 and the 10-meter line out. It's going to be interesting to see if we do compete. We don't compete. They go to Tom Hooper at the front of the line looking for the maul. No, they take it out quickly. Nick White flings it to Craig Cooper. They're going to go wide to quite quickly, I reckon. Then Nikita pops it up to Tom Wright. Tom Wright is brought down by Lakanya. Oh, Caden Moody slipping the tackle. Needs to get back there. Craig Cooper pick up and go. Andre Este is in there to make the tackle. Wallabies still inside the 22. This time they go to the right to Tom Hooper. Now, Will Skelton, Peter Steph toy getting up there nice and early. Took a big hit, but brought him down eventually. Stephen Kitsov wants to get over that ball, was told to leave it. Now, Craig Cooper, slow ball for the Wallabies. All out wide there to Vunivalu, who gets around Vunivalu, brought down by Kirk Lawrencer. And Lakanya rushes up, and it's a knock on. Turnover ball here. Kitsov goes to Dwayne Vermeulen. To Peter Steph, the toy, to Mine Liebach. Liebach does go to the boot. Nobody back, so you can land this inside. That is a gigantic kick. Mamani Liebach. I tell you what, Andre Pollard is sitting in New Zealand going, sure, but I actually might have a bit of competition for my jersey so far. That's a brilliant kick from Liebach. Talk about making up for the not great one literally about 2 or 3 minutes ago. But he started well, yeah. He started very, very well. Playing with a lot of confidence, and that's a brilliant, brilliant clearance. And we're all the way up to halfway between the 10 meter and the 22. Hooper comes off the back of the line up there. And White popping up to Skelton. Skelton brought down by Dwayne Vermeulen and Stephen Kitsov. I think a big way of us, getting on top of this game is to nullify the big ball carries. Your Vanatinis, your Skeltons. When Arnold comes in later. Tom Hooper. Right, Kenny Moody underneath it. Kenny Moody, what does he want to do? He wants to go himself. Looking to try and get his arms through the tackle there. And he needs to release it now, though, ref. He needs to release it. Ref, there's so much hands on the ball there, ref. No ways! Michael Hooper is lying at the bottom of that ruck, and there's so much hands in there. Don't think it was the right option for Moody. I think he ran away from his support. But, I mean, Michael Hooper went down. Never made an attempt to roll. You see, there's nobody here rucking. Where is everyone? Pierce Toy wanted the thing. But there, Michael Hooper goes down. And look at him. Right, so the Wallabies now are going to take the 3 points. Bang in front, trying to make it a 2-point game. Pretty evenly matched here at the moment. Right, and oh my living, he's absolutely launched it. I think he's launched that well left. He has launched that well left. Well, that's a get out of jail free. That's a dreadful kick from Reece Hodge. Somebody of his quality to have done that is bizarre. But we'll take it. We'll take it. I mean, we're not going to celebrate it because that's mean. Yeah, it's a dreadful kick from Reece Hodge. Right, the score remains a 5-point game. Right, you're back with the restart. They're lifting high, going down that right-hand side. Looks like Craig Cooper underneath it. Pops it up to Rob Valentini. He runs to Jean Klein. A pretty good start so far, Jean Klein. Now Nick White, ball over the top. I think it might have been touched, actually. Liebach is under a lot of pressure. Does get the pass away to Billy Leroux. Very well done by Liebach. And Billy Leroux, not a bad clearance either. So, yeah, a bit of pressure being applied. But so far, dealing with it pretty well. Long may that continue. Right, so it's an Australia line out just outside of 22, about 10 meters outside of 22. This time on the far side of the field. David Parecki with ball in hand. And Jean Klein does get up to compete, and it's a bit of a messy ball for Nick White, who fires out towards Reece Hodge. And Reece Hodge puts this high in the air. This is going to be just outside 22. This is perfect from Reece Hodge. Kenny Moody comes in and Kenny Moody's knocked it on. Nick White has dabbed it in behind. Kubus Rannock is after it. And he does get behind. Yeah, not the best take there from Kenny Moody. He got himself in a good position and the ball went straight through his arms. And it will be a goal line dropout. Good work from Kubus Rannock to get back. I mean, pace-wise, as long as he's got a couple of yards, he's always going to get there first. Right, Levock going down the middle of the park, pretty low with that one. Right, Rob Ballatini. Good tackle coming from Marvin Ori. Now Nick White going to Alato, pops it up to Hooper. Big tackle on Hooper from St. Staden. Now Nick White firing it to Tom Wright. Tom Wright's kick pops up though. And it's gone forward off the hands of Nick White. So it should be a Springbok scrum. It will be a Springbok scrum. Good work there to create the area. Tom Wright just looking to try and kick him behind, which we've seen the Aussies doing a lot, trying to really turn the South Africans. And Tom Hooper, the debutant, down and receiving a bit of treatment. Really good work there from the Kenya Army. Spotted the kick, and he's actually been held back there. So there's an argument for a penalty had that not been a knock-on. Right, if we put a poll up here, people, I want a poll. Give me a second. What can you answer? There's almost 3,000 of you out there, so I want to try and answer a question. Also, please do smash the like, by the way. We've got 403 likes. I'd like to get that to close to 1,000. So if you can go and smash the like, I'd appreciate that. Bit of a break in play here, which is going to allow me to fill up my beverage. Beverage. I mean, court is just the thing that keeps. It's just the gift that keeps giving, isn't it? Right, so it will be a Springbok scrum inside our own half on the 10-meter line on the left-hand side. So we've got quite a lot of the right to work with. Right, so we got a big scrum here, lads. It's gone down. And Alato is lying flat first, so I think he was the one that went down there. We're going to have a reset then. I think Ben O'Keefe might come to the other side to have a look. He is going to come out the other side to have a look. And Alato under a bit of pressure there from that Spicy Plum. He's got a bit of blood in his cells. Right, I want a poll here. I'm trying to think of a good poll. Should we just do, should Money go to the World Cup? On the base from the start that we saw here. Yes, no. I want to throw it out there and hit you guys at the start. He's gone down again, Ref. Yeah, penalty advantage. Thank you very much. Free roll the dice. Ref popping it up to Money Flies it out towards Vililaroo. Vililaroo out to Kane and Moody. Kane and Moody stepping inside. Kourbeti half making the tackle. Penalty advantage for the Boks on the halfway line. Kubus Rannock going to Marvin Ori. Fires out to Leibok. Leibok out towards Andre Estesen. Estesen wants to go himself. Estesen does go himself. Puts it to the boot. And regathers. Peter Steph the Tory. The Boks up to the 22 here. We need a bit of support because we lost the penalty advantage. And Skelton has turned it over. That's really annoying. There's no support there whatsoever. And Australia back with the ball back inside their own 22. Really good break, but just no support, unfortunately. Losing out there. Nick White firing it back towards, I assume... Oh, yeah, it's not a particularly good kick. I think it was Tom Wright who did clear. So it'll be a Springbok scrum. So basically, you know, if we had the penalty, we probably would have kicked to the touch and would have ended up there. So net gain is pretty good. This is really good from Andre Estes and just sees the bit of space and then puts the kick in behind. Gets in front of Craig Cooper, regathers, pops it up to Pierce the toy. It's a good tackle in the end from Tom Wright, and there's just nobody. So Andre Estes loses his feet, and Craig Cooper takes out Kubus Rannock accidentally, but that's why there were no cleaners there to secure that ball. And Will Skelton just reaches over with those big mitts of his Good line I take there from Marvin Ori. He does do it so well. Malcolm is starting to go down the blind side. To Bongi Emanami. To Kurt Lawrenson. Kurt Lawrenson with the double. Come on! Kurt Lawrenson. That makes it 9 tries. Little set piece move there. Well, Malcolm is starting to identify the space. The offloads. I mean, I tell you what. Are we watching the Springboks? Are we watching, you know, the prime Lions of 2017-18 with these offloads? Look at this. Sees the space. Bang. Pop and go. Bongi Manami on the left shoulder. Kurt Lawrence, thank you very much. Gets around Sanibola and says, cool, I'll take try number 9. Try number 2 of the match. He's done a hat-trick here, boys. He's done a hat-trick. Well, 15 points to 5 with 30 minutes to play, having played. Where we go. There we go. What a try. Again, if you're looking to watch the match, check out the description. It's got the whole guide on all the various broadcasts and stuff. Now, Liebach. Come on, just start it on the right, bend it in. Let's make it a 12-point game, shall we? That's exactly what he does do. Straight through the middle. Marnie Liebach is on song here today. And with 9 minutes to go in the first half, the Boks open up a 12-point lead. Brilliant work there. Kirkley Aronson. Bang, bang. Right, interesting. Tom Hooper has been hooked and Pete Samu's on. I think that's an injury though to Tom Hooper, so it's a pity for the youngster who's on his debut. But Pete Samu onto the park, which is not a good thing for the Wallabies, given the fact that the altitude does start to kick in at about the 60-minute mark. So to have already had to go to the bench would not have been part of the plan. Renoff now going to leave off the back and looking to run it out here on the box. Really going to Andre Estes and goes to that left boot, kicks it in behind. Craig Cooper is going to have to marshal it into touch at the halfway line. Really, really good exit from the Boks. We've had quite a lot of variation today. Not always something you associate with the Boks. It's having that variation. And when do we see a Springbok side running out from their own 22? But Andre Estes has been used very usefully with that left boot of his. Nice little kick in behind. And they're just sort of going and shepherding in. And Craig Cooper's got no option but to let it run out. Taking quickly once again, though. On the halfway line here, the Wallabies. Nick White, slow ball here. He's going to go to the box kick here. Lifts it quite high, and he wants to try and pepper Kane Moody. This time, Kane Moody's up to the task, though. Takes it very well. Corabetti almost taking him out, though. Towards round fires out to Liebach. Liebach, oh no, he thought about the cross kick. Billy Leroux has been reined in. Needs a bit of support. It does come, so that's not too bad. You can see what he's trying to do. Just get on the outside before firing the pass out, trying to create that overlap. Kubas Renault saying Frans Malherbe needs to come a bit closer. Frans Malherbe, the fridge, carries it up. And I think Kubas Renault now will probably go to the boot here. Marvin Ori coming to the back to try and create that sort of a caterpillar. And now Peter sets the toy back up there to block because Kubas Renault's going to go to the boot. This is high in the air. John Klein is around there, as Kirkley Aronson said. The ball does drop down to Nick White. But a penalty for South Africa. Nick White's not happy about it. I think it's offside or blocking could be the call here. It's offside against Sunivola, so I think that's not retreating. So 7 minutes to go. And the penalty for the Boks. And Liebach will be able to kick us out of a bit of trouble here and get ourselves further down the park. And it gets it just inside Wallabies territory, probably about halfway between the halfway line and the 10-meter line. No dogs. Good take there from PSF to Toy. Kubus Reynolds going to Molly Liebach. Flat ball, Dwayne Muir in the midfield. Kubus Reynolds looking quick ball here. Popping out to Marvin Ory. Marvin Ory going to Molly Liebach. Fires out to Kane Moore. He's got the overlap. Has he got the pace though? Inside ball to Kurt Lawrence, who's chasing a hat-trick, by the way. Brought down inside the 22. Reynolds fires now. Stephen Kitsoff. Kitsoff decides to go himself. Really good go forward ball here from the box here. Quick ball here. Reynolds popping up to PSF to Toy. He goes himself. Needs a bit of support. Marvin Ory does come and provide it. And Reynolds now decides to go down the right-hand side. I mean, you could read that like a book. How did you not think he was going to go himself? I mean, he does go himself, gets up to the 5 meter line. Good work there. Najdan Klein goes himself. The Boks are 5 meters out. 5 meters out. Somebody needs to get that ball out. And Francois Herbert comes and no, but the ball is out. Oh, James Slipper goes and puts it to the boot. He's actually kept it inside. I tell you what, it's quite deft actually from James Slipper. You know, for a loose head. It's fine. I was gonna say it's annoying, but it's fine. It's fine. We've actually we're creating space here. There seems to be a player down. Don't know who it is. I don't see Kobus Reinach here. So I think it is Kobus Reinach after that challenge there. Grant Williams would be a replacement. I mean, one incredibly fast scrum half for another incredibly fast scrum half. We do go to the front. I know Kobus Reinach is there, so I'm not quite sure who's down. Marcus Don goes to Andre Estes. Andre Estes almost bursts through a gap just short of the 22 here. We're now popping up to Pierce the Toy. Rob Valentini, it's a great tackle from him. But he pops it out to Liebach. Liebach goes to Lekanya Lekanya wants to go himself. Kubus ran out now to Marvin Ory. Marvin Ory's got through a lot of work in this first half. A lot of question marks about his selection, but I think he's been pretty solid so far. Najdan Klein puts his head down, makes it a bit out of 2. Liebach out towards Pierce the Toy. Big tackle coming on him from Reese Hodge. And slow ball this time for Reinach as the Boks trying to reset here. Now Bongi Manambi popping up to Liebach. Liebach popping up to Billy LaRue. Billy LaRue assesses his options. Going for the cross kick across to Orenser. It's just too far. In fact, it's far too far. Not his best kick, Billy LaRue, but you've got a bit of license to do that. I'm not mad about that. Once is the call there. Right, now Nick White lifts it high in the air. Kurt Lawrence underneath. That's a great take from him. Needs a bit of support though. Big counter coming from Rob Valentini, and they do turn over the ball. Pete Sami picks it up, but a penalty for the Boks. We'll take that all day. All day. Liebach needs to. That's a decent touch by her. Well, it wasn't as good as I thought it was. Good take though from Kurt Lawrence. Right, so 2 minutes to go. Can the Boks create something here? Looking for the rolling more here now, the Boks. Now it goes out to Andre Estes, and Estes wants to try and put down Craig Cooper. He's still going Andre Estes and working so hard in the contact there. Now it's all kind of falling apart, and we're all the way back at the halfway line here. Now Lekanya wants to go to the boot. Still chip over the top. Curtly Arnson is lurking. Curtly Arnson does come through, and he's desperately trying to get the offload away, and I think it did go forward. And Sudi Vola gets an ankle tap, and Moy Liebach comes in and completes the tackle here. It's all sort of falling apart here. It's pretty sporadic, but all of a sudden we're going to go back for the knock-on. Right, so scrum is on the brink of half time. It is Australia scrum, so be interesting to see if they decide to have a go, or if they just decide to take their medicine, kick it out, and go into the sheds and have an orange or two and assess that for that half. Be interesting to see what Eddie Jones will be thinking right now. Wasn't the best half, I think, for Australia, but there goes the hooter. Another reset scrum here. Big scrum coming, and Snoop Bo's trying to keep it in here. Interesting to see that they are going to have a bit of a go here. An advantage for Australia, so they can continue having a go. Malcolm and Starden getting a bit stuck in there. Now Hooper, kick over the top. Oh, yeah, it falls. Thankfully, it's gone forward, and they'll go back for the advantage, I think. Going to go back for the penalty here. Australia's still going to have a go here. I don't think they're going to go to halftime just yet. I think they want to have a bit of a go and see if they can try and crunch out the deficit, which is why not. I mean, it's 12 points. If you can find yourself even at 3 points and make it a 9-point game, that would help. Let's have a look at this penalty. I think it's Markov and Starden. Offload there. Trying to see where the penalty's coming from. Yeah. I think it's for not rolling there. Right, so a reminder that very shortly we're going to move to our halftime show, which will be hosted by Mr. Reza himself. If anybody that's watched the fan form will know Reza pretty well. Reza Hodge, by the way, is having a go at goal to try and bring the deficit down. It will be an absolutely huge. I mean, it's a 66-meter kick. He hasn't even nailed one yet, so it's a bit of a strange choice. And he's kind of short. And the box is going to be able to kick that out. And, well, I tell you what. I'm quite happy with that. I'm very happy with that, in fact. I'm going to end the poll there, and I'm going to sit on a new one for the halftime show. The poll is going to be, are you happy with the Springboks performance in that half? That's the poll for halftime. We're going to move towards our halftime show. We have got Reza, we have got Cull, we have got Rudy, who will be taking you guys through the halftime and having a bit of a look at exactly what is going to happen, or what we expect to see happening in the second half. If you haven't already, please do smash a like on the video. Please do subscribe to the channel as well. Go and show a bit of love to our panel, which is coming right up. And if you haven't already, please do smash a like on the video. We are just over 300 subscribers away from hitting the big 50,000 subscribers, which would be absolutely incredible to do in this stream. But until then, I'm going to go and sort myself out with some more beer. You guys are going to listen to the panel and you're going to break it down. So without any further ado, handing it over to our panel. It is Reza, Rudy, and Carl, and I'll see you guys in a few minutes.
Great. Thanks very much, Steve, and we appreciate your commentary. We appreciate everything you do here for Forever Sports. And if you are still with us and enjoying the show, please smash a like and subscribe to the channel. I'm here with the rest of the panel. I've got Carl and I've got Rudy. Carl, just tell us a little bit more. Where are you watching from? How's your day been going?
It's raining at the moment, typical Scotland, despite being the hottest day we've had. And on a rather dodgy stream. that keeps going down. So this 40-minute half felt like about 15 minutes long.
Yeah, I
But
can imagine.
it's been an interesting half. I've enjoyed it.
Fantastic. And Rudy, where are you watching from? I see you obviously must be in South Africa somewhere. I see you struggling with a little bit of load shedding. For all our international viewers, load shedding is that thing where our country doesn't give us electricity.
Yeah, brother, I'm watching in Quebec, which is formerly
Quebec.
Port Elizabeth. We are experiencing some load shedding, but the rugby is keeping us entertained. I think I'm having a little break for the first time in a while just to settle the nerves because it's not
Absolutely.
all as I would have hoped. But yeah, thank you for having me. It's a great pleasure.
Thank you for joining us. So let's head into this a little bit. A very fascinating first off in rugby, and what an introduction back to international rugby and for the Springboks in particular. So Carl, give us the initial thoughts. When going into this game, what did you think was going to happen, and has it panned out kind of how you thought it would?
Well, no, because I said Australia was going to win, didn't I?
So you did. So did I.
I just need to vote against the Springboks at every point in the World Cup. So, no, I think it's been a good game, and as I was saying, like, South Africa's not playing what I would deem their usual style of rugby, and it's been a pleasure to watch because of that. Like, they're using almost French rugby with like really high amounts of flair. Yes, individuals, but you have the individuals that can do it. I think Jason's having a good game at 12, and I think he's deserved that spot for quite a while, to be honest.
Absolutely, yeah. I'm in full agreement with that situation there. Esterhuizen has been really special there. I see there that unfortunately Steve has forgotten to mute himself, but he should. Anyway, Steve, if you are listening, or James, please continue to mute yourselves. Thank you very much. Anyway, so back to Esterhuizen. Esterhuizen has really been kind of the surprise package for me in this format. Obviously filling big shoes for Dialendi in there, and Mani Lebok on his inside, who is relatively inexperienced. I think he's really done something quite special there. So going on to you, Rudy. Let's have a talk quickly. What was your first impressions going into this game, and has it panned out the way you thought it would?
For me, to be honest with you, it's like judging, obviously, Eddie Jones not being involved with Australia after the World Cup, Jacques Nienaber not being involved with the Boks after the World Cup. I think their emphasis is obviously on the World Cup. Today's game, obviously important. Both teams want to win. But I think there is a bit of trial happening on both sides, which I anticipated. And then just looking at the game, the way it's been sort of frenetic in not being as rhythmical as the Springboks are used to, there is a bigger picture in mind. I'm not sure what you think, but that was just my first thoughts.
Yeah, I'm certainly seeing a progression of play style from the Springbok side. And to be honest, I'm finding it very hard to talk about Australia's gameplay at the moment because I haven't seen a game plan implemented.
Sure.
So I think
No,
that
I'm with you on that. It's almost like it's too frantic, and there's not enough phases for us to judge from that first half.
Correct. I think they're very much playing without the ball, and when they did have it, unfortunately, they didn't have it long enough to really show us what they're trying to implement. And so I think that perhaps the answer to this is that the Boks are managing to play the game they want to play. And either the Australians have been unable to disrupt the Springbok gameplay, or they've been unable to implement their own. So Carl, on to you. I think obviously the big talking point for the Springboks is Mani Lebok. To be very honest, I think that was kind of what was everyone's concern. Andre Pollard is undoubtedly the front runner, but we need someone composed to fill in for him. What's been your impression of that first half performance?
Apart from his, I suppose, in-field kicking, which I think you tend to find that people on like debut or very kind of inexperienced will tend to rush their kicks in field. I think he needs to just literally calm down. Other than that, I think his general play has actually been really good. I think he's been solid.
Yeah, absolutely. I think there were a couple of unfortunate kicks, but not too catastrophic in the end. But those are the sort of things that you want to eliminate from your gameplay completely. But as you said, I think perhaps some nerves there. Rudy, who's been the standout for you in this game, Australian or South African, in that first half?
Without a doubt, for me, it's been Willie Leroux. I think if I just look at the way he's tactically been kicking, he's sort of gained 20, 30 meters on each kick and put us in a position where we're not under pressure. So even if we fumbled a mistake or we were put under pressure from Australia, he was then relieving us quite nicely there.
Yeah, absolutely. For me, I think going away from who was really the standout, perhaps the disappointments for that first half. I was really excited to see Quade Cooper back in the mix and kind of running the show. Unfortunately, I don't think he's really had the platform for it. But yeah, so perhaps I'm hoping that he comes right in the second half for his personal sake. Obviously, hopefully the Springboks still come away with the win there.
Sure.
Koroibete, when he had the ball in hand, looked pretty good. I think some really solid running as usual all the time. They really seem to be. He really seems to be just getting better year on year. He just doesn't seem to be slowing down, and I think he wishes that he had some better options around him. The one thing I did want to talk about, guys, is any complaints about the referee in that first half from either one?
So for me, sorry, Cal, I don't mean to jump in.
No, go ahead.
For me, it's just at scrum time, especially when it's a crucial international game of this caliber leading to the World Cup. We speak about it a lot, but we want to start seeing a lot more consistency. The power just came back. Hey! That's a good sign.
Let there be Springboks in light.
So what we want to see is consistency. So if, for example, I think it was Alatoa in the first half going down, the referee did then on this, he didn't see it on the first time around. The second time around, he penalized him. So there is some sort of consistency. We just need that to be consistent throughout the tournament. Otherwise, it creates a bit of problem leading to the World Cup.
Carl, do you agree with that sentiment?
When I was actually able to watch the game, I thought the ref was all right. I don't think... there was one where Hooper got a turnover, and yet I think he was on his feet for less than half a second, and then he was literally lying on your side and just going, no, don't.
I did see that one. He had made the tackle, got straight to his feet, not through the gate, and had barely... I mean, there was no release, to be very honest. He was less than horizontal as it got up.
Other than that, no.
Absolutely. I think it's been refreshing actually to see this level of refereeing coming out of URC, where there was some interesting calls being made there. I think standout package for me is Kurtley Orense, certainly. I think that the Boks are, you said the Boks are playing with flair. I tend to agree, but at the same time, it seems to be quite a simplistic game style that we put in there. It's make your passes, draw a pass, make the space for the guys who obviously have it. The Kanan Moody has been solid. He's made some really good decisions. His break leading up to that first try, he could have very easily decided to put it onto the boot, try to chip it over and do the hero play. And he very, very smartly kept ball in hand, took the ground, and obviously gave us an option on the outside. The same thing, I think, with Mani Libok. He also made a break similarly. Could have very easily thrown a Hail Mary pass somewhere. Unfortunately, he lost it in contact, but it was a really good tackle. But we're doing the simple things right.
No, yours.
There goes my power. So I do apologize for that.
Welcome to South Africa.
Yeah, it was great while it lasted, but luckily there's Wi-Fi backup. But yeah, guys, so heading into the second half, what do we think that Australia needs to do better, and what do we think that the South Africans need to do, if anything, to kind of secure this game out? Cal?
Australia are in a bit of a tough point, and I think Cooper's not doing too well because I think Australia's being played into the same issue that England had with Eddie Jones, that their fly half just cannot do enough because they're too restricted. It's why Marcus Smith never got anywhere. He's a very similar character to Quade Cooper. And they're going to have to figure that out, otherwise they're going nowhere fast.
Yeah. And Rudy, the same question to you. It's what does Australia need to do better? Does South Africa need to do anything to kind of secure this game out, or is it a matter of continue as we are?
So I hope Australia do nothing better, first of all. because obviously South Africa must win. But I think from a South African point of view, we just need the forwards to sort of come together a little bit more. There's some good individuals. Obviously, Jean Klein coming in. We've got a good bench. Orpheus Neyman on the bench. So I think we can do a good measure of the forwards also once that bomb squad sort of comes on in the second half. But they just need to rally together at the breakdown and be a little bit more intense. I think the intensity can lift a little bit come the second half.
I'd certainly agree with that. And one big question that's playing on for me as we head back towards the second half very soon is obviously we've been called, this has been called the Springbok B squad, if you will, heading into this game, and not a sentiment that any of us really agree with, but that's what's been thrown around. And I'd like to get your opinion on if this was a full strength Springbok side, do you think we'd be in a similar position, or do you think this would already be 30 points down? 30 points up, I should say. Carl?
No, I'd say fairly similar. I think this team certainly is showing a lot more flair than I'd say that your A team would show. It would be probably a totally different game in terms of play style if it was the Boks A team. Yeah. But again, I mean, with what Australia is showing at the moment, they're not bad, but they're not doing anything. So it's very much at the moment the Boks game to lose, and I don't see it going much differently if the quote unquote A team was playing. I just think it would be a different game style.
Yeah, and that's quite positive for South Africa heading into a World Cup year to have experimented. I wouldn't say it's a huge amount of experimenting, but it is positive to see that come out. And really, do you think that if we had the Handré Pollard, the Dialendi, and a couple of other guys, the Pimpies, the Cheslin, and so on, Damian Willems, do you think that if they were having started this very same game, that we would be in the same position that we are going into the second half?
I want to agree with Cal as well to say it could be quite similar. It's the first sort of test for South Africa now against our Southern Hemisphere giants. The only thing I want to add is maybe the combinations that we're trying at the moment to get our last little bit ready for those last few places for the World Cup. Maybe that sort of would make a slight difference. So just that little bit of smoothness off the edges that are currently there. That's just from my opinion.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, from my opinion, I think that we've certainly got to see, if I was an Australian fan, they need possession. They need to settle into some sort of rhythm because they're not displaying anything at the moment. And perhaps they need a strong team talk. They need some leadership there. And maybe they even need just that kind of individual brilliance to spark something. The Corey Betty from the beginning as well. One or two fantastic breaks from a guy like that can really inspire a team to get their mojo back. But I think they've got some serious work to do heading into the second half. I see the guys are running out the tunnel at the moment.
Yeah, I think we have to go.
We will cross over very soon. And welcome Steve back into the fray. And then I believe we'll check in with you guys again after the game. Thank you very much, guys.
Brother. Thank you, man.
We'll talk again soon.
Awesome.
Okay, guys.
Cheers, guys.
Cheers, brother.
All right, big thank you to the halftime panel. And we are back, everybody. It is time for the second half. That was Reza Cull and Rudy there, your halftime show. They're going to go back and get onto the brandy, apparently, and the works. And for us, we're going to get settled back into another, hopefully, storming off of Springbok Rugby. Minelibok gets us back underway. The Boks are leading 17 points to 5. A big second half to come as Nick White goes straight to touch with his clearance over there. And let's see what the Boks can produce in this second half. I'm excited. I hope you guys are excited because, yeah, it should be quite a cool half ahead. And if we can just, it's our game to lose. All of a sudden, it really is our game to lose. We're going in with a 12-point advantage. Yeah, playing the better with the rugby. Andre Estes, I mean, tell you what, he's having an absolute blinder. Market but starting now going on the charge up towards the 10-meter line, picking up where we left off. And let's see what we can conjure up in the second half. Ball up there. Ken Moody's up there to create a bit of confusion and chaos. Crossbar Herbert diving on the ball. There was a knock on though, so we'll go back for the knock on. If you're asking for my refill, I suppose a bit of a half refill. I did buckle a little bit. Unfortunately, I was feeding dogs, people. I've got responsibilities. I am an adult. Apparently, you might not believe it. You might be skeptical that I might have responsibilities. But yes, I was feeding some dogs. So I will get a quart out of the fridge because I've got a bar fridge within 2 meters of, not even, like literally a meter away from me. So my refills are right there. So we're going to operate. We are going to operate. Don't you stress. But yeah, let me know what you guys thought about the halftime show. Something cool that we wanted to do a sort of trial and see if you guys enjoy that. So let me know if you'd like us to keep that. Can't promise it for all the streams, but we'll definitely try and endeavor to do them for the box streams. Right, people, we're sitting on 572 likes, almost 3,500 viewers. Please do keep subscribing to the channel. We are less than 200 away from that big 30,000 subscribers, which I thought we'd only get before the World Cup. So if we can get on our first block day, what a pleasure. Australia scrum, Nick White breaking down the right-hand side, goes to Quade Cooper. He was largely ineffective in the first half. Does go to the boot, does Quade Cooper, and Curtly Lawrence is onto it. No, sorry, in fact, it's Billy LaRue's onto it, who turns them. Very intelligent kick from Billy LaRue, and all of a sudden Nick White under a bit of pressure, and Quade Cooper under a lot of pressure there, finding a clearance, and it's not gone particularly far. Brilliant. I tell you what, Billy LaRue has pulled some strings here today, and very impressed with what I'm seeing from him. Right, Cameron's saying the halftime show is quality, greatness saying, enjoy the panel, well done, Jeff, keep it going. Lekker, that's what I like to hear. Yeah, they're going to be doing some fan cams at the end of the game, so those will be up later. Good line up there from Marvin Ori. And Dwayne Vermeulen, Thor goes running into Hooper, getting it up over the varnish line. I tell you what, I'm trying to think of, and Stephen Kitsov, as we're about 5 minutes after the line here, John Klein, I don't know if that's intentional, but it's worked out quite now, and Lekanya, lots of bit of momentum, but we're just less than 10 meters out. Now Bongi Manambi and surely there must have been offside. No call from Ben O'Keefe just yet. Now Stephen Kitsov having a box on the front foot once again. Kubas ran out going to Dwayne Vermeulen. Dwayne Vermeulen going himself. Still going to Dwayne Vermeulen. Up until past the 5 meter line rather. Kubas ran out. Wants to go himself. And then Katawa wise to the threat. And I believe LaRue coming in at scrum half. He's got Marvin Ori and Jean Klein. He goes to Jean Klein. Marvin Ori there to help out now. Billy LaRue deciding to go to Bongi Manambi. They're a wrecking ball, and it's been ripped in the tackle. Turnover ball, but it's a bit of a loose one, and it goes to Quade Cooper. Quade Cooper wants to run it. He goes out to Sinivola, who eventually goes to the boot. Sinivola, it's a decent clearance from him, and up to 22. Should have capitalized there. There was a try to be scored. Right, Bongi Manambi. I mean, we're close, and this is the nice thing. We're creating a lot of opportunities. Just that final pass, for example, and the final moment. That's kind of lacking at the moment. But genuinely, very happy with what I'm seeing here. I'm trying to think of a player who's had a bad game, and Lekanya been a bit quiet whenever he's needed to. I mean, he's covered defense quite well. I'm trying to think of anyone who's had a bad game. Bongi Manambi's been a bit quiet, but I can't think of anyone who's played badly. And that is a great rolling maul running now. Still rolling. It's still going. Now they're broken up and it's still going. Now Bongi Manambi comes up a bit short, but Kubas Rad putting his body on the line. PSF the toy is losing that ball backwards. No, forwards. Pete Steph. Once again, it sounds about day, in fact, that, we had a lot of dominance and fantastic maul, and then as we go to use it, PSF the toy knocking it on. So frustrating, but again, I'm happy with what I'm seeing here. I'm actually pretty impressed with this side so far. The Wallabies haven't been great, I must admit. Kind of as an Eddie Jones team, we're always interested to see what we're going to expect. But yeah, I think potentially I would have liked to have seen a bit more from Australia. I think they try to up the pace of the game quite early, and they want to go wide quickly and beat our sort of rush defense, which did work for the first try. But generally, I think the Boks have done quite well to nullify the Australian threat. Big hit there from the Boks, and it's a free kick. Angling is the call, so a bit of a get out of jail free. It's a bit annoying there from the Boks to let them have that free exit. It's a free kick though, so they do find, and I'm sure they will go to touch. It will be a Springbok line-out, so you will get possession back. Yeah, they're not going to find touch there. It goes into the hands of Villaroo. Throws a long pass out towards Kane and Moody. Kane and Moody decides to go to the boot. Spots a bit of space down the right-hand side. Searching. Oh, I mean, it's inches away from a 50-22. It's a great idea from the youngster. Just short. I mean, 2 meters further, and it would have been a brilliant 50-22. But that's not a bad option at all. Just pinning them back, playing a bit of possession, of territory game rather. Loftus looks like it is starting to crack. I'm going to actually take that opportunity to potentially go, oh, it's a birthday. Happy birthday, random person. Going to need a break and play to go get another beer. Right, I think that's Pete Samu goes up. Early replacement in the first half due to the injury to Tom Hooper on debut. Pretty of a bad, heartbreaking way to end your debut. It's a great take from Kane Moody on the turn. Gives it inside to Villaroo. Tell you what, there's a bit of space on the left-hand side if he wants to use. He does see it. He does see it. He goes on the inside to Kirkley Arnser. Kirkley Arnser pops up to Markham and Starr. He's been a bit of a human wrecking ball today. I've been pretty impressed with him, actually. Cooper's ran off looking for options. Eventually goes to France Maherba. Marvin Ori is there. Tell you what, he's done a lot of grunt work. Him and John Klein have got through the yards there. Now Villaroo going to Lekanya. And Lekanya underside. He's going to get us on the front foot. We've got quite a lot of time on the ball, which I think is quite strange. You kind of expected it. And, John Klein with a bit of a show and go. Like to see a bit of variation there. Now Cooper's going to go to the butcher. Now Reinhardt lifting that high in the air. Cody Oren says underneath it, and it's a good take from Vinny Bowler. But Stephen Kitsop is there. And Stephen Kitsop wins the penalty. That's what I like to see. That's what we like to see. It's a good take from Vinivalu, but Stephen Kitsop, and I think who else is there? I think it's Marco Van Staden. No, Van Staden makes the tackle, and it's Lekanyam and Stephen Kitsop. Spicy Plum gets himself into a good position, gets those big old mitts onto the ball, and says, I'll take my penalty. Thank you very much. Right, so my Leibach now. I'm not going for points here. Going for the corner. That's an interesting goal. I was about to say, that was pretty kickable. So, you could have definitely have gone for the poles. And whilst they're going to go over there, I'm going to go miles away and grab a beverage. Hello, my girl. We've got the puppy that's next to on the corner here. Hey? Doesn't seem to be too interested in the rugby. Right, remember, 6-2 split. Hey, Wallabies already having to use one. So they've only got 4 forwards left to come on. The Boks have got 6. They can basically replace the entire pack. I'd like to see Jean Kane go the distance, to be honest. Dreadful line out there from Bongi Manambi. Craig Cooper on the angle. Craig Cooper dancing around as well. Cody Arnser eventually bringing him down. It's good work from Craig Cooper. Nick White fires it out. And then Nikital goes to the boot. There's nobody back. And he's put it out in the full. That's a huge get out of jail free card. They're going to go all the way back up to 22. And Bongi Manambi is going to have another opportunity. The terrible throw from him. He's not been on song today, actually, from his lineouts, which is very uncharacteristic of Bongi Manambi. I mean, such was his reliability with lineouts during the World Cup, but he did end up starting with Malcolm Moss coming off the bench. So, yeah, and Joe Strebe coming on a bit later. Interesting to see how he goes. All right, let's go Bongles. Manumbles. This time, straight to Marvin Norrie, straight down to Kubas, ran out flat for Monty Barker, who goes flat to Markham and Staden. Craig Cooper gets up quickly. But he's still going with Markham and Staden. Kubas ran off now, breaking. Wayne Vermeulen sees the half gap. It's a good tackle from Pete Sommer, but he's into the 22 as Wayne Vermeulen. Kubas ran off, going to the left there. Monty Barker barking out the instructions, saying he sees a bit of space. He wants the ball now, I'm sure. It goes to Villaroo, it goes to Monty Barker. There's space here. Pops it up to MJ Estes. It's a big tackle on him. It's a good carry, though. Pick up a go for step toy. He's looking for the offload. He's still going though. Makes a few yards. Very good work there. Oh, has to be the Kanya arm. Curtly Arnser. So much to do, and he's done it. Come on, the hat trick. Kurt Lee, the goat Arnser with a hat trick. That's 10 tries in the last calendar year for Kirkley Arendse. He cannot be stopped. Cannot be stopped. We're running out of words to describe the man. Jeepers me, and just the pace of play there, the offloads, the carries. I tell you what, yeah, boys, 22 points to 5. On-field decision try. What are we even looking for here? I'm gonna top up my beverage. Let's see. Really, this is actually the biggest moment of the game. You know, it's all about the pour. Because if you get a bad pour in, then, you know, you're going to get absolutely chastised by the YouTube buggers. But, ladies and gentlemen, I believe you will not see... Oh, we'll check and see if there's a forward pass. Oh, it might be slightly forward, you know. It'd be annoying. But more to the point, is that the perfect pour? Do I have a gift? Some say I do. Direction of the hands, I think, is actually backwards. I'm interested to see. The on-field decision is try, so there has to be conclusive evidence that the ball has gone forward and traveled forward out of the hands. Try stats. Come on. Come on. Let's go. Let's go. Well, I'll tell you what, Michael Zuma Pimpy's sitting in New Zealand going, oh my goodness, I'm going to have to score a hat-trick against the bloody All Blacks next weekend to keep myself in contention here because Kirkley Arendse is having a worldie, a hat-trick for Kirkley Arendse. And he had so much to do here, by the way. He had 3 defenders in front of him. Bang, steps inside of the... I mean, that's incredible. That is incredible. Now, mind you, about to add the extras. Just doesn't get there. I mean, bang inside of, I mean, that's the 2 wings, Corabetti and Vinabola. I mean, where were they? I mean, absolutely dreadful. Horrible. Horrible, horrible, horrible defense. Now, Samuel Karevi's on for Reece Hodge. And Richie Arnold on for debut. He's on for Will Skelton. Good take up the air there from Marvin Ory. He's quietly got about a pretty solid game, actually. I mean, I'd like to see... I'd like to see him actually, John Kane go the distance, but I've been quite impressed with Marvin Ory. He gets a lot of flack. I think it's another solid game from him. Tom right under pressure there. Skips the tackle of Kirkley Arendse. Shifting inside now. He does try to start straighten. But John Clayton going for me to make sure they bring him down. Fires out towards Quay Cooper. Takes it behind. Not too many options. Goes for the cross kick. It's a pretty good option. It's a great cross kick as well to Pete Samuel. Throws the ball out. And Billy LaRue there kicks it ahead. And until going to touch. So that helps. That helps. I'm drinking Castle. It is a Castle Lager. It is a Zambers glass. But I was at Macro. That's where I buy my booze. Macro. How's that? And they had a big special on Castle Courts. So I think I bought a crate. I think it was about 11 rand a quart. So, oh, got a penalty, by the way, for tackling out the ball. I'll tell you what. Things go from better to worse. Better to worse. Better to even better. Good to better. It must be a better expression than that. Anyway, cheers. By the way, we are 1 try away as Monty does go to the boot and he's put us about 10 meters away. Yep, tackle without the ball. Yeah, I like it. I like it. We are 1 try away from a bonus point try. Who would have thought that a Bulk B team, 14 players sent to New Zealand. Look, there are a lot of 18 players in here. But we are now on the 5-meter line. By the way, here comes Archie Stamer back in a Bok jersey. Come on, Archie. On for Marvin Ory. Let's show some respect on his name. Another good game from the number 5. He's really grown a lot. But we are going to see the monster combination of Jean Klein and Archie Stamer, who goes up and comes down. And the Maul has stood up to the side. Bongi Manami's got it. They've got the run. No one's stopping them. No one's stopping them. Is there grounding? We don't know. We're looking at the crowd. We assume there's grounding. We don't actually know. Supersport's lost the plot. We're going to have a look. It could be held up. Ah, it's been held up. Come on, man. That was the bonus point try. Can't buckle now, boys. Can't buckle now. Time off. We're going to have a conversation, yeah? What are we going to have a conversation about? Yeah, we're going to have a check. Yeah, go have a check. Go have a check. Right, so one more try to get a bonus point, which is not 4 tries, by the way. It's 3 more tries than the other team. So it's, so 4 tries needed because they did score a try. 4,000 people watching, people. This could actually be one of our biggest watch-alongs ever. So I'm going to need you guys to start really operating. I need you guys to start smashing the like. I need you to start jumping in the comments. Share it with your friends. And we are less than 100 people away from 30,000 subscribers, which is incredible. Absolutely incredible. Now we're having a look to see if we do actually have a try. Is there grounding? Marco Verstappen seems to have the ball. The ball is up. I don't think this ball ever gets down, actually, to be honest. I think this will remain a non-try. I don't think it does get down. Marco Verstappen has got the ball there, but Quay Cooper, Pete Samu, we're not going to see anything there, lads. Oh, no, hang on. We're talking about a penalty here. Number 2, Parecki's actually going to get... I can't even actually hear the commentary. It's going to be a penalty try here, I think. Parecki's gone to the bin. I take everything back, people. I'm sorry, I can't actually hear the referee. And I was so busy looking at the grounding that there's actually cynical. Parecki's gone to the bin. Right, let's actually have a look here. I think I was looking at the complete wrong thing. Right, where is Parecki? There he is. So he is in front. I suppose he goes down... Yeah, over the try line, brings him down. Penalty try and a yellow card. Well, there we go. I was so busy looking at the grounding, I wasn't even looking at the fact that he brought it down. Silly me. Wallabies down to... Oh, that's a red card. It's not quite a red card. Yellow card. There we go. Right, Wallabies down to 14. South Africa with a bonus point try, which means... Well, with a penalty try, which is the bonus point try. So as things stand, South Africa with a full house of points. We'll take that. We'll take that every single day. Right, now Nick White will get us back underway. On the right-hand side, Arca standing. Well, he's missed it. And I'll tell you what, somebody's taken it in the air. I think it's Dwayne Vermeulen, who has I think it's a penalty advantage here, by the way, for taking on the air. Yeah, it is a penalty advantage. Come on, boys. Come on, boys. It's just me with his beer. Just tastes so much better when you're winning. You know what I'm saying? It is Dwayne Vermeulen who is down. Boys. Boys. Oh my goodness, now my flipping dogs are dropping darts. Sheesh! Do you mind? Woo! Me gassed out, you boys. What do you say? Update the scoreboard. Well, I don't update it. It's actually a data feed, so I actually don't control it. So my bad. If you're looking to watch the game, check out the description. And we've lost the lineup there, although Nick White is having to backtrack. And Vinny Vola is now being put under pressure. My Leebox away. Is it going to count? I didn't even know it. Marty Leebock with a try out of nowhere. All right, boys. This is. I mean, I thought there was a knock-on advantage, and all of a sudden, the kick from Nick White it pops it back to Vinavolu, and the tackle from PSF the toy, and literally Marty Leebock has just walked it in. He's just walked it in. 34 points to 5. We're operating here, boys. I think I'm having a look here. Was there maybe potentially a knock-on from PSF the toy? No, I think that's. So looking at the hand shift from PSF Toy, what are they going to say here? So it's the hand shift PSF Toy as he tackles it, and the ball comes for Yeah, I think it's gonna be a knock-on. It's gonna be disallowed. Yeah, so it's Pierre-Steph Toy who knocked the ball on in as he made the tackle. So no try. They'll go back for the scrum. Right, so we will resume with a scrum. Well, it would have been the perfect day for Mindy Bach, who has played very well. Could have gotten a test try, but yeah, Pierce Toy knocking on as he comes on. Right, so it'll be Australia scrum just outside the 22 on the right-hand side of the park. Right, so come a couple of subs, I think, for Australia. Well, one sub definitely, as Jordan Ulesa comes on for David Parecki. Well, he has to come on because Parecki's in the bin. So Lesse is on and Samu is sacrificed, so they have a front row. So this is an 8-on-7 scrum here. And the Wallabies will have to match numbers, so they'll lose somebody in the back line. Yeah, so Corey Betty down at the flank. I mean, he's basically the flank anyway, so he's going to pack down on that far side there. It's a pretty messy scrum, yeah. Big push coming from the box, though. Big pressure on Australia. Nick White has to use it. It goes to the right side to Quay Cooper. Quay Cooper down the park. Sue's ball camera's taking a while to catch up. Pan, mate, pan. Right, and it's Vinny LaRue has got ball in hand. Taking a while, looking for that touch finder. Won't find touch right up against the touch line. Corey Betty, big carry from him. Eventually brought down Bongi Manami on the halfway line, yeah. First carry for Lesse. "56 minutes, and we've only put on one sub, so it'll be interesting to see when we do release the bomb squad. I reckon on the 60-minute mark is when they'll really just say, throw caution to the wind. Dion Faree, Joseph Dweber, two front rowers, Evan Ruiz. Big tester there. LaRue gets underneath it and plays. It's very good. Tell you what, I think can we talk about LaRue and how unsung he's been today. And Arcus name with his first carry of the day. Penalty advantage as well. Moini Bach on the bounce to Lekanya under a bit of pressure there. And we'll go back for the penalty. Easy work. Easy work. Right, so Moini Bach now is going to knock us a touch on the left-hand side there. Isn't about too many yards. It'll be about 10 meters on from the halfway, well, 8 meters on from the halfway line. Yeah, it's at a toe. They're penalized for not rolling. And again, you know, the Box have only made one sub here. They can still replace 5 forwards. 5 forwards! You can see the Australia conceding the last 4 penalties. Bongi Manambi, and they lost that out. Yeah, I'll tell you what, Bongi Manambi's line-out throwing has not been great today. It's been the one sort of flaw of the game. Our line-outs have not been good. Jean Klein stole one, which actually led to an Australian try. Good counter coming there from Andreas Tazen, but Australia, oh, that's going to be forward. Yeah, it is forward. Shame, Wallabies can't get anything right, can they? So our lineouts have been disaster. I think that's probably the only sort of blip in it. Yeah, I mean, our scrums have been pretty good. Our open play has been very good. We've kept a lot of ball in hand, so that's been pretty good. Our lineouts, though, have been an issue. And I don't think we can really blame the locks. I think that Bongi's just not thrown particularly well. Yeah, Loftus is operating over there. Right, I'm going to drop the player ratings link in about 5 minutes' time. And so basically what's going to happen is that after the game finishes, we're going to have a 5-minute break. I'm going to go do a review, and then we're going to reconvene on the player rating show. You actually don't have to do anything. You can just stay here and it'll redirect you straight to the player rating show. And then you go, and basically we're going to be doing a rating 1 to 10 of every single Springbok player. I think they're going to be pretty high. We're going to vote for a man of the match as well. And we get to really sort of break down the match and see how how already fared. Big scrum coming from the box, and they're keeping it in. Big scrum, there's a penalty advantage. Now Kubus Reinach wants to use it. He's going down the right-hand side. He's got Caden Moody for company. He chips it ahead for Caden Moody. He's not going to stay in. It's going to run out. And we're going to have to go back for the penalty. But we'll go for the corner here. We do have a bonus point at this stage. So at this stage, it's about building the lead, really. So, in fact, I mean, it could be tempting to go for the poles. But at the end of the day, with this kind of lead, why not? Why not continue going? Hey, and I hadn't even noticed, but we are officially past the 30,000 subscriber mark. People, thank you. That is actually incredible. Actually, I made a joke about getting there this weekend, and they laughed at me. Well, I must say, you're not laughing now. If anybody knows the reference, then you'll understand it. But 30,000 subscribers is absolutely massive. Thank you so much, people, for the support. Let's keep subscribing, because yeah, let's see how many can we get to before the World Cup. And yeah, listen, when I say we've got a World Cup campaign like never seen before, I can promise you that January is going to be absolutely mental, the stuff that we've got planned for the World Cup. We'll hopefully have an announcement by the end of the month on exactly what we're going to do. Good line there goes to Peter Steph the toy, and they do break down the right-hand side of the mall. They do go down there, and available for, and Nabongi Manambi goes up to Michael Hooper. Reinach popping up to Stephen Kitsoff, started carry from Spicy Plum. Now on the right-hand side, Monty Liebach. Long pass out towards Caden Moody. Caden Moody gets out away from Tate McDermott. Throws the ball inside. That's a bit rash. Carl Sneman picks it up. And yeah, there was a knock-on. Yeah, I think Caden Moody was a bit of a Hail Mary pass there. Right, and still no subs here. I'm keep waiting. Yeah, I'm seeing Joseph Dwell being readied. I'm seeing Thomas Toy being readied. Those are the only two at the moment that look like they're going to be coming on now. And we're throwing a poll. Trying to think of a good poll. Really the perfect night so far. The only annoying thing is that we haven't actually scored since they went down to when they went down to 14 men. But if you had to write a perfect script, right now this would be the perfect script, wouldn't it be? To send 14 players over to New Zealand, to name a couple of players starting for the first time, you know, a debutant or a re-debutant and John Klein, a couple of players coming back to the fold in the likes of Marco van Staden, Lekanya you know, who were out with injury last year, they're back. So to come back and to put in this kind of performance against Australia, who we didn't really know what to expect, and I think what I will say is I think if there's one piece of advice I can give you, if you're an Australian, don't panic. This is the first game under Eddie Jones, although I don't think there's too many positives to take from it. Oh, jeepers, Dwayne Firmino just absolutely planted Rob Valentini down. Tate McDermott's under a bit of pressure there. Mind you about getting up early, and it's a good carry though, coming from, I think it's Lenny Qatar. It is the Qatar. And McDermott, slow ball here for McDermott as he throws it back towards Craig Cooper. Be interesting to see if we do see a debut from Carter Gordon, the young flyer from the bench. Caden Moody, that's a really solid carry from him. Pick up and go from Pierce Steph the toy. Still a bit of space. Needs a bit of support. Kubus Reinach is there, as is Marco van Staden. John Klein in at scrum half, going to Billy LaRue skipping. Going to Abdi Estes, long pass side wide to Lekanya. Lekanya decides to go to the boot there, sees a bit of space. Good work there from Nick Katau. And a penalty conceded. Not sure. Yeah, so you can see it wasn't quite the kick he was looking for. You can see with the angle of his foot, he was searching for that corner. And then the ball was just sort of splitting off towards the right-hand side. So it wasn't the kick that he was searching for, Lekanya. who's not been at his best today, I'd say, but from defensively, I think he was pretty solid. You know, we'd like to see him a bit more on the attack, getting more people involved. But defensively, I thought he was very solid. Didn't make too many mistakes. And it looks like we're going to have 3 new players on from the bench here. Looks like a new front row coming on here, lads. There comes Thomas du Toit. Joseph Dweba, I believe. Yeah, there's Joseph Dweba, who's first... and I think that is also Vincent Koch. Yeah, well done to that front row. Bongi, good in the loose. Had a couple of nice carries, but just not quite good enough from the lineup perspective. So needs to try and sort that out. But now it's a big opportunity for Joseph Dweba, Vincent Koch, and Thomas du Toit to just kick on from what the others began. And I think we'll see Evan Roos on very soon, as well as Dion Fourie. Good take there from Kirkley Lawrence, who's got a hat-trick, by the way, it must be mentioned. I think that man of the match vote will be pretty straightforward come the player ratings. Now, Thomas du Toit, his first carry of the day. I'd also really like to see Grant Williams getting a go here. Cooper's Randolph listed high in the air. I think that's going to go out in the full. Is Kirkley Lawrence? Yeah, that's not a good kick from Grant from Cooper's Randolph, who's been pretty good. I'm struggling to think of anybody who hasn't been good. You know, if anybody can think of anyone who's been not good, then let me know. But Andre Esten's had a very quiet second half. We haven't been able to get him into the game as much. I think Kane and Moody's had some moments of brilliance and a couple of mistakes, I think, but he's had some very nice moments as well. The composure that we've got from somebody of his age is impressive. Now, speaking of changes, here come 2 new props for Australia. Pete Salmer getting ready to come back on as well when Parecki's yellow card does expire. Oh, and they Pete there to John Klein. So take McDermott under a bit of pressure there. And knock on coming from Australia. So it will be turnover ball. It will be a scrum for the Boks. And we just can't do anything wrong here at the moment. Long may this continue. And then, I mean, there's not even 7 o'clock yet. But at 9:10, we will have Argentina versus New Zealand. Who's coming to join me there? Surely we can get a lacquer big stream there as well. There's another channel, it's actually a New Zealand channel. Very cool channel called Kiwi Lads. Let's see if we can maybe even beat them in an All Blacks game. I mean, that would be huge for a South African channel to have a bigger watch along than the New Zealanders. So I need your guys' help for it. So don't go away. Stay here. Come and watch. I think that's the end of the yellow card. Come and watch the player ratings. Go take a break, get some dinner, and then let's watch some more rugby later, shall we? Can Argentina get their first ever win over New Zealand in Argentina? That's what we're going to find out later. They're over in Mendoza, which is quite a hostile environment. So it should be quite a fun match. I'm going to be dropping the link to the player ratings as well in a minute or 2. And you guys can go and start voting. And then we'll go live with that in about 5 minutes after the game. Right, scrum here. First scrum for the reserve front row. And it's a big dominance coming. And it's wheeling penalty advantage as well. And I tell you what, I think that was Vincent Koch having an absolute field day. That's a huge scrum from him. In the first scrum, I mean, 2 new front rows having a go, and Vincent Koch said, "Thank you very much. I'll just pick off where Francois Herbert left off. Got Superman off to Durban next season in the URC, playing for the Sharks, and he's absolutely hammered them." It's a huge scrum. It's a massive scrum. And it's actually Thomas du Toit who's done that. Vincent Koch anchoring and Thomas du Toit murdering them. Right, here we go. Grant Williams. First time he'll be playing at scrum off. Actually, Dion Fourie onto the park as well for Marco van Staden. I think Dion Fourie is somebody who could very well get himself into a World Cup squad. And Evan Roos maybe? No, it doesn't look like it just yet. We'll only see Damien Williams right at the end, which I don't mind. He has got a knee injury. So to be honest, if Damien Williams doesn't come on, I actually don't mind that. Dion Fourie gives it to Andre Estes, and I did say at a quiet second half, but a very good first half. Grant Williams, quick ball there to Vincent Koch. Looking to really speed up the game as Grant Williams going into Jean Klein, who's been tirelessly carrying all day. Go cleaning out there for just oh, sniping, go there from Grant Williams! Grant Williams! He's still going. So electric as Grant Williams. That's exactly what he was done so well in the URC. Now Joseph Dweba, big carry from him as well. Pick up and go here from Peter Steph the Toy. Grant Williams. Going to Vincent Koch. Looking for another try here on the box. Joseph Dweber this time. Joseph Dweber, he's just short. Huge carry from him. Popping out to Pierce left the toy under the poles. Can he get it down? Doesn't have grounding. The ref is searching. The ref's doing push-ups. And it's held up. Ah, come on, man. Patience here, boys. Patience, patience, patience. We've got to score those tries. Could have scored at least 2 or 3 more. Right, goal line restart from Quay Cooper. He's into touch. Oh dear. Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. I don't think I've ever seen a goal line drop by going into touch. So is it a scrum? I think it's a 5-meter scrum. Yeah, it is a 5-meter scrum. I've never ever seen somebody go straight out from the restart. That's actually bizarre. Yeah. I assume it's a 5-meter scrum, but I've never seen that. I've absolutely, literally never ever seen that. Two on 4 zeros from South Africa, 2 on 4 zeros from Australia, apparently. Big scrum coming again. Grant Williams. Grant Williams going himself. Pops it up. Oh, it's been knocked down. Kirby Lawrence is there. Ball's come backwards. The ball is available for Monty Liebach. Goes down the right hand side under Esthazen. Bit of try line fever here, I think, if we're being brutally honest. Grant Williams popping up Thomas the Toy. Penalty advantage here for the box as well. Got to score. Has to score. Monty Liebach out wide. Oh, just missed it. Kane Moody. If he had taken it, it would have been over. We'll go back for the penalty though. I'll tell you what, I'll be fancying a scrum. I'll be fancying a scrum. Oh dear, we have a TMO here. This could be another penalty try. Looking at a potential deliberate knock on the try line. So interesting decision here from the referee. I wonder if the Australians are going to... I mean, a lot of South Africans are saying it's a good... Right, so we're having a look at a potential deliberate knockdown. Pops it up here, does Grant Williams and Vinny Vola. Oh, I think he could be in trouble. He just throws one hand out there. There's no chance of control. Oh, dear. Oh, dear. Last line of defense there. I think, I tell you what, if he doesn't Kirkley Lawrence takes that, he scores the try. This could be another penalty try. It could be another yellow card. Things going from bad to worse for Australia. He's already reaching into the pocket. Here's Ben O'Keefe. Another man goes to the bin. To be fair, I think even if you're Australian, you can't really argue that, can you? It's not a... I mean, he's challenged to Michael Hooper, but I don't think Michael Hooper can say much about it. Vinny Valu is going to go into the bin. Australia down to 14 for the last 12. And another penalty try. And on that note, people, I am going to drop the link for the player ratings. And where's it gone? Yeah, here it is. Go and start voting. People, all I'm saying is that we are like 5,000 views shy of potentially the biggest watch along in this channel's history. So I'm going to need you guys to keep hitting the like button. I'm going to keep you guys, just share with anyone. Get your grandparents to start watching. Damien Williams is on the park. I would have left him there. Just, and Australia have actually won it back off the, and Evan Root's onto the park as well. So it's a full bench on now for the box. I would have left Evan Williams off. Man's coming back from knee injury. Leave him there. Right, so Australia's down to 14 men, but a bit of a spring in their step. Score is 36 points to 5. This is a drubbing. Tate McDermott going to Michael Hooper. He's had a very quiet game. Australia's really haven't had the ball, to be honest. McDermott now going to... Oh, it's a big tackle there on... I think, is that Carter Gordon who's just come on and been absolutely hammered in the tackle. Welcome to international rugby, son. If it is Carter Gordon. You can see by the long blonde right. Valentini brought down by a very good tackle there from Kane and Moody. So who's Damien Williams to come on for? And as a knock-on as well. Your grand's not. I'm not asking you to operate a pencil. I'm asking you to click a link on a phone. Come on, man. Let's get this going here, people. This could be our biggest watch along ever. Like, if we could get enough people on here in the next 10 minutes, this could even be a 200k stream, which could be one of the biggest watch alongs like in history, people. One of the biggest rugby watch alongs in history. Like, think about that concept, eh? You could be part of one of the biggest rugby watch alongs in history. Right, it's a good scrum there. Surely has to be another penalty advantage, Mr. Rev. Grant Williams going to Andre Esthazen. Esthazen going to Money Leibach. Money Leibach wrapping around. He goes to Damien Phillips. Damien Phillips is getting on the charge here. Damien Phillips is holding onto the ball. He goes himself into the 22. Great work there by Damien Phillips. Back inside and Grant Williams. Oh, pierced it. The toy can't hold on. Oh, come on. Come on. Come on. Turnover ball once again. We've come so close and really should have scored more tries here, which is fun given the fact that we're hammering them. Now it's just chaos at the moment. Gibbon now going for a charge there. Arnold. Samu Karevi caught by Andre Esthazen. McDermott now. Long pass out by Carter Gordon, and that looked pretty forward. It is forward. I tell you what. South Africa have been really good. The Boks have been great. They really have. You can't, I don't think anybody can really, deny that the Boks have been very good. But if we're also being brutally honest, Wallabies have been horrible. Horrible. So many unforced errors. I mean, for example, I think that Dan Carter kicking straight into touch from a goal line dropout. I think that kind of summed it all up, didn't it? It's just been a day to forget for the Wallabies. So they'll need to come back strong. Going to come to the comments here, and start to say I think the Boks need to work on their execution and ruthlessness. Otherwise, it's a great performance. Yeah, I think that's pretty fair as well. It has been a great game, but we could have scored more tries, and you don't want to get greedy, but we could have. I don't think we have been as clinical as we could have been. He says, I'm definitely here for the All Blacks game. Cool, and we'll see you later. As Andre Esthazen goes on, he's still going as Andre Esthazen to the 22, losing the ball forward. We'll go back for the penalty advantage from the scrum, though. So, yeah, even when we make mistakes, we've got a penalty to fall back on. I'll be very interested to see what the Aussies' take on the referee is. I'm sure the Boks fans will be very happy with Ben O'Keefe tonight, and I'm sure the Australian fans will be fuming. They did get 2 yellow cards. I think both of them pretty warranted. And, yeah, I mean, we looked at, they haven't seen a lot of penalties. Trying to think if anything's been unfair. Yeah, I think he's been pretty solid as Ben O'Keefe, but I mean, we're always going to say that, aren't we? Going to go for the corner once again. So Money Leibach pops into the corner, and we'll be about 10 meters out. So Money Leibach's going to go the full distance here, by the way. I reckon he gets himself onto the bench next weekend. I'll be interested to see if we go with a 6-2 split. Remember, refill my beer. And, jeepers, Arcus name. I mean, that man's just, his hands are probably the size of my head. And he just puts that hand up in the air, brings it down, pick up and go. 5 meters out, Grant Williams looking for runners, goes to Andre Esthazen, and Esthazen makes a meter or two. Box on the brink here. Evan Rose wants to go himself. He's just short, driven back slightly. Grant Williams popping up to Joseph Dweba. Joseph Dweba, that's another strong carry from him. Grant Williams popping up to Andre Esterhuizen. Just need to find that one break. Evan Roos. Good defense so far from the Wallabies. A couple of phases here from the box. Williams popping up here. Thomas Toy makes a meter or two. They're just shorter. And that is so easy. That is so easy. I mean, Pierce Steph the Toy basically picked up the ball, looked. He almost actually checked. He almost went like, oh, and just dove over. I mean, you can see the laugh on his face there. That was far too easy. Far, far, far too easy. And it's another try. It's a great carry from Thomas Toy. And then Tom Wright just had nothing to do with that pillar post. He was just not interested at all. I think he took one look at PSG Toy and was like, you know what? I'm actually alright. I actually don't need to be getting involved in that. You know, we're losing already. I don't need to be getting involved in a PSG Toy tackle. I'm actually alright. And 41 points. I mean, we won 50. 5 minutes to go. We won 50. Which is on the cards if we were to score another converted try, assuming that Springbok does nail this. Anthony is right. It is Castle Lager. It all comes together with a castle. It is a black label glass. Maybe you can see it. I had a castle glass and then it broke. So I need to start refilling my. I need to restocking my glasses. So I'm drinking the right glass, the right beer. But there was a massive special, as I was saying earlier. I think it was 11 rand a quart for Castle. A good old macro. I buy wholesale liquor. I know that's a sad thing or something to brag about, like, but yeah, either way. Right, come on, Money. Yep, that looks good. Straight over the middle. 43 points to 5. I mean, we spoke about, I mean, how many people wrote this team off and said, no, this is one of these teams going to be good, it's going to be massive. And at the end of the day, this has been a hammering. An absolute hammering. That's a dreadful kickoff, and well, thankfully it's a knock-on from the Wallabies, but because we were absolutely nowhere with that. I just can't believe this performance, to be honest. This is not what any of us expected. I mean, I called a Bok win. I think I said by about 7 on my Subaru pick. It's a bit wrong, isn't it? I mean, a 38-point advantage. I don't think anybody really called that. And if you did, fair play. If you knew something we didn't, then congratulations. But yeah, I hope everybody is busy voting for the Springbok players. Ratings over there. That show will go live 5 minutes after the final whistle. Basically, what we do is we go through all the players. We give them a rating between 1 and 10. And we then vote for a man of the match. And given the fact that there is a hat-trick, I think that man of the match could be quite an easy vote. But we've got to do the formalities. We've got to find out if there's anybody else that comes in anywhere close to that hat-trick hero. Great scrum, penalty advantage. Grant Williams going on the right-hand side to Caden Moody. Caden Moody getting outside as well. He's still going as Caden Moody. Pete Samuels trying to tap, and he's tripped it straight into the hands of Corbett, who then stepped out. So it will be a Springbok line on the 22. We'll take that, Dave. We'll take that. And you can just see the look of defeat there in Corbett as he takes it and then steps out and goes, that sums up the game, doesn't it? So total attendance there, 50,089. I mean, that's a third of the views we've gotten, but fair enough, Loftus. You know, you do you. So somebody is saying the most points ever, 61. So let's see if we can try and beat that. Springbok going short. Dion Fourie. Stops out at 22 here. A converted try would take up the 50-point margin. Get the cricket bats out. We can lift the bat. Springbok's completely isolated there. But Pete Samuel never moved there, Mr. Ref. And Arcus Neyman trying to move that ball back. It is a turnover ball. Michael Hooper going to McDermott. McDermott going out towards Carter Gordon. A lot of mullets in the field. Not much in effect, though. And great run there from Tom Wright there. And he's got it away. And it's a great tackle as the Ikatal is bundled out. Good work. Oh, no, I think it's actually been thrown into a Springbok, off a Springbok body and out. So it will be an Australia line, I think. So, yeah, in terms of what to expect, as I said, we will be having our player rating show. Australia back to a full contingent, by the way, as Vunivalu comes back onto the park. Play rating show starts 5 minutes after the end of the game, so we'll go live at about 10 past 7. And then we'll have 2 fan cams up as well. We'll have the Australian press conference up a bit later. See what that's not straight, and it is not straight. And we'll see what Eddie Jones has to say about the game. And then later we'll be going live at about just before 8 o'clock for the New Zealand Argentina game. That officially kicks off at 9 o'clock. And then tomorrow we will be live for the Baby Box. Rudy, who was on our halftime panel, he'll be taking you through that Junior Box semi-final against this current Six Nations Under-20 champions, Ireland. Let's see if the Baby Box can pull something out of the fire and trying to get themselves a home final, which would take place next week Friday at 7 o'clock, if they were to do it. I was very impressed with that second half we saw from the Baby Box last week. So yeah, let's see what they can do. The phones are out, and we are 10 seconds away. Will the Box have a go? Will they just kick it out and say thank you very much? And we'll take our 58-point win. This has been an absolute demolition job by the Box. It's a huge scrum. Evan Lewis goes down the left-hand side, does trip. He is still going, though. Carter Gordon is desperately trying to bring him down. Dwayne Miller, by the way, going the distance. John Williams flying out to Curly Arrington. Can he get a fourth? Well, the Box are not stopping. They're not stopping. And Dion Ferry! Go, Dion! He's giving it away. Oh, he's giving it away to Carter to Dave McDermott. Oh, Dion Ferry. Oh, nice and picked up by Karevi. And it's a loose ball to... Oh, that's good hands. Well, Michael Hooper's been picked up by Kenny Moody, and now Lineker has been hammered by Damian Willems. So the ball's going to lose, and I was trying to... It's like a volleyball game. And now Karevi, I mean, Australia just playing for pride here. It's all just completely gone apart here. Matt Gibbon, isolated. Evan Lewis wants to get over that ball. McDermott firing out to Carter Gordon. Carter Gordon dabbing it in behind. It's a pretty good kick, actually. And Corey Beatty does get it away. Back to Carter Gordon. Gordon steps inside. Is he going to go all the way? Grant Williams is trying to track him, and he's not going to get there. Australia will have the last laugh. On debut, Carter Gordon. He can't really celebrate it because it is a massive loss. But Australia do have the last laugh. Carter Gordon, and one I must admit to being a half-decent mullet. On debut, shame. It must be tough. I mean, it's a great step too. He's absolutely sat down Mike Liebach, and he had the pace to get away from the rest of them. He's very lanky, isn't he, old Carter Gordon? He does go over at the end. It's a bit frustrating because we were, I mean, to be fair, we could have kicked it out. We could have taken the points. We wanted to have another one. But not to be. With the kick to come, 43 points to 10. 43 points to 12 is the worst it could get. That is absolutely brilliant. Brilliant from the Box. I'm thoroughly impressed. I thoroughly enjoyed that. I hope you guys enjoyed that. As I said, getting up to 30,000 subscribers is absolutely massive. We do this again next weekend. We'll be live for both Rugby Championship games. As I said, come join me for the player ratings after this. Come join me for Argentina versus New Zealand in about 2 hours' time. And then come and join Rudy tomorrow for the Baby Box. So still 2 more rugby games over the weekend. Let's keep. And also, we've got a Formula 1 tomorrow as well. So if you're a Formula 1 fan, you can go join Mark and Reese tomorrow on the Watchalong Silverstone, which is a really cool Grand Prix. Very interesting grid that we do have as well. If you didn't see for tomorrow, lots of very different to what we kind of expect. If you look at it, I mean, it's Max Verstappen's on pole, but Lando Norris and Oscar Piastri, the McLarens, in 2 and 3. That is the final whistle for time in Loftus over there. 43 points to 12. What an absolutely brilliant performance from the Box. I will see you guys in literally about 7 minutes for the player rating show. So please, all you have to do is stay on every year. It'll take you directly there. You don't have to do absolutely anything. The link for the player ratings is in the chat there, so you can go and rate your players. We're going to do a man of the match as well. And then later we're going to watch some more rugby when New Zealand take on Argentina. Thank you very much, everybody, for what has been probably our biggest ever watch along. This is how we start the Rugby Championship. We will see you guys very shortly for the player ratings. Thank you again. Smash the like on the way out, as well as subscribe to the channel. And